Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Bosch Motorsport Australia live stream right here from the 20th anniversary of the Trident Tyre Centre Legends of the Lakes Hillclimb. We saw some really great driving yesterday. We saw Dan Day currently leading the pack with a 49-second run. Douglas Johnson's looking pretty quick. He's done a 53. And the surprise packer today was Mirko Gerbic, who's currently in second outright with a 52.9. So it's looking a little bit moist so far today. We had some big issues with rain throughout the day yesterday, sporadic on and off showers all day. Some cars got more dry runs than others, and if you ask the drivers, there'll be plenty of race car driver excuses that come out about that. But, fingers crossed, looking around, it looks like we might get a little bit of warm weather. This rain will dry off, and we'll get some nice fast lap times coming through. So we've already had first bracket, cars 1 to 79 or so, start out on their first run of the day. They're going to have a bit of a moist track. By the time they get to go again, that should be nice and dry. We're about to have our second lot of cars, car 80 or so through to 150, have their turn. And we've got a lot of racing coming today. We're planning on 3 runs, I believe, today. And then we're going to go into something really exciting, which will be the Bosch Motorsport Australia Top 10 Shootout. Make sure you stick around for that one, because that is going to be amazing to watch. Dan Day believes he can set a new record this year, and Doug Johnson wants to go sub 50 seconds, so we need to be here for that top 10 shootout to see that happen. I saw Dan walk past with some brand new tyres before. I think things are going to get pretty serious. So welcome once again to the Bosch Motorsport Australia live stream from the 2025 Trident Tyre Centre Legend of the Lakes Hillclimb. Thanks for joining us. I hope you have a lovely day and enjoy our live stream.
The Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high-horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
It's fair to say a lot of things have changed since we began back in the 80s, but the foundations of our business remain the same. We were here for you then, and we're still here for you now. Providing quality products, professional service and guaranteed workmanship by qualified technicians. As we continue to grow into the future, you know you can always rely on us.
Trident Tyre Centre keeps me safe on the road. All right, welcome back to the 20th running of the Trident Tyre Centre's Legends of the Lake. I'm in the commentary box today with Graham, as usual. How you going?
Yeah, good morning, Sam. Good to be back here again.
Yeah.
Don't know what we're going to get weather-wise today. It's been chopping and changing who knows what's going to happen.
That's right.
Could say, weather's like a box of chocolates down here. We're in Mount Gambier.
Yep, never know what you're going to get.
That's right.
All right, so we've just had...
We've obviously just had a bus come down here. We've got some people wandering through. And big shout out to everybody to see if you can make an effort to get on a bus this morning and come for a run down the bottom and come for a walk around through the pits and get up close and personal. There's a few beautifully turned out cars. You might have the bonnet up and you can have a bit of a look and see what Frank Kelly's running, or Damien Brand's quite happy to give you a bit of a guided tour of his new rocket ship, and that is one hell of a nice piece of work, I tell you what.
Indeed, I had a look yesterday afternoon. I was very impressed.
Yeah, you just it's just wow factor all over. So it's great stuff. Now, what's our top five looking like at the moment, Sam?
Pretty sure Dan Day's sitting at number one with a 49.3, I reckon it was yesterday. Yeah, 49.36. And then
we got Dougie Johnson, we've got Nathan Robbins, we've got Oliver Taylor, Damien Brand rounds out the top five, and the quickest two-wheel drive, we've got Damien Malazani sitting in sixth place outright.
Yeah, I reckon this form's not the updated one, because I've got a funny feeling that Mirko Gerbic was actually running second after yesterday.
Right, you're absolutely right. We'll see if we can get some
updated times
from our illustrious timekeepers.
Yeah, well, while everyone's here, if they want to go support our local food vendors, it's a good time to go grab some breakfast. I've just got myself a coffee from Joanne's, and up the top there the BMX Club are doing a barbecue, bacon, egg rolls and so on.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go for a ride up the top of the hill just for another bacon and egg, I reckon. I've already had one up the lines, so...
Might as well try them all out.
Yep.
Anyway, we're back underway. We've got the Skyline on track now of Dave Riley, just making his way over the line. Stopping the clock there at a 1:19.
Now we're going to be running the whole field through 3 times today. And we're going to have a bit of a shootout. The number in the shootout will be determined on a time factor, and we're going to be aiming to wrap things up at around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Half an hour after which we will be doing presentations down here at the start line. But Oliver Taylor just ripping it off the line at the moment. He had a bit of an oopsie on his last run yesterday. I did apologise to him. I was giving him a bit of a rev up before he started off, and he had the bit between his teeth and overcooked it a bit coming into the chicane and sailed on through backwards.
Yeah, I did see some photos last night of that, and made some rather good footage anyway.
Yeah, he sent me some bit of in-car footage, and it looked a bit exciting.
We just saw Josh Swan taking his car over the line at a minute 12 there.
Okay, watching Oliver Taylor negotiating the bus stop there, nice and tidy. Come on, Oliver. This is a reincarnation of the old S1 rally car, 5-cylinder turbo, 4-wheel drive. It's absolute rocket ship. Never seen one of these smoke all 4 tyres until yesterday. And it was pretty impressive, let me tell you.
Yeah, the track's rather greasy down here at the start line. Everyone's struggling for traction off the line at the moment. As Lindsay Bear now makes his way to the top of the hill, into the hairpin. Lindsay's a regular here at Hillclimb and big supporter of SEAC. You always see him out at the Motorcarnos having a skid. Loves it.
And of course, we've got his young lad Anthony Bear here with us this weekend, putting on a few demo runs in the Wild Turkey Commodore.
Lindsay stops the clock there at a 1:12.36.
Now, I saw a sprint car up at the top of the hill yesterday. Is that something we're going to see out on the track today?
I don't know. I don't believe so, but I don't know. I haven't been informed.
Yeah, be an interesting thing to see, I tell you what. They generally don't handle bitumen particularly well going around corners.
No.
No.
Or even in a straight line.
They don't go in a straight line. They just go around in circles.
Alex Bonner on track now in his XR8 Falcon. Oh no, sorry, his Mustang, I believe. We've got the XR8s coming up behind. Alex done a 1:26.37. As we see Dominic Burns in his XR8 making his way to the top of the mountain now. First of the AU XR8s here. Got a couple here this weekend.
This will be the first of the Upper Snuggery boys to have a run today, isn't it? There's quite a few. There's about 3 or 4 Burnses in the field, and I think they're all associated with the Upper Snuggery racing team. And of course, those of you that want to make your way down to the bottom, you feel free to go for a wander through the pits and get up close and personal and go and have a chat to a few drivers. Don't be shy to come down.
Yeah, Dominic Burns stops the clock there at a 1:14.27. As we see Peter Burns now also in his AU Falcon, XR8 as well, making his way around the hairpin. Peter's going to run the Falcon across the line and stop the clock at a time of 1:15.8.
So obviously things are still looking a little bit damp, probably more so at the top of the track than down the bottom. We're seeing a pretty much a 90% dry run up to the turn 1. But this place seems to have its own little climate system, and we had rain happening at the top and it was still dry down the bottom yesterday, so who knows what you're going to get. This is Mount Gambier after all.
Yeah, Andrew Campbell in his GTRs just crossed the line at a 1:03.7.
I think that's just his interim car at the moment while he gets his new Time Attack car built up.
Rather nice interim car.
Yes, well, it was a bit better than the X-Trail that he was driving at the Australian Hillclimb Championship a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't know about an X-Trail.
I don't know. He did have plastic panels on it though, make it a little bit lighter. However, certainly nowhere near his usual standard. Usually it's a bit of a battle of the two-wheel drives between Andrew Campbell and Damien Malazani. However, Damien's in fine form. He's heading for a 53 today at some stage when the conditions are right.
We just saw the little Ford Focus of Wade Simpson cross the line at a 1:12.49. As we see Chris Roberts now making his way around the hairpin in his Holden Commodore. He's got the sunroof open. And Chris is going to stop the clock there at a 1:08.19.
Some marvellous coverage we're getting here this weekend, and thanks a lot to Dion from Clutch Life Media. He's organising the cameras and the drones and so forth, and all the great footage that we're seeing.
Yeah, he does a really good job.
Fantastic. And like all the photographers that are around the course today, taking some magnificent photos. We've got Turn 8 here as well, so some photos on Facebook from him last night as well. These are people that really need your support. And at the end of the day, don't be shy to offer them a fair amount of money for getting your high resolution photos from them. They need support from everybody. They don't like coming out here and doing it for nothing, although they generally do. But they're certainly deserving of everyone's support here.
Got a little VW Polo on screen now of Glenn Campbell.
Now, I was describing this as a twin-charged 1.4 yesterday. However, I was totally wrong. This is a turbocharged 1.8 litre. And it's just front-wheel drive, so handy little pocket rocket.
And he's done a 109.7 in the VW Polo.
I was watching Green Dog, Nathan Green. Launching the little XL off the line.
Yeah, at the top of the mountain we should be seeing Craig Day now in his Nissan R31 Skyline.
I don't think we're going to see any records set on this first run, Sam. It's all a bit of a sight a lap. It's conditions change from day to day here.
Yeah, I reckon they're waiting for the track to dry up a bit more before they punch it out full bore. We are definitely seeing issues with traction off the line here.
It's still looking rather wet up the past Devil's Punch Bowl up there, and it's really quite a fast section of the track. A lot of cars doing well in excess of 160, 180 kilometres an hour.
Craig Day just stopped the clocker at 125.1.
Just watching Nathan Green. This is Tim Possingham's car, hence the Possingham all over the side windows. He's borrowed this one for the weekend. But Nathan's also very much involved with the Circuit XL movement, and it's certainly got a lot of popularity, especially amongst the junior drivers.
Yeah, he's just finished in a 109.63 there for Nathan Green. As we see Chris Hortop now making his way around the hairpin in his Porsche.
No, his wife's Porsche.
His wife's Porsche.
Actually, I don't know if his wife's called Porsche, but...
He's indicating for us as well.
Yeah, there you go. He must
Sticking by the road rules.
Must be listening.
And he's done a 108.40.
Now, Jared McRobbie in the meantime is up near the top of the hill. Just watching Joe Scanlon launching his little LJ Tirana XU1 off the line here.
Here's McRobbie now into the hairpin in the GDR.
No handbrake there. To handbrake or not to handbrake, that's the question. In the back of the bus stop there, a lot of people choose to drive it. Some people just reach for the magic wand and give it a tug on the handbrake and get the thing to spin around.
Yeah, it was a 109.07 there for McRobbie. Scanlon now making his way around the hairpin. A little tail whip there as he exits it. Another one of the upper snuggery guys.
That group seems to be getting bigger and bigger every year. I think they've got quite a section of pit area roped off. Every year when we get here, they're always up in the same spot, right up in the back corner.
A 1 minute 14.8 there for Joseph. As we see the Dale Prover Mazda MX-5 now making its way around the hairpin. Rather smooth there.
Ooh, that was a nice little snack coming out. Well caught.
Dale stops the clock there at a 117.82. Should should be seeing the Dave Rudham entry, the little Mark II Escort now.
I did ask him yesterday whether he was being sponsored by Newlon, of course, who make Stop Smoke, but they're certainly, keeping it as lubricated as best they can. It's a rather tired old motor, a bit like the driver, I guess, but this is going to be the last event for that at Power Plant, and it's going to get a freshen up and a bit of a spicing up before we see that one again, thankfully.
Just dropping a Millington in it?
Yeah, well, I did suggest that, but don't quite think that was within the budget, so.
No. Dave stops clock there at a 110.
And of course, Dave normally shares his car with Dan Prentice, so it's a bit of a shared car. They share the costs and everything, and Dan's merrily running around over in Europe somewhere. Big shout out to him if you're listening. I'm sure he'll be watching a little bit of the live coverage. Hope you're having a nice time over there. Hope the weather's a bit better than what it is here. Although the sun has come out here, things are starting to look brighter. We're seeing some big patches of blue now.
Just saw the little Swift of Chris Bennett cross the line there at a 118.34.
Watching a bit of in-car at the moment with Warren Heath and the Ford Laser Sport. This is all organised by Bosch Motorsport Australia, the in-car footage. We've got a couple of guys come up from Melbourne. They're going to come in and have a bit of a chat to us later about their involvement in motorsport here and elsewhere around the country.
Steve Grindston just took the BL Commodore over the line at a 109.3. Back down to the in-car footage now of Warren Heath. This little laser is actually rather quick. I was looking at the times yesterday, this car was busting out. Rather impressed by them. Guessing it's got a little bit of work done under the engine bay there.
Oh, none of these cars are quite what they seem. Oh, a little bit of snappy action into the final turn over the finish line.
It's done a 106.36. It's nearly as fast as a Superbug.
Yes. Yeah, I'm kind of missing. I'm not missing a drive today, but I did have 5 dry runs on Thursday. I was in with a fairly privileged group of invitees, and we had a great time Thursday to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Trident Tyre Legends of the Lakes Hillclimb.
Yeah, it was good to have an extra day of running this year.
Yeah, indeed it was. And the weather was really good on Thursday. And then things got all a little bit horrible, and you know what happens to motorsport to make it more exciting? You just add water.
That's it.
And we had plenty of that on Friday.
We saw the Rowan Payne entry across the line at a 108.61. That was the WRX. As we look at Lloyd de Croft now, making his way over the line in the 180. He's done a 106.89. Another 180 on screen, the Wayne Fitzpatrick entry.
Well, a big shout out to all the tech guys that have been working behind the scenes tirelessly. We've actually got some footage that matches the timing at the moment. So
yeah, it's good. Makes life a bit easier in here when we actually know what we're talking about.
and we got the two sides being synchronised. It's yes, clear as a bell.
Yeah, it's a 104.45 for Wayne. Nick Galliford now, the R33 Skyline.
Yeah, nice tidy work here from Nick. Oh, very good. That's a 102.95 for Nick. Oh, we've got Goosey Goosens on the line here, Nick Goosens himself. always up here trying his hardest. We've got Mike Holland tipping it into the bus stop in his latest addition to the stables here, and lovely turned out Porsche 991.1.
Yeah, what's the 0.1?
I don't know what the 0.1 is. It must be just a little bit better than a 991.
Done a 105.31 there, the Porsche. There's Goosen in his MR2 now, makes his way up into the hairpin. Did have the roof off this yesterday for one run, but then the weather had its change of mind and decided to put the top back on.
And he's got the black panels on today, so...
Done a 113.17.
Funny, these little MR2s, you can just take all the panels off and swap them out. So he's got from various cars and a handmade body, so he's been enjoying coming up here every year.
Yeah, he's just done a 110.8 in that. See the little baby grand miniature now, making its way around the hairpin. This is a cool little car, this one. Be good to actually see them on the circuit racing that they do.
Yeah, that's really what they're designed for. And not quite so good on a standing start, but once they're up and moving, they flog along pretty hard.
That's a 104.16 for that. Baby grand. Should be seeing the Nissan Silvia entry of Matt Firth now, making its way.
We've got none other than the illustrious Frank Kelly sitting on the start line at the moment. Ultimate showman. Grand rally driver, Irish as. Big shout out to his family back in Ireland. Shout out to Rosemary and Lauren. I don't know whether you're sitting up, it's the middle of the night over in Ireland at the moment, but I did send her a little video and some cheers yesterday, and she has been keeping an eye on all the live coverage.
104.4 there for Matt Firth in the Silvia, as we are now wait for Frank to make his way up the hill.
Boy, does that thing make all the right noises. If you're standing next to it on the start line here, it sort of rattles your earwax a little bit loose, and it's just a magnificent vehicle. If you want to go and come down to the pits and have a look under the bonnet, he's quite happy to show you simplicity at its finest. Millington 2.5 litre with 4 trumpets on one side and 4 exhaust pipes on the other. No turbo, no supercharger, 360 horsepower at the flywheel. It's got some mumbo and the boy knows how to drive it.
Yeah, done a 102.1 there, Frank.
Let's see if we can get him in the box later, and we'll have a bit of a chit chat with him. He's always up for a chat.
Definitely knows how to put a show on for the crowd.
Does assure me he's going to try and put in a decent run today and see if he can win his class again. He was here 8 years ago, and despite all his hoonigan antics, he still managed to win his class. So terrific work. We've got Mark Gain in his little Tirana up the hill at the moment. Now that's got a 179 in it, and I was having a look under the bonnet and having a chat with him yesterday. He's got 3 SU carbies hanging off the side.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, a little bit strange. Certainly nicely turned out car, does all his own work. Second year he's been here, absolutely loving it. That's his own business. He's got down the side of the car all panels. Living the dream. Mark's going to stop the clock at a 107.89.
Stoddart taking off the line in his little Mini, but further upfield we've got Murray Height in his Toyota Corona. Got an SR20 in the Corona. And yesterday I was saying that this Mini probably isn't run a Mini motor, being that it's in the 2000cc class, but apparently it is an A-series motor with a turbo on it. I actually haven't had a chance to look under the bonnet, but
I thought being in sports today, there wouldn't have been too much Mini running gear under it.
well, I was in the pit yesterday and someone said to me, I'll just let you know that Adam Stoddart motor is actually still a Mini motor, so...
Amazing. They've got it out to 2 litre.
That's what I found weird.
How do they find the metal in the block to put a bore that big into it?
I think maybe it's just up in that class because of the turbo, I'm not sure really.
Well, it generally incurs a multiplication factor, of course.
Yeah. But he's done a 104.66 in that. Because even like the original 1275 blocks, you'd push them to take them out much past 1380.
Oh, now we've got a couple of rotaries stepping up to the line. First one in the hands of Glenn Latta, Mazda RX-7. He's running in sports sedan class as well.
We're looking at the Cressida at the moment of Jake Van Belay, making his way up to the finish line. Begin to cool off the front of that thing. Done a time of 109.1.
Just watching Ian Watson in the Polo GDI car 122. Yeah, just nice and tidy. Picking up an inside rear wheel coming out of the bus stop there, as these light little front wheel drive cars generally tend to do.
Done a 102.96.
That's a pretty handy looking time.
It's not bad at all. See the Glenn Latta RX-7 now making its way up. First of the rotary cars here.
We've just had Damien Malazzoni and his RX-7 taken off from the line. He's sitting well in the top 10, quickest two-wheel drive here for the weekend. But won't take anything away from Glenn Latta, who's just negotiated the bus stop rather tidily. He's going to cross the line, stop the clock at a 106.36.
Yeah, it looked a little slow coming out of the hairpin. I don't know if he missed a gear or something there. But,
now Damien's having a bit of a tentative start to the morning. He wasn't super quick off the mark there, but conditions being wet, he's chasing after a 53 at some stage today, but I think the conditions are going to have to be a little better. But he's going to stop the clock in a pretty impressive 56.8. Just getting warmed up, I think.
That's it. Yeah, if the rain stays away, probably about 10, 11 o'clock, we should start seeing some decent times.
As the temperature drops another couple of degrees and it feels like it's about to start raining again. Different climate down here than it is at the top.
Danny Moll now making his way around the hairpin in the Mark II Escort. Danny Moll's going to stop the clock there at a 106.1. Got the Austin Mini making its way to the top of the mountain now. That's James Pauley. Nice looking car, this one. Nice and quick around the hairpin as well. Sends it up to the finish line, and he's going to stop the clock there at a time of 108.46.
Meantime, we've got Steve Pauley. I'm not too sure how these two related. They've got to be related. They both drive. Both drive minis.
Yeah, Yeah, this one's a 69 Cooper S, the green machine.
Nice tidy little car, set of Hoosiers on the front.
Yeah, good fun little car to drive. One of my personal favourites. Oh!
Big snap around on the last corner there, but he manages to recover it.
Still does 105.7.
Got Jeff Arden flying the little Datsun 1200 up the hill at the moment. Honda powered unit. He's been campaigning this here for well over a decade or more.
Yeah, very well put together car, this one.
Just about sitting in the back seat of this thing. Then it is in the sports sedan category where the amount of modifications is pretty much unlimited.
Rules are there ain't no rules.
That's the one.
And Jeff's done a 1 minute .3.
Oh, he won't be happy with that. That's a couple of seconds off his best. Nobody's pulling their fastest times on the first run here today. Things are still a little bit too damp. We've got Sean Stingers and his little Mark II Escort. Nice and tidy. Nice to see him out here this weekend with his whole family.
Looking rather quick there. Sean's going to stop the clock at a 104.53.
Yeah, no, they're all a few seconds off the pace this morning.
That's it.
Things aren't quite as good as they could be.
As we see Trevor Pyatt now in his 929 coupe making his way into the hairpin.
Certainly looks like the top of the track's showing quite a few dry spots now. Come on, Trevor, he's wrestling this 929 around. It's got a V8 in the thing. Another one of these cars that's not all it seems.
It's done a minute .8 there. We've got another rotor on screen now. Another RX-7 of Rob Butler now.
Up a little bit.
Rob Butler's just going to the finish line now, and he's going to stop the clock there at a time of 104.59 for the RX-7.
That's car 132.
I think we've got 134 on screen. I reckon it's Damien Wilson we have on screen now in the S13 Sylvia. His way around the hairpin rather nicely there. Damien's been campaigning this car for many years as well. Going to do a 103.27. As we see Matt Evans in his Holden Commodore now making his way to the top. Pretty serious bit of gear this Commodore. It's not your standard car either.
Sponsored, of course, by Homestyle Bakery right here in Mount Gambier.
Matt's going to stop the clock there at a 102.12.
We're watching or looking for Norm Goodall at the moment, who's travelling up there in his 1977 Porsche 911 SC. He's been campaigning this thing for many, many years. One of our senior statesmen in the field. There's a lot of those people, a lot of people well over the 60 mark.
Yeah, it's a very nice looking car, this one. One of my favourite shapes, 911s, these ones.
Absolutely they are. It's all well stripped out in a roll cage and got a bit of fruit in it. It certainly gets up and goes. He stopped the clock at a 103.5.
Should be seeing David Munn now in the RX-8 making his way up the mountain. Now this isn't rotor powered, I found out yesterday. It's got a barrow jammed in it.
Yeah, I had a look under the bonnet of it yesterday because we were thinking it was a rotary, but however, he lifted the bonnet for me and revealed how they had shoehorned this barra motor, believe it or not, into the front of this car. It's a pretty full engine bay, I'll tell you.
Was it a turbo barra or just a stock?
I'm not too sure.
A minute 11.92 there for David Munn.
We've got Dave Byam, another one of the Byam family, in the BMW E36.
I think they're all running BMWs this weekend.
I think that's just a Byam thing. I haven't seen any of the Byams not in anything but a BMW, really.
Bob sometimes campaigns his Armstrong Siddeley up here. The old,
Yes.
the old machine.
Yes, we haven't seen that one here for a couple of 3 years. They do struggle a little bit, these old veteran cars. But Dave's going to stop the clock at a 1:15.03.
Seeing Kylie Howard now taking off for
It's Mick. No, this is Mick O'Goon driving. They're sharing the car this weekend. Mick's done a lot of work on this thing to feed a lot more horsepower to it. And they're still having a bit of coming to grips with handling all the ponies under there.
Dylan Young now in the Pulsar, just going over the finish line.
Oh, we seem to be missing a...
Stop the clock at a 104.72.
Who's missing here? We're missing Anthony Norris. I think he was a little bit reluctant to take his Nissan out in the wet this morning. So he's left it parked up for the moment. Oh, Mick's putting on a show up the top. Getting a bit smoky sideways.
He's got to look after that car. Kylie wants to keep racing for the rest of the day.
That's right. He's managed to wrestle it over the line.
59.98 there for Mick. It's good to see him having a nice smooth weekend without car issues.
Yes, he's quite relaxed this weekend.
Just enjoy himself.
I think his Black Beast has frustrated him to just about half to death for the last couple of years. He comes out with grand expectations and nothing seems to all just click together like it should. No one likes coming to racetracks to work on cars.
No, Martin Farkas just crosses the line then in his BMW at a 57.54. Seen a couple of sub-minute times now.
Yeah, it's quite a little weapon. We had a bit of a pit walk with Hayden McMahon yesterday. Had a bit of a guided tour under the bonnet and he's got a bit crammed in there, airboxes and so forth. The thing's got some serious mumbo.
Jason Sims now just making his way around the hairpin.
Oh, that was a big long drag on the handbrake. Get it come around. There's Jason. He's been club member here for decades and sharing this car with the young lad.
He was even been part of the local car track named after him, Sims's Pond. 103.22 there for Simsy. There's a Mark Povey car now in the stanza.
This, of course, has been the in-car has been organised by Bosch Motorsport Australia. We've got a couple of the guys up from Melbourne.
Povey's across the line in a 101.58.
Good to see he's finally got this thing sorted out. This is a new car for him, or a new build on an old car, but the previous one got a little bit rearranged in a rally accident some time ago. So he's spent a fair bit of time getting this one rebuilt and freshened up. We're watching Michelle Wegner driving one of Lonsdale finest, of course the Magna, that happened to turn 40 the other week. A whole lot of us went down to Tonsley Park and celebrated the Magna's 40th birthday. What a grand day that was.
Done a 1 minute 11.9. Had a 40th birthday for the Magna, did they?
Absolutely, and it was there was 150 odd Magnas all parked on that same area where they were born. It was at the end of the assembly line, or what used to be the old assembly line, that area, and all those cars were parked up there. So it was just like a bit of a home time reunion for all of them. We had a lot of people turn up.
I thought it had all been turned into units there and apartments.
No, there's a lot of units in there, all run by various businesses.
Yep.
It was pointed out during one of the speeches that there was actually more people working there at Tonsley Park now than there was when they were making cars. Now, there was 3,000 people working down there at Tonsley Park, so that's quite an amazing achievement. They've really done a heck of a lot of development work down there, and a lot of business are operating out of there, and they've really made it quite the facility.
Oh, there you go.
Plus there's a whole lot of units, as you say, out the back for accommodation units, so it's quite a metropolis there.
Yep. And we're looking at Michelle Krivkov now, making her way across the line in the Subaru. Going to stop the clock there at a 56.20.
So of course there's...
that was Michael, sorry, Krivkov. I only saw half the name on the screen.
Now, a bit of a shout out. We've only got a few cars to go here. The buses will be heading down the hill in just a mere couple of minutes here. So if you want to come down and enjoy the fun of the fair down this end of town, we do have a bit of catering down here, as they do upstairs, of course. Please support our caterers, those people upstairs.
Yeah, it's the BMX club are putting on the barbecue upstairs at the moment.
Yeah,
so please get in and support those guys. Just another local club.
Fantastic.
They're a bit of a fundraiser for those guys, so they appreciate all the help they can get. As we just saw Zachary Byam cross the line there at a 110.8.
And we've just had Mark Lacey in his little laser heading off the line. There's a little bit of a muddle up with his car numbers, so he doesn't appear in the program under the correct number at the moment. But a bit of a misunderstanding with allocation of numbers the other day, apparently. So he's been slipped in there.
And Emma Brumman just crossed the line, sorry, at a 101.68 in the Subaru.
Now we've got the doctor on the line, Andrew Booker. He's our first responder, and he's been out of a job all weekend, which is great to see.
That's right, you don't want him working.
No, it's just the same as an ambulance. We don't want to see them busy either. It's never a good thing, and although we've had a couple of incidences over the weekend, there's been nothing involved. All minor stuff. It's no personal injury involved. It's all a good thing.
Mark Lacey done a 106.97 there.
We've even managed to dodge the wildlife here, and everyone's happy. So
that's it.
Yeah, we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back very shortly with more of the action. That was the end of run.
Yeah,
6. We're in the run 6.
Now's a good time to support our food vendors if you are hungry and want some breakfast.
So we'll get some updated outright times, and we'll give you all a bit of an update and before we kick off on run number 7 for the weekend.
Yeah, the doctor's just done a 104.58.
He's having a good time.
That's it. All right, we'll be back with you shortly.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Getting there. I just had a few issues with this thing, so solution.
Right, so we're back underway here at the 20th running of the Trident Tyres Legends of the Lakes. We've got Joshua Amoroso on screen now, making his way around the hairpin in the Civic. Josh just sending it over the line at a 1:07.89. I think that's his personal best for the weekend, and smashes his rival Big Willie by about 3 seconds. As we look at the little XL now of Nick Burns making his way around the hairpin and over to the finish line. Nick's going to stop the clock there at a 1:05.36. Just looking back at the replay there of Nick Burns getting a bit loose up there in the hairpin. As we look at Jordan Burt now in the little Pulsar. Pulsar's going to cross the line there. Stop the clock there at a time of 1:06.84 for Jordan Burt. Just a small delay here at the start line at the moment. Please do get around and support our food vendors here this weekend. Up the top we got the Blue Lake BMX Club doing a barbecue. Had a bacon egg roll for breakfast. It was rather delicious, so if that's what you're looking for, go see those guys at the top. Down the bottom we've got a few options here. We've got a burger joint and the Lions Club, donuts and ice creams. And we've got Joanne's Espresso over in the pit here. Back on track now, we've got Ben Trelaw making his way to the top of the mountain in his STI Subaru. Ben's going to cross the line there at a time of 1:01. Just been joined in commentary by Hayden.
Okay. Thanks for having me, Sam. I think Graham's going to go for a walk with Dylan and maybe even do an interview in the paddock, which will be a bit of fun.
Oh, yeah. Changing roles.
Now, I've had my first runner this morning and it was greasy, would be the word for it.
Yeah, the start line looked greasy for everyone taking off here. A lot of wheel spin.
I think it's starting to come good, and this is probably going to be the best weather we're going to get right now, is my bet. I don't want it to be true, but I don't think we're all going to get to see the 30 degrees, perfect, cloud-free running that we want.
No, definitely not today.
So this is the time for our guys and girls to have a proper crack at it, I reckon, Sam.
That's it. If we're going to see a record, it's going to be now or never, pretty well.
Now, I did see Mr. Dan Day running around with some nice looking new tyres, and I saw the Ample Auto car sitting over there with no wheels on it. I think they're just sort of figuring out what everyone else is going to do, what the weather's going to do, We're just going to take a quick break while we've got a little bit of a pause on the track. I think this is a drone shot thanks to the South Australian Hotel. Brendan Fleming on track at the moment here, running one of our Hyundai XLs. So, like I said, the track is starting to look pretty okay actually. I think this is heading into some of the best running we've seen all weekend now. Fleming running in the improved production up to 2 litre class. We can see him making his way up through the top of the hill. See some pretty serious speed up through this section of track. One of the fastest hill climbs. Oh, a bit of a lock up there from Fleming. And it's a common mistake, Sam, going into the bus stop. I think it's been talking to a few drivers this week, and I reckon we've got a habit of going in there a bit too hot and a bit too keen.
Yeah, they do. You'll quite often see a tyre lock up there.
Kind of puts you a bit offline for the later part of the corner, but Fleming's not done a bad job there. That'll be a 1:12.22. Going to go to our Clutch Life Media replay here. This is Fleming in the XL. Big front right lock up, bit of sideways action over the pothole, and he holds on. So Tim Adams on track here as well. Tim running the Skyline. I noticed yesterday the wing disappeared. I'm like, mate, where'd your wing go? And he's like, oh, I reckon it might be causing some damage to the back of my car. So I've taken that one off Paul's place. So I'm like, oh, okay. Probably be a bit careful about how you attack the fast bit without it. Timothy Adams there with 1 minute and 0.86 across the line in the R32 Skyline. Seeing Chris Burns now in the Datsun 260Z. Now, I'm a Z guy. I'm a long-term Z guy. How good is it to still have a big Nissan Z running around here, Sam?
Yeah, they're good. They're a nice looking car. Love them.
It's a bit less extreme than Kevin Mackerel's variation of it. Kevin, absolutely iconic part of Legends history as well, in his big purple Viagra 260Z. So Chris Burns in the Datsun there as a 108.28.
Yeah, it is a shame not seeing Kevin here this weekend. Would have been good, but obviously had other plans.
Yeah, that's an individual that's proved pretty much everything there is to prove in motorsport. Incredibly talented person is Kev Mackerel. Now we've got Bob Byam at the BMW E30 on track at the moment. Improved production up to 2 litre class. Nice looking little build, this one. So Bob in the E30 is heading up towards the top now with a 1:17.1. And we did have a couple of small issues throughout the weekend, haven't we, Sam? We've had there's a bit of an RX-8, had a bit of a moment. We've had the Saliki yesterday had a bit of a moment. He's still out there running.
Yeah, the Audi as well.
Yeah, Ollie Taylor.
Yeah.
I was funny actually with Ollie. I was having a chat to him at the top of the hill. He got out of his car after that run, and he just like bolted from the Portaloos up the top there. And I didn't really think anything of it. And he came back later with his phone, and he's like, "Oh, check this out." And it was scary. 170 kilometres an hour, brakes locked up, and really pushed him into the embankment. That big Audi RS3 we'll see later of Ollie Taylor. He's running somewhere around car 85. So, yeah, no, he got away with that pretty light, all things considered.
Yeah, Daniel Burns just crossed the line there at a 1:18.09 in the Toyota Siora.
We've got Luke Day. Andy Burt, yes, in the R31 sedan. Got a couple of R31 Skylines here today. So Andy running in the improved production 2 litre to 4 litre class. Big sideways moment there for the Skyline. Not bad, Mr. Andy Bird. Oh, and a bit of a smoky one across the finish line. Very nice.
That was a 1:04.84 for Andy.
Speaking of our other Skyline, this will be Luke Day now in the R31 wagon.
Yeah, this thing boogies, this wagon. Yeah, definitely busts out some pretty impressive times with this, mostly sub-minute times, so see what he can do here. I think he's on track again for another sub-minute. He's going to do a 57.7 there for Luke Day in the station wagon. As we see Neil Jamison now taking his Mark II Escort up the top of the mountain. Very nicely put together car, this one. Great rally campaign of these cars in the 70s and 80s.
Definitely the car to have. Got a bit of a Clutch Life media replay here. Awesome to have the Clutch Life team on board for our live stream. It is a difficult thing putting together a motorsport live stream. I was talking to someone last night. I'm like, we should stop using the word live stream. We should use the word motorsport broadcast, because that's what we're actually trying to do here. It's really, really hard to get together this level of quality, and the Clutch Life guys nail it every single year. So James McGuff in the Holden Commodore Ute, running up there now. Now James will stop the clock with a 106.0.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job, Clutch Life here. It's quite a difficult track to actually set up cameras and wiring for, obviously, with the elevation change and stuff. Like they do a really good job.
Yeah, it's long, it's steep. You got to run cables. It's it's also a road, right? Like, we only close the road for a pretty short amount of time to be able to run the event. So there's not a lot of pre-setup they can do. They've just got to rock up and just go.
Done.
Yeah.
And just with all the trees and stuff, it's hard to do even Wi-Fi links and that. So a lot of it is physical cables and a lot of hard work.
Yeah, people walking backwards up a hill with a big reel of blue cable.
Yep.
Not something I'd recommend. So Aaron Thompson chucking the Mitsubishi Magna into the bus stop there. Fantastic. I saw Chris Clayson had a quick run in his Magna earlier today.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. It was lovely to see.
Yeah, good.
Massive tyre spin off the start line, which was he would have loved that. So great to see Chris out having a crack. So Aaron Thompson in his Magna, 102.6 there.
Very nice.
Carl Ward in the Datsun Sunny. Now, just looking at the attitude of this car on these cameras is looking pretty aggressive. Like I said, I reckon the track's coming into the best we've seen it this weekend. And one of those, this is your chance type of laps. It's kind of what Hillclimb's all about. You don't get a million opportunities to set a fast time. Looking pretty tidy there from Carl Ward in the Leighton House liveried Datsun Sunny. So Ward has done a 102.04. Now, I'm pretty curious about what he's managed to do previously, because that seems quick to me.
Good morning, everybody. It's my turn to do the pit walk this morning. Me and Hayden have swapped spots, and he's sitting in the commentary box this morning. I'm standing here with none other than my favourite crazy Croatian, Damien Malazani, who's currently way ahead out of the two-wheel drives. He's also sitting in about 7th outright at the moment, and he's looking hot to trot for a 53 second or better. And how are you feeling about all that?
Yeah, no, we should be all right this weekend if we get a bit of heat in the track, and I'd like a 52, not a 53, so we'll see how we go.
We are trying to be realistic here, Damo. The conditions aren't totally conducive for a 52, but you've got to be happy with a 53, and it's going to certainly get you a bit of the silverware. What else have you got up your sleeve here?
What was that?
What else have you got up your sleeve?
Oh, we'll see how we go. You want something?
Yeah, not much. So tell us what you got under here.
We've got a bit of a chook cooker here. It's a 13B turbo. It's running about 335 kilowatts, the rear wheels. The motor's almost 15 years old, so she comes out after Lakes Hillclimb and gets a bit of a rebirth. I've got a Samsona sequential, aluminium tail shaft, and a two-way hip, so it's a bit of a weapon.
Your sponsor for today, Mr. Opal Man himself.
We've got Precious Opals.
He's sitting there. Precious
He's
Opals.
hiding from us here.
He's hiding over behind us here.
But it's a pretty well-developed car now, so.
And I'm happy. I've actually had a little bit to do with making up a few suspension bushes for him, so I can claim some sort of ownership over it. So
Definitely.
it's nicely sorted out little RX-7. Been here for how many years you've been running it here now?
And this is my 9th year in this car, but 12 years coming up here, so.
So never been up here in anything other than a rotary, of course. So total absolute rotor head. Okay, he's got a rotor inside this head. So anyway, we're going to get back onto the action. Just going to keep it short and brief. Thanks for the little chat, Damo.
Thank you.
And
all right, have a good weekend.
Good on you, Evie. Thank you. Back to you.
Cheers.
And massive thank you to Graham for that interview with Damien Malazani. Fastest rear-wheel drive we've had here so far this weekend. He's ran a 54.42 ahead of some familiar names of Anthony Norris and Robert Vanderkamp as some of our other quickest two-wheel drive cars. Tony Wallace is on the track at the moment. He's Mini Cooper. That's a 1 minute 0.62 from Wallace. Sitting on the start line here now. We are looking at James Crimson's Ford Futura XY. It's just heading up the hill. On the screen we're looking at Steve Goss in the Puma Clubman. 2005 build Clubman. They've been making these cars since probably around the 70s or so. Normally under 2 litre engine, really basic sort of purpose-built sports car chassis. Super lightweight. Hell of a lot of fun, actually, these Clubman cars. Have enjoyed a ride in one of those, and it's a bit of an unforgettable experience. So Steve Goss in the Clubman does a 108.8.
As Crimson now takes the big XY Falcon up the hill. A lot of car to muscle around the hairpin there.
Yeah, it's definitely not the most light, nimble sort of sporty car, the first thing you might think of, but they can hook up and go all right.
Oh, definitely. A 107.07. They were the fastest Ford all production car in the world for a long time there.
Yep, a title well earned in a pretty much golden era of performance cars as well. William Davis heading around at the moment now in the Escort Twin Cam. This car's been pretty well pushed throughout the weekend. William's done a really good job on this car. I think it's a bit of a recent build.
Yeah, it's beautifully presented. I had a look at it yesterday. Done very well.
Awesome. Well driven too. That's a 107.37 from William Davis in our little green Escort. Chasing him up the hill, Steve Haverup. Talk about cars that probably are punching a bit above their weight. This guy is always making a conversation for the classic Tirana. This LJ has been running pretty well so far this weekend, looking pretty fast. And Steve Havrelak, getting pretty close to those barriers out on the outside there, but that will be a 101.02.
We've got Neil Ottaway now on screen. Well, should be very shortly. In his XY as well. One owner car. Had that since new. Met up with Robbie Vanderkamp 30 odd years ago at a boat ramp and got chatting, and they said let's go racing, and they haven't stopped since.
That's a cracker of a story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like it's every year you come to Legends and you see Neil and you see Rob and you see Steve, and they've got these big Falcons just parked next to each other in the pits looking $1 million. Neil Oatway out there at the moment. We can see Rob Vanderkamp on the start line. And the cars just look like it's like a Hot Wheels picture. Because you just don't see these type of cars in this type of environment at all. Let alone 3 of them. And let alone any of them as nasty as Rob Vanderkamp's. He's
just insane.
Absolutely awesome.
Neil's done a 109.2.
Now we're looking at, this would be Grant Stevenson having a pretty hot little run through the bus stop there.
Another Mark 1 Escort.
Still a fantastic chassis for this type of thing. So Stevenson heading towards the hill. That'll be a 108.1, and we go straight to Rob Vanderkamp. He's caught him up a fair bit. The big yellow Falcon is not something you actually want to see getting released behind you. Well, that's a handbrake turn. That was a handbrake turn, Sam.
Very impressive.
We are seeing it all this weekend. I've seen a Porsche Cup car do a handbrake turn. I've seen the SJ1000 do a Cup handbrake turn. Now I've seen Rob Vanderkamp have a crack. That's going to be a 56.39.
I reckon that car's the best sounding car going up the hill.
Oh, easily. It's got to be a fan favourite. Check this out. Chucks it in and just skirt.
Around about 600 horsepower or something, they reckon that car's got.
Yeah, it's pretty well bolted together as well. Really well set up. Rob does a lot of racing. He has a couple of these big Falcons, but also a supercar. I believe he's got like a BF V8 supercar that he does a bit of running around with as well.
Oh, nice. Seen Aidan Brand now making his way out of the hairpin towards the finish line in one of the little XLs.
Yeah, so
that'd be quite impressive time for that car.
That's a 101.74 for Aidan. So he's been the quickest of our Circuit XL brigade this weekend. That is up there with the quickest time I've seen from any of them. Now I think his brother, I believe it's his brother Corey, following him now. Bit of a skirt from the XL, dragging that inside wheel around. These cars are really interesting. I had a sit in Nathan Green's yesterday, and you are literally on the floor in a Circuit XL. 102.2 for Corey Brown, only half a second between them.
Yeah, not much in them there.
That's what we want to see from the spec cars. Bailey Perryman having a crack in his Circuit XL now. We do have about 6 of these things here this weekend. We've got that Bosch onboard camera happening as well. Massive thanks to Bosch Motorsport. As Roger Vogelsang's Hyundai XL we're going to watch. Look at Bailey's lifting that rear wheel. And Bailey Perryman heading up towards the top. He's looking really racy here. This is going to be pretty fast. So that's a 102.33 from Bailey Perryman.
It's good. They're all within half a second or a second of each other there.
Yeah, it's looking really good. Roger Vogelsang. We can see him in the mirror with the race face on. That's some brilliant camera placement from our Clutch Life guys. Looking really, really neat through there with Roger Vogelsang. He's going to have to pull something out to be in the conversation with these other boys. So these Circuit XLs having a good go. That's going to be a 103.80 for Roger Vogelsang.
Looking at Zachary Vogelsang now in his XL as well, making his way around the hairpin. He's going to shoot it over the finish line there and stop the clock at a time of 105.8 for Zachary Vogelsang there.
Waiting for you to start warming up.
We've got the Ashley Blanchard entry on screen now, the Focus.
I did mention earlier some people that had a bit of a moment throughout the weekend. Blanchard is in that conversation. Probably wouldn't love me bringing it up, but I think we've all seen the video, haven't we, Sam?
Yeah, it was a bit of an incident.
Now,
Damien. So Blanchard stops the clock there at a 101.64. We're looking at Damien Brand now, making his way around the hairpin.
oh, that's pretty keen on the handbrake. He's lost a bit of mojo with that. He just didn't quite get the grip out at the time you need it, but it's still looking pretty fast for Damien Brand. The mighty STI of 53.5. Welcome back, Damien Brand.
He'll be happy with that.
He will, and with that over rotation on the hairpin, we'll watch this here on the bus stop on our replay thanks to Clutch Life Media. So normally with Brandy you'll see him time this perfectly and power out. Bit of an over rotation, I reckon there's half a second in that.
Yeah.
I think this is, we might see a 52 out of Damien Brand before the end of the day if we have some good weather. So Brenton Byfield having a crack now, Sam.
Yeah. Damien's car's brand new to him this weekend. He's only done a few other little events in it. He's only just finished building it. Last year he was running 52s in his old car, and this new car's got double the horsepower. So once he gets a feel for it, he'll be definitely up there in the pointy end of it.
Yeah, he's definitely one to watch pretty closely. So Byfield there with a 56.34. Everybody in the paddock is rooting for Damien Brand to just nail a really hot lap, but that is a lot of car to learn.
Oh yeah, I had a bit of a look at it yesterday afternoon in the pit, and he's done a magnificent job of that vehicle. It's hasn't missed anything on it. Everything's perfect. Running the same power plant as the SJ1000, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Just a lot less aero, obviously.
Yeah, 57.88 from Gav Farley, and Brandy's car, that's a 10-year passion project.
Oh,
and
it's beautiful though.
Every bracket, every bolt, every nut he's looked at 3 times, redone 5 times, you know.
Yeah. I'd be afraid to drive it, to be honest.
Me too. I did ask the question that's on everyone's mind. What did it cost you? And he's a bit funny about it. Would I get a good house in Mount Gambier?
Oh yeah, probably get 2 good houses.
Probably a good house in Mount Gambier. So Mirko Gerbic, we just saw launch in front of us. On track at the moment, we've got Ivan Folgera, and on our Bosch Motorsport onboard camera lining up at the moment, we've got David Harris in the Subaru WRX. So Folgera, just the last corner to navigate here in the white WRX hatch. So he's looking pretty racy here. That'll be a 59.2 for Ivan Folgera. That's a good time for that car.
Very nice time.
We'll go with David Harris, and I'm going to try to commentate this lap for us as we go. Let's go on board with the sequential gearbox Hannaford Seeds entry Subaru WRX of David Harris. Alright, waiting for the green light here. Now obviously at a hill climb, this particular event, when the green light comes on, you don't actually have to go. No one is telling you have to go immediately, but your green light is your trigger to start getting ready to launch. Not
sure what's happened to Mirko Gerbic.
Yeah, that's a lot longer than we'd expect to see from Mirko. Oh, it looks like he has had a bit of an issue.
He was second outright yesterday, after yesterday's running.
So you can see the big Evo just coasting up the hill.
It's not a good sign.
Doesn't look to be missing any of its extra bits. Wait to see if we can see the rear of this car.
Hopefully he hasn't hit nothing.
Nah, there's nothing obvious there, is there?
Might be mechanical issues, or maybe he just had a bad run and just pulled out.
Pulled the pin, potentially. So not a quick one from Mirko Gerbic. That'll be a 129.4. Back on board with David Harris. Green lights on. We can hear him launching this. So about 5,000 or 6,000 RPM by the look of the thing. Bang second gear, bang third gear. He'll be chucking it in here and trying to hold it pretty much flat through all of these first few corners. There'll be a big lift here as he ducks into the dip, and on the brakes chucks it in. Big chicane up through here in between the Armco. He'll be wanting to be as close as he possibly can with both sides. Looks pretty tidy here. He'll grab fourth. You can see him reaching for the paddles there. up the hill goes David Harris, 145, 150 k's an hour showing on his speedo. We've got split screen here, this is looking pretty cool. Nice and tight on the bollards. Harris is a pretty handy driver, this is a pretty serious car. Chucks it into the bus stop, down into second. So some drivers will use first for that corner, Harris uses second. Car's got the power, lifts it out very nicely there. Looking pretty tidy here from David Harris. So the big Subaru WRX is going to cross the line with a 56.46. And Harris has done a pretty good job there, Sam.
Yeah, impressive. Very, very good. Great in-car footage there from Bosch Motorsport Australia.
Absolutely, absolutely. So about a second off his best there was David Harris, but still a really, really solid lap and a great thing to ride along with, thanks to, as you say, Bosch Motorsport Australia. We got Hitchcock on the screen at the moment.
Gives you a different feel to actually appreciate the speed that these guys are going up the hill at when you're in car there with it. Shows you how quick they really are going.
Yeah, it feels very different. Very different. So Patrick Hitchcock did 58.89. We're seeing Dougie Johnson, Ample Auto. A couple of sneaky drops of rain are starting to show. But Doug Johnson, I don't think that's going to affect him. It's not actually raining just yet. This might be one of the last proper clean runs we get. So Doug Johnson is on track and having a go.
Peter Holst as well, just making his way now to the finish line in the Volkswagen.
That's a 58.6 for Holst, which is pretty well on tune with how quick he's been. Dougie's looking aggressive here.
Yeah, he's got a bit to prove. He's a Friday outright winner.
Really neat and tidy from Doug Johnson into the bus stop. Every millimetre of the circuit at use there. The Ample Auto GCA, it's looking pretty well wired. Doug Johnson absolutely onto it here. What do we got? That's a 53.67. It's not quite where he wants to be, Sam.
Not quite there, but it's still a very impressive time nevertheless.
Oh, I'd take it any day. No doubt about that.
We got Mr. Frank Kelly now making his way to the top of the mountain, doing a bit of a media run. This guy definitely knows how to put a show on for the crowd.
Yeah, what an absolute gentleman is Frank Kelly. Humble guy, fun guy, out here just enjoying motorsport for the love of it, really, and bringing people along for the ride for something they'll never forget. How cool is that? Like, goodness me, that is absolutely awesome from the escort of Frank Kelly, the Irishman. Awesome to have him back here after 7 years since he was here last time.
Yeah, done 1 minute 0.5. Apparently later on in the day he's going to have a proper attempt at a decent time rather than just spinning the wheels everywhere.
Oh, he's going to take the dirt tyres off, is he?
I'm not sure. Got Tanya Langcake now making her way to the top of the mountain in her GC8 WRX. Been campaigning here for the last few years as well. Always does pretty decent times. I think she's won women's outright before here.
Yeah, always in the conversation for the fastest lady on the day is Tanya Langcake.
I think she's got a pretty serious car there too.
It's a pretty good builder, so S&J have had a fair bit to do with that one. I have seen that one driven by Dan Day as a bit of a shakedown as well.
Yep.
And it is a pretty serious little car. Tanya does a really good job of steering this one. Look at her, she's well and truly into it. So Tanya Langcake up the top will be a 1 minute 0.38 from Langcake there. So yeah, she will be in the conversation for fastest lady. We do have trophies here for fastest lady, fastest junior, along with class trophies and outrights. It is actually a pretty hard thing to take home the trophy here at Legends because it's a very high level of competition.
Oh, definitely.
Now, we've got Russell McKenzie on the track at the moment in the Baby Godzilla. And if you can hear something coming from our commentaries here, it is Dan Day in the SJ1000 lining up. I'll let you call this one, Sam. We'll see how Dan goes.
Yep, she's a... So Dan's just taken off on the line now. Nice start there by Dan. Just seeing the Mackenzie entry now making its way out of the hairpin as Dan powers up the hill. Oh, lifts the back wheel there. And Evo.
Yeah, that's Martin Radford. He's having a pretty solid crack there. That'll be a 58.8 from Martin. And now we pick up a South Aussie Hotel drone shot of Dan Day.
Absolutely flying up the mountain there. This drone shot's brilliant by the South Aussie. Is he going to go for the handbrake? He's hit a bollard.
He's brought it with him for a drive.
Unfortunately, that's just going to bugger his time there. There'll be an extra 5 seconds. So we'll see what he would have ran, though. He would have had a 49.23. Very good time.
The car is looking slippery this weekend, isn't it? The SJ it's looking like a real handful.
Yeah, there'll be a 104, not a 104, sorry, a 54.23 with corrected time for the bollard.
Yeah, it's
5 second penalty for hitting any course barriers.
The way that car just transitions under load is really incredible.
Looks like we've got something going a little bit slow up the hill, maybe a problem there. Is that a bit of smoke in the background?
Oh, possibly a bit of dust.
That's rain on the lens.
Maybe a red flag for Dan's bollard, I'd imagine. We might get that one out of the way. Not many people can say that they got red flag because of Dan Day's error. Like, that guy does not put a foot wrong. So, but the handbrake turns they're difficult. They're difficult. Really makes you realise how capable someone like Brandy, who does this regularly, and some of the guys in the smaller cars, some of the guys that might not be towards the top of the timesheet necessarily, but that are screaming out every millimetre, every millisecond, really makes you appreciate how hard they're pushing when you see people of the calibre of Dan Day try to pull off a similar thing and not quite be able to get it done.
Damien Brand's definitely got that down packed in his old car last year. Like,
it's poetry.
Yeah, it is. It really is poetry watching him go around that. He's king of the hairpin, I would say. So Ronald Rutt in the Commodore, he'll get a rerun and come back down the hill for his rerun due to the bollard incident. So we're just holding the line for a little minute here.
Car 55 that we can see on our screen at the moment. Now this will be Derek White in the Subaru Liberty GT.
Yeah, very nice looking car, this one.
Well presented car. The Liberties and Legacies, they don't necessarily get the attention of the WRXs, but they're actually a really, really good platform, mate. Oh, there is a...
Maybe there was an incident further downfield that we didn't see.
Oh. So we can see Derek White in the Subaru, neatly through the bus stop there. And heading up towards the top now. So Derek White will be stopping the clock with a 57.69 in the Subaru Liberty GT. Quite a bit quicker than a lot of the WRXs here today, it really must be said.
Yeah, very good time there. Just send the recovery crew out. We've just noticed a pencil bollard on the track, so they're trying to sort that out. We're assuming it was that Commodore that we thought was getting a rerun due to Dan's bollard, but it appears that he might have had an incident that we didn't catch on camera, unfortunately.
Yeah, where that bollard is, hitting that, you are well and truly 150 sort of k's an hour plus. Like, that's not somewhere where you want to hear a big thonk. They've got a really charismatic, characteristic noise to those bollards. It is a thonk.
You can see now on screen there's a bit of dirt and debris on the field, so on the course, so he's obviously...
That's a scary moment.
Yeah, gone up the barrier there a little bit, up into the dirt.
Wow.
So they'll just blow down the track here and we'll be back underway very shortly.
Two bits of one. No, just the one. Okay. Yep.
We are back underway here, so our little bollard has been replaced back where he lives, and we are back underway and racing. And I warned that we might not get a full dry run in, and I have written the fate for myself and everybody else here that didn't get a dry run so far this weekend. It is starting to drizzle down again. Thomas Inkster, we just saw launch off the start line. We've got Jeff Welsh on the track at the moment.
The mighty Holden Pred Special. Now on the start line here for a one only appearance for this weekend, we've got 7-time winner Peter Gazzard. Now they had some variety club function here last night, and they auctioned off one ride with the famous Peter Gazzard. So there's a fella in this passenger seat called Malcolm. He's forked out $5,000 for the privilege of going for a block up there. Off he goes.
It's an investment. It's a once in a lifetime thing. Peter Gazzard, puts the legend in Legend of the Lakes. The man who mapped out the track. He was there the day they first ran here.
He did the first run up here for the council and the police as a demonstration, working together with, of course, Lionel Stingers. Sorry, I'm puffing a little bit. I've just had to run up here.
You're good, Graham. You're good. We'll work through it. But no, Gazzard. The reason we have the bus stop is I think that Evo went up this hill, and someone went, "Hang on a minute, if these things don't stop, we're going to end up in the caravan park."
Someone's going to die here. We need to put a chicane in. So here we are. We have the bus stop. Gazzard, lovely little handbrake around there, just like the good old days. And that's, of course, where Gazzard really had a big advantage, was getting in and out of that bus stop as quick as. Lovely wand work. And he's ripped it over the finish line, and he's not too far off his old pace. He's 1 minute .18.
On his first run in the wet, And he hasn't driven that car here for a while either.
No, he was
Not
up
properly.
here. He was up here on Thursday and
Okay.
had a run or two. So
It's nice to see that Evo still kicking around.
it is. I do keep working on him every time I see him, and one day we're hopeful that we will see Peter Gazzard officially back on the entry list. Of course, as we all get older and priorities change and family commitments get in the way of things. He's had some good reasons for not being here for the last few years, and but hopefully his priorities will change and we'll see him back here.
It would be awesome to see that car really dialed.
Yep.
You know, and Peter really dialed back in as well. Definitely an icon of the event. Massive thanks to Peter Gazzard for doing that for the Variety Bash. And here we go, Sean Day's on the handbrake again. Oh, that was nice. Good job from Sean Day in the Porsche Cup car. All these guys trying to pick up Damien Brand's little tricks. It's awesome to watch.
Well, there's two schools of thought there. Some people drive around, some people like to use the handbrake. Personally, I like to use a handbrake because I'm a motor car kind of guy, and there's a lot of other. Oh, that was lovely on the replay. Probably could have followed it through and kicked it a little harder on the way out, but certainly landed it well.
I'm not even sure how he's doing it in that car, to be honest, with the gearbox that Porsche has.
It's something to do with the centre diff.
Very, very cool. Oh, bit of a moment there from Marcus Brand. I'm a handbrake guy.
So am I.
I do love a handbrake turn. I don't actually think it's any faster done by a mere mortal like me. I think you end up being a bit sideways, and it's really fun and it's really silly, and the crowd likes it. But unless you've got something pretty hot all drive and you know what you're doing, I think you probably do yourself more damage than good.
Or you're an old motor car hack, and there's a few of those in the field.
Yeah, and you can pick them because they do it like it's absolutely nothing.
Yep. So, I mean, I've been up here quite a few times, and I think, I'm going to try driving it this time. I'll try and drive it.
Just and you get to that cone, and you just can't stop yourself.
You just can't help yourself.
Yep.
It's just a bit of an automatic thing.
Yeah, you just... Oops, that's not the shifter, that's handbrake. I suppose I better pull it. Oops.
Of course, that's where Mackerel had the big problem, and Gazzard really had the advantage over him in the back of the bus stop there, because Mackerel could not pull a handbrake in there because of his drivetrain. It just didn't allow him to do it.
It's not what that car was built for. Charlie Evans on the track now. We just saw him launch. Lucas Byam is heading up towards the top of the hill in the BMW. Charlie, I gave him a bit of a rap earlier in the weekend saying this guy is properly fast as a junior, and he is. I'll stand by that. He's been seeing some incredible times, Charlie Evans, the big V8 Commodore. We'll see him in just a minute. So Lucas Byam in this BMW. Looking pretty neat and tidy, hitting all the marks there. So that'll be a 1:12.61 for Lucas. And here's Charlie in the V8 Commodore. We saw him at the Hillclimb Nationals at the Bend, where he was outpacing a lot of very, very serious drivers and cars. He's running what looks to be like an old Premier Hire supercar suit. That is pinpoint precision from Charlie Evans. That's how you drive. That's how you get up there quick. 57.6. That's fast. Excellent job, Charlie Evans in the Commodore. Another one of our juniors here. That is Raiden Radell.
Sam knows about this little Lancer. He had it buried out in the backyard for a while and wasn't doing anything with it, so Dylan managed to shoehorn it off him, and he's having a pretty good time this weekend. Good on you, Sam.
Yeah, it's watching Dylan Radell now make his way around the hairpin. Lifts the back a little, back wheel, leaving the hairpin there.
That's because that's what little front wheel drives tend to do. They've had quite a few lifting legs around that corner especially.
112 flat there for Dylan. Braden, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I've been calling him Dylan as well, so.
See one of the Sims entries here now, making his way around the hairpin.
Okay, now just a bit of a shout out to all those people sitting at the top especially. If you want to come down and have a wander around the pits and stand by the start line and watch the action from the other end of town, you need to get yourself towards one of the buses. They'll be heading off down in about 5 minutes. So without having to rush, get yourself organised. Come on down once you're in here. Grab yourself something to eat up the top there. We've got, who have we got? The BMX Club.
Yeah, Blue Lake BMX.
Blue Lake BMX Club. They're putting on the barbecue up the top there. Appreciate it if you give them your support.
Yeah, Henry Sims just ran over the line at a 105.7.
A bit like going to Bunnings, isn't it, for
sausage sizzle?
For a sausage sizzle.
Yeah, I had a bacon egg roll there this morning. It was rather good. Give me the energy for the rest of the day. As we see Craig Goss take the little Mini over the line at a 105.65.
Okay.
Looking down now at Harrison Bliss in the Subaru. Another one of our juniors. He's done a 1 minute .8. Very good time there. You see the Max Vittinen car now making his way around the hairpin. Got a 6-litre in this car apparently.
Tell you what, and he's an impressive performer behind the wheel. He knows how to steer these things. Hasn't been doing it for too long. He's not a seasoned veteran like a lot of people here are.
Like yourself?
I'm still not under a minute yet.
It's a 58.60.
That's for a big car like that. That's a stonker of a time.
Very nice. And we should be seeing Chloe Krivkov in her Subaru Impreza making her way up the mountain now.
I think that might be Dad's Subaru actually. They're sharing the car this weekend.
It's a nicely put together car, this one.
Well presented, nice and colourful. Nice looking wrap on it.
And Chloe's going to stop the clock there at a 104.91.
Got Graham Fenton in the meantime in the Nissan 180X. Just tipping it into the bus stop as we speak. Don't forget, if you want to come down here, now's the time to head for the buses. Who do we have off the line there? Was it Kylie?
Howard.
Kylie.
Graham Fenton's going to run the SX across the line at a time of 102.43.
Still got some time to make up to catch up his co-driver Adam Debiasi, of course.
Kylie pushing the big commie up the hill now.
It's probably because that Nissan's not actually Adam's, it's Graham's car. That's why Adam gets the fastest times. It's always quicker when you're driving someone else's car.
That's right, drive it like you stole it.
That's it.
Kylie, she's pushing the commie over the line, and it's going to stop the clock there at a 102.96. Not her fastest one for the weekend, but still a very good time.
No, she's good for a sub 1 minute.
Yeah. I think the women's trophy will probably either go to Kylie or Lane Cake.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule Tanya Landcake out. I saw her getting a little bit serious, getting new tyres on the Bandit Subaru this morning.
Yeah, she did a sub-minute time earlier too, so she's going pretty good.
Yeah, no, she's been campaigning that thing for a decade or more, and it just seems to be a bit of a work in progress, and is always being developed and seems to go a little bit quicker every time that we see it. So good work for her.
Sandra Braun just done a 102.4, so sniffing around the mark as well. We've got Michelle Wagner now.
No, that'd be Brendan.
Oh, is it?
Sorry, pull you up. Same car, of course, but...
Yep, I just thought they must have been doing the women's class at the moment, but...
No.
59 flat there for Brendan Wagner.
Just a couple of cars to go here now. We've got Bruce Hamilton on track at the moment. We've got Joshua Munn in the RX-8 just leaving the start line, and this car isn't all it seems. So they've managed to absolutely squeeze a barrow motor in under the bonnet of this thing.
RX-6, I think it is.
Sorry, it says RX-8 on my sheet.
I'm just saying that it's an XR6.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. I need to find out whether it's got a blower on it or not, or whether it's just naturally aspirated, but either way...
Probably a lot more ponies either way than what the RX-8 had originally.
Oh, my word, yes.
Bit heavier too, though. 1 minute point 2 for Bruce Hamilton.
Getting some good split screen with a bit of drone footage happening there. Dion and his crew are doing a fantastic job up there of managing all the cameras, the drone, and organising all the footage.
Josh Munn just on a 102.61 there.
And of course, Dion, Clutch Media, he's organises all the live stream here and really has a handle on the whole situation. Does a fantastic job of it.
Is that Chris Clayson?
That'd have to be Chris Clayson.
It's good to see him out having a run.
Riding on his own, sadly. I did have it organised to go for a ride with him, however that got knocked back because sadly that car doesn't have a roll cage. And rules are rules, and no cage, no passengers.
Done a 112.9 there.
Okay. He'd have to be happy with that.
Yeah.
Just to be behind the wheel, he's got to be happy. Yeah, he's been dealt some rotten cards in life just in recent times, and we got together and we've really given him a big shout out and a help out today, and it's great to see him down here and looking pretty happy about life and despite the challenges.
So yeah, we'll be back shortly. We're just going to send the buses down now, and we'll be back for run 2 for the Sunday session very shortly. Just before we go to break though, we'll shout out to a few of our sponsors. Obviously Trident Tyre Centre, naming sponsor of the hill climb for the last, be close to 10 years now at least. The City of Mount Gambier, Acorn Stairlifts, Adelaide General Plumbing, Adelaide Hills Conveyances, All Panels Classic Car Restoration, Ample Auto, ASP, Avis, Baker's Delight, Badnock's Deli, Bike Works, Billy Brand Wines, Blue Lake Cranes, Blue Lake Holiday Park, Bosch Motorsport, Bright Legal, CNR Motors Husqvarna, Cullen & Gazzard, CCM 4x4, and of course Clutch Life Media for putting on the live stream here this weekend. Don't forget to support our food vendors here. We've got the BMX Blue Lake BMX Club at the top of the mountain there doing a barbecue, and down the bottom here we've got the Lions Club. We've got a burger bus, we've got a ice cream truck, we've obviously got Joanne's Espresso for the coffee as well. Get around it and get a feed. Alright, we'll be back shortly.
We're just having a bit of a look at the drone feed at the moment. We're showing you the top car park, and it gets quite crowded up there at the end of the run. As you see, this is not something the spectators down the bottom ever are privy to seeing. But when you're up top and you're one of the first cars in the bracket, it's one of the more wonderful viewing spots, and you can see core just about half of the track from up there, and hear all the wonderful sounds of engines roaring, so it's a good thing. Just having a bit of a replay here of David Harris in-car camera with the Bosch Motorsport Australia onboard camera. Great to see these guys down here from Melbourne and supporting this event. We'll see them more over the course of the afternoon and possibly at presentations as well. So welcome to them, happy to have them on board. They've got some seriously good product, and just asked Dan Day what it means to him to have such a good braking system on board, along with a whole lot of other data collection and control systems. So now I'm going to tick off and leave you to it. We're going to have a very short break and we'll get things back underway as soon as we can. Thanks very much.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Just like your car, tyres need regular maintenance too. Tyres that aren't maintained will wear more rapidly, cause your vehicle to use more fuel and may compromise your braking and handling ability. For all your tyre and mechanical needs, call Trident Tyre Centres.
And here we go. I'm taking over the pit walk from young Hayden McMahon, who's busy playing race car driver at the moment. He's about to go for a wrap up the hill in his Subaru, and in the meantime I've got one of our most popular long-term local competitors here, none other than, needs a little introduction, young Damien Brand, and he's got his brand new Subaru out this weekend, and I'm going to get him to tell us all about it and a bit of history of the build. So over to you, Damien. How are you this morning?
Good, thanks. Yeah, yep, good. Nice when the weather's getting a bit better, but yeah.
Yeah,
yep.
well, it's Mount Gambier. You never know
That's
what
right.
you're going to get, but
Exactly.
things are starting to brighten up and times will start to tumble. So what are you aiming for today?
My goal here this weekend really is to try and match my other car's time. That's the first goal, pretty much, which was a 52.6. That's my goal. So the run I just did then was a 53.5, so it's getting closer. Yeah, we're slowly creeping up with it.
We see you getting the hang of the handbrake up in the bus
Sort
stop
of.
now.
I'm still not happy with it, but we're getting there.
We're getting close to the good old Damo of old.
Yeah.
Now let's have a bit of a close look at what we got under the bonnet here, because this is yes, something spectacular. Tell us all about it, Damien.
This thing, this is a 10-year build it's taken me. It's like there's nothing stock or original left on it. Everything's been modified. Everything's as nice as I can do it. Yeah.
Oh, it's not just nice, it's absolutely beautiful.
Some say it's the nicest car I've ever seen.
And I've had the pleasure of walking around underneath this car while it was up on the hoist down at S&J. No, I didn't have my camera out, but I just couldn't stop saying wow.
Might have needed your sunglasses, but
I did. There's a lot of nice powder coated, matching yellows and greens underneath. Everything's aftermarket. It's a beautiful piece of work. How many horsepower are you running in this thing at the moment?
At the moment, it's around 400 kilowatts. I think we've got to just under that so far. At max power, it's 480 kilowatts. If we turned it right up, we'll see how we go today as I get more confident.
And of course, this has got the same billet block in this is what we're seeing in Dan Day's car, made right here in Paraka by Crest CNC. Absolutely marvellous piece of work. And what heads are we running on this?
Crest heads as well, so crest block, crest heads.
Okay, are we running the cast heads or the cast heads?
Yep.
That's something that's been developed fairly recently. Seems to be a better proposition than the billet heads, and a lot easier to make. So they seem to be working pretty well. He's doing some great development work out there.
Yep.
What else you got? What else you got in here you want to tell us all about?
Pretty much everything. Yeah, like there's that, the motor setup, there's drivetrain,
gearbox.
There's the PPG 6-speed. It's pretty much the same, everything the same as that in a 100 kilo lighter chassis.
Okay.
Pretty well, so same billet, same sequential paddle shift, PPG gearbox.
Just a little less aero on yours than Dan's got on his. So.
Less aero, no Bosch ABS yet, but I think that's going to be on the to-do list.
Okay.
Because it's a bit unstable under brakes still. I'm learning, but I'm struggling a bit. But
bit scary?
Oh yeah, everyone's scaring me.
Yeah.
It's just scaring me a little less the more I do it.
Okay, you got to get a bit comfortable. More seat time, the quicker this guy's going to go. And hopefully we'll see him tapping on the door of a win down here at Mount Gambier at the Trident Tyre Legend of the Lakes Hillclimb. Anything else you want to tell us all about?
Oh, I don't know if you want to talk about history. We can talk about what I've done here. I've done every one of these events.
Yep.
This is the first time I've actually done it in this car. My other car I've done was the first time I drove on tarmac and in a Subaru was the first ever Legends of the Lakes, and I haven't missed one yet. So this is the first time driving this car.
Yeah. And not only does this bloke come out and compete, but he's here after the event to help clean up.
Yep, before and after.
I've seen him at the Australian Hill Climb Championship playing blockman, playing wheel chock man, and not just competing but officiating and really putting back into the sport. Absolutely fantastic. Of course, Billy Brand Wines is all behind all of this, so give him your full support. We've got Mr. Billy Brand just over here. There he is, the man himself. So, no worries. It's, anything else? That's about it. We'll wrap it up and we'll get back to the action on the track. Thanks very much.
Easy. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks for that, Damien and Graham there. Showing us that beautiful WRX there that Damien's put together. One of the nicest guys in the paddock you will meet, Damien is. Anyway, we're back on action on the screen with Oliver Taylor taking his Audi over the line there at a 53.96. As we see, I think it's Lindsay Bear now making his way up to the top of the mountain in his Commodore. Navigating his way around the hairpin. Lindsay's been campaigning here for many years at Legends. Always good to have him back. He loves it, nothing more than going out and having a skid. Lindsay's stopped the clock there at a 103.29. As we see the Mustang of Alex Bonner now making his way around the hairpin. It's getting some drone footage down further of the Commodore making its way up the hill. Alex Bonner is going to stop the clock there at a 117.81. That's in the Mustang. As we see the Ronald Rutty Commodore now crossing the line at a 101.08. One of the Burns is on track now in the AUX R8. It's Dominic Burns, one of the upper snuggery guys. A 5-litre powered Falcon, the Windsor motor. Dominic Burns is going to stop the clock there at a 107.95. Yeah, Peter Burns now also in the AUX R8, just taking it over the line there. It's a 110.43 for Peter. Looking at the Andrew Campbell Nissan GTR now, crossing the line. Done a 59.6 there, pretty good time. The weather is looking pretty good down here at our Legends. We should see some times plummet now. The track's got some good temp in it and nice and dry, so I reckon this run here we might see some records. Or personal bests at least anyway. Probably going to be our cleanest run for the weekend. Looking at Wade Simpson now, taking the RS Focus over the line at a 103.09. As Chris Roberts takes his Holden Commodore up the mountain. Chris is going to stop the clock there at a time of 1:04.39. Just looking at the replay of Chris Roberts there, he was a little bit loose there, just going up past the punch bowl. See Mark Rowley now in his club sport, a little loose on the final corner, punches it over the line at a 1:03.44. Got the little VW Polo of Glenn Campbell now, making its way towards the hairpin. Lifts that back wheel, making its way around the hairpin, and again on the exit. Putting the foot flat to the floor, and he's going to stop the clock there at a 1:04.97. As we see Craig Day pushing that R31 Skyline up the hill now. Nice and steady around the hairpin. And out and over towards the finish line. Craig's going to stop the clock there at a 1:09.5. Nathan Green making his way up the mountain in the little XL. Just looking at the start line here at the moment. Nathan Green's going to take that XL over the line at a 1:06.40. As we see the Jared McRobbie Nissan Skyline R33 leaving the start line. Chris Hortop in his Porsche at the top of the mountain at the moment. Currently on screen is McRobbie in his Skyline. Chris Hortop's just crossed the line at a 1:01.66. Great drone footage here, thanks to South Australian Hotel. As we see McRobbie make his way around the hairpin, whips it around rather fast there. Jared's going to stop the clock there, a sub-minute time of 58.27. We see the Joseph Scanlon LJ Tirana making its way towards the hairpin. Did just see the little MX-5 of Dale Prover take off from the start line there. In the split screen you can see him on the drone footage. As Joe Scanlon now heads towards the finish line, and he's going to stop the clock there at a 1:08.4. A little MX-5 further downfield. Just going past the punch bowl now. Looking rather smooth. What can he do here going into the hairpin? Keeping it steady. In and out, nice and quick. And the MX-5 there is going to stop the clock at a 1:10.4. A 1:10.4 there for Dale Prover. As we see Dave Rudham in the Mark II Escort now making his climb. Gonna have some in-car footage of Steve Grindston in his VL Commodore now. Just seeing the Rudham entry across the line at a 107.16. Yes, in-car footage, thanks to Bosch Motorsport Australia, really does show you how quick it actually is going up the hill. I find that the outside shots of the car always appear slower, but then once you actually see what they're doing inside, it's pretty insane. Big V8 powered Commodore here. Chris Bennett at the top of the track there stops on a 108.60, but we are looking at Steve Grindston making his way through the hairpin now. Nicely done there by Steve. Bit sideways coming out of the hairpin, putting on a show for the crowd there at the top of the mountain. Oh, close to the barrier. Steve's going to do a 1 minute .51. Very nice time there for the big Commodore. Do have Heath Warren on track in his Ford Laser Sport now. A little two-door KAKB Laser. Does a 58.6, very respectable time for that car. On the drone footage we have Rowan Payne making his way up past the punch bowl and into the hairpin here in the Subaru. In and out of that rather smoothly and quick. Should be a pretty good time here. Rowan's going to stop the clock at a 59.1. Lloyd de Croft now on screen in the 180SX. A couple of these cars in a row here. And de Croft stops the clock there at a 57.21. Yeah, Nissan in the late 80s, early 90s were definitely building some quality sports cars. Had the Silvias, the 180s, the Skylines obviously. Just were really into their sports cars in that era. It's a bit of a shame that they've gone away from that. See Wayne Fitzpatrick now taking his 180SX over the line. He's going to stop the clock there at a 58.62. Here comes another one of those Nissan cars, the R33 Skyline of Nick Delaford. Nick Galford stops the clock at a 58.28 in the R33 Skyline. Got the Mike Holland entry now making its way up past the punch bowl. The Porsche Turbo 991.1. Late model Porsche this one. 2015. Does a 1 minute .2. Gooson's Toyota MR2 now, making his way into the hairpin. It's got the roof off now, so that's just showing that the weather has improved down here at Legends. We should see some good times in this run, I reckon. If anyone's going to get their PB, it's probably going to be in this bracket where the conditions are optimal for that. Goosen stops the clock there at a 106.51. Little Baby Grand National, well, not Grand National, but a Little Baby Grand Miniature making its way off the line at the moment. Do have John Parker in his homemade Chimera sports car, built in 1972 by himself. John's going to push the little Chimera over the line and stop the clock there at a 104.8. As the Baby Grand now makes its way up the mountain, screaming. Quite a cool little car, this one. If you get a chance, come down and have a look at it up close. Built for circuit racing in the US, like velodromes. And the Baby Grand stops the clock there at a 57.88. Seeing the Matt Frith now in his Sylvia making his way around the hairpin. Another one of these late 80s, early 90s Nissan sports cars I was talking about earlier. SR20 powered machine. Frith stops the clock there at a 56.28. As we see the Mark Gain entry. LH Tirana making its way into the hairpin. Nicely put together car, this one. And Mark's going to do a 103.02. At the start line here we see the Adam Stoddart entry, the GT Leyland Clubman, making its way off the line. At the top of the mountain we've got Murray Hyatt in his Corona. It's got a Nissan engine in this as well, it's an SR20. So it's a bit of a mixed breed car, this one. Murray puts the foot flat and breaks the timing beam at a time of 104.70. As the Stoddart entry now makes its approach to the hairpin. A little turbocharged Mini. Nicely done around the hairpin there. Peter Stoddart's going to stop the clock there. Oh, Adam Stoddart, sorry, he's going to stop the clock there at a 101.5. Jake Vanderbilt in his Toyota Cressida is on track now. Big intercooler hanging off the front of this thing. Not your average Cressida. Stops it up at the hairpin there a little bit, but back underway. Pushing to the finish line. And Jake's going to stop the clock there at a 106.75. Oh, we've had a bit of a problem down here at the start line with one of the rotor cars not playing the game. As we see the Ian Watson Polo make its way around the hairpin here. Bit of tyre smoke exiting the hairpin. Pushing it over the line. Does a pretty respectable time of a 102.2 there. Yeah, the Glen Ladder RX-7 had a bit of a rough start there. I'm not sure if he's going to proceed all the way to the top of the mountain or pull into the Browns Road turn-off. He has gone all the way to the top of the mountain. Not going to be a very good time for Glenn here. He'll be very disappointed with his start. Like he missed a gear or two there. Glenn's going to stop the clock there at a 1:13.5. Chasing up behind Glenn, we got Damien Malzani also in his rotor-powered RX-7. This is a pretty serious bit of gear, this car. Malzani, fastest two-wheel drive car on the Friday. Always flying, this bloke. And this lap here is no exception. It's going to be quite a good time here. It's going to be a 55 flat for Damien Malzani. 55 seconds flat there. As we see Reece Molden on the drone footage in his 1600 Datsun making his way up the mountain. Nicely done there through the hairpin for Reece. He's pushing that little 1600 and stopping the clock there at 58.6. He's going to be happy with that time. As we see Danny Moll with the Mark II Escort. Throwing it into the hairpin now. Danny's going to stop the clock in the Escort at a 1:04.2. Now we've got one of the Paulie entries on screen at the moment. We have James Paulie in his Austin Mini Cooper. Some great in-car footage there of Steve Paulie by Bosch Motorsport Australia there. Looks like he's got the motor leader steering wheel in that Mini. James has stopped the clock there at a 1:02.73. But we are watching Steve Paulie taking his little flying brick up the hill. Steve's pointing at the finish line, holding it flat, and he's going to stop the clock there at a 1:02.10. Great in-car footage there, thanks to Bosch Motorsport Australia. Had Jeff Varden cross the line as well in a 57.44 in his Datsun 1200 coupe. As we see the Mark II Escort of Sean Stingers now making its way up the hill. Sean's done that hairpin perfectly. Waste too much time in there. He's on target for a pretty good time here, and Sean's going to stop the clock at a 1:02.3. Trevor Pyatt now making his way up the mountain in his 929 Mazda coupe. Apparently does have a V8 engine in this car, so not your normal 929. And Trevor's going to stop the clock there at a 59.74. See another one of these rotor cars now making its way up the hill. It's Rob Butler's RX-7. Rob Butler's going to stop the clock there at a 103.69. Damien Wilson now on screen. One of the local guys here. Piloting his Silvia into the hairpin. Damien campaigns this car fairly regularly. A lot of Motorcanas. Travels around, always doing motorsport. So it's a 1 minute .93 there for Damien. As we see the Norm Goodall Porsche 911 making its way to the top of the mountain. Beautiful looking motor vehicle, this one. My favourite era of 911s, personally. Norm Goodall's going to stop the clock there at a 102.2. As we see the David Munn Mazda RX-8 now. Got some split screen footage here. Got Bosch Motorsport on board camera down the bottom as David Munn now takes his car across the line at a 104.33. We've got Frank Kelly here with Merv Heemskirk in the passenger seat. Merv's going to want to change his undies after this run, I imagine. As Frank takes off with a heap of tyre smoke from the start line. Just looking at the in-car here to really appreciate how fast these guys are going up the hill here. This will be rather sideways as well though. Frank's here for crowd-pleasing moments. And scaring the crap out of these passengers. Way into the hairpin now. Whip it around here. Might do some donuts. No, not this time. Really giving it all she's got, this little Escort. Here he goes for some donuts. Power to burn this car has. Even with his donuts at the top there, Frank still busted at 109.95. And Merv's just had the ride of his lifetime. So if you are wanting to get on a bus, now would be your time to make your way over there. Because there's not going to be too many more cars in this bracket, another 10 or so. If you do want to find your way down the bottom here, head over to the bus at the top there, or If you're wanting to get back up the top, head over to the bus just outside of the playground down here. Just seen Anthony Norris now taken off from the line as we see Dylan Young make his way around the hairpin in his Pulsar. Dylan Young's going to put the Pulsar across the line at a 1:03.44. Mick Argoon on the drone footage at the moment as Anthony Norris makes his way towards the finish line. Looking at Mick Argoon now. Kari sharing with Kylie, or Kylie sharing it with Mick, should I say. It's a 57.3 for Mick Argoon in the big commie there. Sorry I didn't see Anthony Norris's time. There was a little problem there with the timing system at the time. Got Martin Farkas now making his way to the top of the mountain. He's driving the BMW E46 M3. Here the Farkas machine absolutely roaring up the mountain at the moment. Getting a bit loose there, going into the final corner and exiting the final corner by Martin. Still does a very good time of 54.7. Just looking back at the replay here. Farkas making his way around the hairpin. Gets a little bit loose on exit here. Whew. Jason Sims now making his way around the hairpin in the Celica. Sims is going to stop the clock there at a 1:02 flat. There in the little Celica. You see Povey now making his way around the hairpin in the stanza, lifting that front wheel, puts on a show for the crowd here, that car. Mark's going to stop the clock there at a time of 1:05. You saw Michelle Wagner take the Magna off the start line there. Another shared car for the weekend, sharing it with Brendan Wagner. Michelle now pointing it to the finish line. She's going to stop the clock at a time of 1:05.3. Very nicely done there. As we see Adam DeBassi in his 180SX now making the climb to the top. DeBassi's made his way around the hairpin very well. he's going to stop the clock there at a time of 56.61. Down the bottom here, we're getting the car pushed off the start line. Obviously he had some problems here. It's not good. It's one of the Hamilton entries. That's Cohen Hamilton getting pushed back from the line. So we'll move on to Michael Krufkoff in the Subaru. Very nice off the line there by Michael. Now just a reminder, these are the last couple of cars in this run, so if you are wanting to get on a bus, now is your time to get to the bus stops. Otherwise you'll either be stuck at the top or the bottom for another run. So yeah, make your way to the buses at the moment. He's getting close to lunchtime, so please do support our local food vendors. We've got the BMX Bike Club at the top there, Blue Lake BMX Bike Club. If you want to support those guys, they're having a barbecue up there. It's always good to support another local club. Help fundraise to make their facilities, improve their facilities. As we see the Krivkoff entry across the line at a 55.91, very good time there for that Subaru. Zachary Byam, now making his way through the hairpin. Oh, it's held up here. He's going to have to whack it in reverse. No good for Zachary there, unfortunately. You just take it easy to the top of the mountain now. It's not going to make a very good time anymore. Zach's going to stop the clock there at a 1 minute 30.93. Got Emma Braun down the bottom here at the start line, ready to shoot this WRX off the line. 2001 model STI. Pretty serious motor car, this one. Should be coming on site screen very soon, past the punch bowl. Absolutely flying. Into the hairpin. Wash off all that speed. Nicely done there. Lifts the back left wheel as exiting the hairpin. Puts the foot flat to the floor and breaks the beam and stops the clock at a 58.3. Very good time there for Emma Braun. We've got the Hamilton entry back on the line now, so they must have sorted out what was ever going on with that car. This will be our last car in our bracket. So the buses will be departing very shortly. If you're not already at a bus stop, you need to be there 5 minutes ago. But you might be able to still catch it if you're quick enough. Mark Lacey now, making his way around the hairpin in his little TX3. This is the NA two-wheel drive car. Lacey's going to stop the clock there at a 105.77. So we've got Colin Hamilton now charging up the mountain. He will be followed by Dr. Booker. Oh, Cohen's lost it at the hairpin there. Unfortunate for Cohen. He'll probably just drive straight through now, yeah. His lap's cooked. So, unfortunate for Cohen there. Was looking rather fast there until then. Probably see him lose it here on the replay. Yep, all crossed up there. That's it. So yeah, Dr. Booker is making his way to the top of the mountain, and that should be the end of the run. So if you're not at a bus, get there now, because it will be departing within about 30 seconds. So we'll just take a short break and be back with you shortly.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
It's true, tyres can affect your vehicle's safety and performance. And you're pretty much throwing away money with the wrong tyre choice. Generally, you'll need a new set of tyres about every 40,000 kilometres. But which ones are the right fit for your truck, passenger vehicle or motorbike? The answer is Trident. Their experts will assess your vehicle and driving style, pairing you with the best tyres for safety, efficiency and ride comfort from reputable brands you can trust. Trident Tyre Centres, keeping you safe on the road.
So obviously we've got Dan Day in position 1. Best time today is 49. Well, best time overall the weekend rather is 49.63. Then we've got in position 2 Mirko. Can't pronounce that. Sorry. Mitsubishi Evo 7 is 52.94. And then in position 3 we've got Douglas Johnson in his WRX. Best time is 53.05. Position 4, Damien Brands moved up again to best time is 53.58. Position 5, Nathan Robbins, another WRX there. Best time for the weekend is 53.95. Position 6, Oliver Taylor, Audi RS3. And best time is 53.96. Position 7, we've got Gavin Farley at 54.21. Damien Manance, I'm sorry about that. Position 8 in best time this weekend is 54.42. And position 9, Martin Frankus, BMW E46 M3 is 54.76 best time the weekend. And in position 10th, we've got Kurt Wilson in another WRX there. Best time for the weekend is 55.22. And I'd like to thank everyone again for supporting our local food vendors. Grab yourself something, whether the food's down at the bottom here or up at the top. Go and grab yourself something for lunch and support our local food vendors here at the 2025 Legends of the Lakes Hillclimb. Thank you.
Thank you.
entry take off from the start line there. Back at Bob now. Bob making his way into the hairpin. Bob's been campaigning here for many years at Legends. Different vehicles all the time. Sometimes he drives an old Armstrong Sidley from the 20s. Built himself. In the Beamer this time though, Bob's going to stop the clock at a 117.13 as Trelaw makes his way around the hairpin now. A lot of cars lifting that left-hand wheel as they exit the hairpin corner. Ben does a minute flat. Brendan Fleming making his way up the mountain at the moment in his little XL. We are looking at Timothy Adams on the start line at the moment in his Skyline. Brendan Fleming though, just exiting the hairpin now. And Brendan's going to stop the clock there at a time of 1:09.04 for Brendan Fleming. And, see Timothy Adams.
I'll show you where I've been.
Timothy Adams now just coming up past the punch bowl, making his way into the hairpin. Well, locked up the front wheel there as he hit the brakes pretty hard on the Skyline. Sends that over the line, stops the clock at a 1:22. Chris Burns, Datsun 260Z, coming up past the punch bowl, making his way into the hairpin, making its way around the hairpin now. Nice looking sports cars, these old Datsuns. Chris is going to set a time of 1:06.05. Daniel Burns' Sciora now making its way to the top of the mountain. Just entering the hairpin. Daniel Burns now going to cross the line and stop the clock there at a time of 1:14.82.
Hello Sam, nice to be back in here again. Thought you were sitting in here with all your friends getting lonely.
Nah, it's alright, Graham. I saw you were busy having a chinwag in the pit with a few people and have an interview with Damien Brown. That looked rather good.
I did Hayden's pit walk bit with Damo, and Billy and his wife were there as well. So
yep, lovely family those guys.
Absolutely lovely as. And he was more than happy to give us a guided tour underneath the mighty Subaru, and it's an absolutely magnificent bit of kit.
Yeah, it belongs in a museum, that car.
No.
It's too nice to be out here racing it.
You just don't want to get it dirty.
No, it's an awesome car.
It really is. It's great to see a whole lot of technology like that all in one place. It's taken them 10 years to put that thing together and build it up. It's a beautiful piece of work.
Just looking at the Luke Day entry now, looked like he's having a bit of trouble there at the top of the hairpin. Not going where he exactly wanted it to. It's a bit smoother than that. It's just 1 minute 1.10 there for Luke Day.
Anyway, I've just been out taking Frank Kelly's car for a little bit of a spin. I took Merv for a belt up the hill. I don't know if anybody noticed, but you'll see photos later of in-car, and I'm going to tell lots of lies.
Yeah, people can tell it's not you by the speed the car was going.
And it is me. It's me sitting in the driver's seat with a helmet on.
Neil Jamison just took his little Escort over the line at a 104.79.
And it definitely wasn't AOA modified, I can give you the tip. It's the real deal. Such a pleasure dealing with that guy. We're going to have a bit of fun with him on Tuesday night, and I hope people can come out to the baseball club Tuesday night.
Yep.
And we're going to have a meet and a greet with Frank and the mighty Baby Blue, and we're going to tell a few yarns and take a few questions, and I hope a whole heap of you come out and join in. It's going to be a great night. Looking forward to that one.
Yep, we just saw James McGough run his Commodore Ute across the line there at a 105.74.
He's still not quick enough. I'm still going to remind him that it's nowhere near as quick as a Super Bug. Rub his nose in it.
I just heard before, didn't he start in Volkswagens? He obviously realised they didn't have enough power for him.
Oh, in Frank, yes.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about James. I thought you were talking about Frank.
No, Frank started off in a Volkswagen.
Yeah, and realised they were underpowered.
But he stepped it up and stepped it up and stepped it up. But you'll have to come along Tuesday night to hear the whole story of that.
Yep.
We might even hear the story about his pet chickens in the house as well. So
yep.
It's going to be a funny couple of stories. We should get a few laughs. So
that's it. It'll be always
good times.
Good to hear. Frank's a bit of a character. Yeah. Always good to hear his stories.
It's always memorable when he's here, and he's always up for a good chat, and he's not shy to show you under the bonnet, and you can all have a bit of an ogle at the Millington motor he's sporting under there, ripping 360 odd horsepowers at the flywheel. No wonder the thing's got mumbo, and there's no turbo or forced induction of any kind on that. It's just simplicity at its absolute finest. Now, this is a nicely turned out car that we're looking at here. Got Carl Ward heading up the hill. Now just trying to catch up with where we're at here at the moment. Car 22, I'll get on the right page. Welcome back, Hayden. I didn't try and put you out of a job there, but I was having a good time. I wouldn't rule out any further appearances.
It's good fun having a chat on the camera, isn't it?
Oh my word, especially with lovely people.
It's this place was the inspiration for that whole project. The whole pitwalk thing started having those chats at the top of the hill where you're talking to the drivers and you're hearing all about the car and all that. And I thought to myself, no one's telling these stories. You don't hear this out of here, and that led to all of the crazy stuff that's come since, and it's a lot of fun.
As I've already said this morning at the briefing, I mean, we are such a big supportive family, motorsport people, and we all look out for each other and look after each other, and when something goes wrong, there's no shortage of people to step up to give you a hand. Tony Day's just going to cross the line in the big Celine Mustang in a time of 1:15 dead. Of course, Tony's the patriarch of the day.
Yeah, that Celine is pretty iconic. Look at this from Richard Diprose. Wow.
Yeah, Tony Day, some people might not realise, but he was the president of the World Celine Mustang Club there for a few years. So he's got quite a collection of Celines, as well as other Mustangs, and he's got quite a stable of cars.
That Celine, he runs here every year and has for a very long time, Tony Day.
He's got a GDHO Falcon XY as well, and it's not a mock-up, it's a real deal. It's one of the 300, genuine low mileage, original owner, one of only 2 in the country, I think. And I think that spends most of its time sitting in the Birdwood Motor Museum, so that's a beautiful piece of kit. You could put your own price tag on that one.
Yeah, that's one of those, it's the stories that you hear, right? And it's the amazing cars that people around here own.
Yeah, and he'll tell you a fair story about all that. And he was a pretty young bloke when he bought that, and he was holding down 3 jobs just to pay for the thing. What a trooper.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we got here Brian Telford wrestling the black Holden Ute around the bus stop there. He's heading up towards the finish line. He's going to stop the clock at a 1:05.5.
I just sat down, but Graham might want to breathe.
No, I've only just sat down as well. Oh, we've got Green Dog himself. And I'm happy. Oh, he just got back in here. And I've been out doing a bit of pit walking and, filling in for Hayden here.
15 minutes. I can sit in for 15 minutes.
Well, you can sit in for 15 minutes. Take over my chair.
More than welcome.
More than welcome. Everybody's welcome to come in for a chit chat.
Yep.
Especially someone like a Nathan Green of the world. He's no newcomer to flapping his gums and telling everybody about what a great place this is. So anyway, I'll take the gear off. Okay.
Jamie Crinton launching off there, and we're going to be joined in the commentary box for the first time this weekend by the one and only Mr. Scooterito Verde, Nathan Green.
Yeah, most people seem to call me Green Dog for some reason, but yeah, blazoned on the roof of my car, which I haven't put it on this weekend, which is thankful. Still got a clubbing on the track here, nice softly sprung machine running across the top.
Just wait and see in a while.
Yeah, that's going to be Steve Goss, and that's 106.87. It's the quickest I've seen Steve go so far. Start line here.
Yeah, Frank Kelly on the line. Top bloke, and really unique engine in this thing, like a custom built, forged machine. Oh, and we've got the Fairmont running up the hill of James Crinton. So Australian made, but delivered to South Africa. And that was a gravel rally car in South Africa and then imported back to Australia.
I have heard about these South African XYs. It's, they weren't worth nearly as much over there when they started picking up value here in Australia. The South Africans didn't get the memo, but the Aussies did and started heading over there and bringing them home.
Yeah, no, it's a very cool car of Jamie's. And then look at Frank going up the hill here. This is the fastest part of the track, and he's still got the thing sideways. I think he's put some semis on. He had some gravel rally tyres on it yesterday, but I did hear that he did change the tyres.
It's looking less slippery from Frank. That's definitely not
very neat, and links it perfectly. I've hit that tyre bundle on the outside there. Oh, donut. Yep, so he's doing an extra lap. Beautiful. Oh, he's doing a couple of extra laps.
He's still going to be quicker than
so that's where you can board the bus if you want to come down to the paddock.
And Frank Kelly, 107.5 with the little Krispy Kreme at the top.
And that's about what I'm doing in the Excel without the extra pirouettes. So yeah, it's pretty embarrassing. But look at this. Round and round he goes, as a legendary commentator once said.
How are you going with the Excel? What are you thinking? What's the
I dropped the sway bar just for that last run, and it felt better down the bottom, and then at the top I just fluffed the last corner. I took a couple of tenths out of my time, but still not quite right. The young guys, the brand boys from down here with their Excels, they're doing really well. And look, shamelessly, I'm going to say I supplied a lot of the parts to them to go and build those cars, and they're great. There's a very rowdy Mini going off the line, and now this twin cam, Mexico style
William Davis Escort.
Yeah. Escort looks fantastic. It's just the right colours. Maybe I should do that as my next livery on the Excel. Just the green and the gold.
I'm in for that. We currently got the Shaggy livery on that, the Bathurst winning Jag. on the XL. It looks $1 million. So yeah, maybe some type of Escort style. You know, we do see some cool retro liveries on the XLs from time to time. There's some Castrol ones. Right?
Yeah, well, I run a competition every year for XL liveries. You know, so all retro liveries. So yeah. So this mini, this angry little mini.
Craig Goss in the Morris Mini. He had a serious race face on. Dylan got a beautiful shot at him on the start line.
He did.
That's going to be a 58.70. That's pretty exciting in the Mini there.
Now, rolling up to the start line, we've got Neil Oatway. This car, he bought from new, you know, and it's, you know, optioned with the vinyl roof. I spent the last couple of nights having extended discussions with him about life. I think he's been to every Legend of the Lakes, and he's just launching it. So he races it in Group N, and hill climbs it, and the car is just fantastic. And there's a good group up there. There's 3 of those Falcons up there, a couple of other Holdens of the same period, like this XU1.
Yeah, there's Steve Haverlat. It's been pretty quick so far this weekend. It'll be a 1:02.18 for Steve.
Yeah, nice. That's pretty brisk for a 2:02.
It is. It is.
So another one of the guys in their stable is the Stevenson. So this is a nice Escort, but a late model engine. Pretty rowdy sounding.
And here we go.
We got Neil at the top. Yeah. This thing's a beast. Proper shaker. That's it.
Pretty tidy there from Neil.
Yeah. Factory option vinyl roof.
You've been having chats with him. Did he ever bend it?
I think he's been bent.
Yeah, okay.
Right. I think he's in it. And now, if we're going to go and talk Falcons that are fast, this thing is faster than it deserves to be, you know. There's a bit of suspension geometry going on, but like, watch this thing, like, you can't see on the screen, but through the first corner, that is one of the most settled cars through the first corner. Yeah, that and Rene Filke, you know, who's not here this weekend, like, they're the cars which I always tell people to go and have a look at.
Rob Vanderkamp is the car to go stand by the fence for. That big yellow Falcon. So got Grant Stevenson, he's going to hit the line with the 107.01, and now we're going to see Rob Vanderkamp on the screen. Here he comes.
Look at that. Wow, the thing's in a full drift. And I think the conditions are just right now.
I think this is the
he was parked up this morning because he knows when it's good and when it's not. And yeah, like, and he's faster than me, you know, like, and I'm in a GDR normally, and like, when, no offence, but like when something like this is faster than a 32 GDR.
A pretty well driven 32 GDR, to be honest with you as well. 56.38 from Rob.
56.38, yeah, not quite there. Yeah. I reckon he's normally faster than me, like just a little bit. But look at him go through the bus stop here. That's a big car rotating around there. I love those period Hella spotlights. Fantastic. Flicks around, doesn't hit the tyre bundle. Now here we go. We've got Aiden Brand. So Circuit Excels. These guys have been absolute rocket ships this weekend. You know, these things make 62, 63 kilowatts on a good day, and yeah, they've been pedaling them hard.
That's going to be 101.15 from Aiden Brand. I think that's the quickest I've seen.
I think that is the quickest we've seen. Yeah, so we've got Bailey Perriman on the line, so local mechanic in the area.
Bailey's been pretty fast as well. So Bailey, Corey, and Aiden have all been within half a second or so.
Yeah.
Speaking of Corey, he's coming pretty keen.
Bit of porpoising on the Super Shock suspension there.
He hadn't done too bad a job there. That was pretty hot and heavy on the way in.
Yeah. Those WinMax 6.5 brakes just pulling him up.
Well, he's out about supplying parts to the local boys.
And he's done a good job of like running out to the wall there. Like, I've been trying to sort of run out to the wall, but I've just been coming into the corner awkwardly, and it's just, yeah. So here we got Bailey Perriman.
101.82 was Corey Brand, so within half a second-ish, still with Aiden.
I reckon that's the first time that he's gone into the ones. So this is just telling us that the track is on, because there is nothing about power with these cars. It's all about grip. Yep. The sun's been out for about an hour or so. I reckon there's grip in this track. Okay, didn't go as wide as I would have liked. And a little bit of room to the wall.
Yeah, we're going to be pretty fast from Bailey Berryman. There it is, 253.
Yeah, 253. There we go. And Zach, so Zach and his dad Roger have been racing themselves since the early days, started about 2012, along with Danny Moore, who's here in his Escort. And there was about 6 or 8 of them that got started and put these cars together and ran on the back of MGs. And then, now there's like 40 car grids. And you can bring them here. Yeah, and they're really cheap to run. Like, I was thinking on Thursday, I'll probably grab some fuel. And I asked one of the Wilson boys, I said, have you got some fuel here just in case I run short? I got half a tank of fuel. And there's still a half a tank of fuel in it.
It is, there's a reason they got the reputation they did as a great, reliable, little affordable car. I don't know how many people had an XL as their first car or their family car. And then that reliability carried on to them being the ultimate motorsport machine in 2025.
Yeah, so I run mine at Collingrove and, you just drop the sway bar and just have a go.
Oh, things are getting serious now.
Yeah, right. We've got Shorty on the line here.
Damien Brand.
This thing, the attention to detail on this car, and I think I heard you mention before, like, this thing's been over 10 years in the build, off the line, done a full slick. Now, he hasn't actually gone faster than what he has in his other car
This will be a run to watch. If you want to see if the track's on, this is Damien Brand. The track is in play. He's done 53 so far, and we haven't seen the...
Yeah, he's hugging the line there.
We haven't seen the full potential of this car yet.
Get a good run off the bottom of the hill.
Wow, it's squirmy, isn't it?
Isn't it? But he loves driving the thing loose. He's a loose unit.
Definitely one of the most talented. Wow.
I asked if I could have a steer, and he said if I can fit, then I can have a steer. But here we go. Yep. Bit of over-rotation, but gets into it.
We've seen that a couple of times from him.
Yeah.
It's just adjusting to this slightly different build.
Oh, no, but he loves to put on a show. He's left a little bit of room on the table there on the finish line. And what's the time?
54.18.
Oh, jeez. I don't think he'll be very happy with that. Steer, and he said if I can fit, then I can have a steer. It was very spectacular.
It always is.
So I'll get some thumbs up from all the fans at the top of the hill there for Damien Brand.
We've seen that a couple of times from him. Brent Byfield launching now in the Subaru WRX wagon.
He knows a little bit about bitumen.
This is a car that's been sort of developed a little bit over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I wouldn't look inside this one and compare it to Damien's. You probably need a tetanus shot. But
it's, Brandy's is every nut, every bolt, every bracket has been looked at and fitted with 15 times. Brenton's is, I'm going to build this thing and go fast.
Yeah, he's just going to have a crack.
Yeah.
And so apparently when he went to Victoria, like to Ararat, he had a wing on it and they were like, oh, that's a bit of a ridiculous wing. So then he went and put more wings on it.
I love that. I do appreciate a little bit of petty fun.
Yeah, so it's got wings on wings, this thing.
But whether it's the wings or everything else he's done, it is a fast car, Brenton Byfield, and he's on for a pretty good lap here.
I'd love to have a pedal in that, and this is my style of thing because it's a bit agricultural, even though it's quick.
56.35 from Brenton
56.35. Oh, well, yeah, at least I know that I'm a little bit quicker than that. All right, so we've got Gav Farley running up the hill now. Now, he did his best on the last run, actually.
Yeah, so these guys are kind of a good benchmark for everybody sort of watching on and hoping for a good track. Some of our fastest cars, some of our fastest drivers. We're following Gav Farley with the South Aussie Hotel drone here in the bus stop.
Yeah, so he's hanging out with Mark Povey and the SA Motorsport Tyres crew.
Looking pretty racy up there.
Yeah, lifted the rear wheel.
So Gav Farley heading up. That'll be a 55.2.
55.2, not bad, not bad.
Mirko Gerbic now.
This thing's cool. Like the carbon, he's done himself. Now you can tell he's done it himself, but he's done it himself. But,
and more important, we're talking about a foot of canard hanging off either side, which I've ran canards at Legends, and I don't actually fully recommend because you're making the track narrower.
Agree.
But Gerbic's running 52. So he's second fastest outright that we've seen in that big Evo. And it's just a car that it's just incredible build. You say you can tell it's a bit homemade, but that's not a bad thing,
Well, it's amazing what you can do, at home, Think about, Gavin's...
Yeah,
Gavin's
the Gab Civic.
Gab Ward Civic, with his carbon doors and everything he's done himself.
What a great shot that was from the South Aussie drone. Good line from Mirko Gerbic at the top. This is going to be pretty rapid. So just the last little bit to go. That'll be a 52.59. That's the fastest I've seen from him today by about 4/10. So Mirko. Now this car here, do you know much about this one, Green Dog?
I don't. It's a GC8. It's in about the right colour, not quite the right shade of blue. So, but it is rapid.
Patrick Hitchcock, yesterday he was lighting up all four wheels in that GC8 every launch. Seen David Harris chuck it in here. We went on board with him early on in the live stream.
David Harris, one of the sponsors of the Cross Border series.
It's fantastic to have that, bringing together the Victorian and South Australian hill climbs.
Oh, we see him up in Adelaide quite a lot, up at Colin Grove. It's fantastic.
Cool car, that one, quite quick too. That's a 56.27 from David Harris.
Yeah, it looks understated, but that's got a sequential box and it's a pretty serious car.
Here's Hitchcock. This car has some real attitude to it, this GCA. Chucking it in. This is going to be pretty quick from Hitchcock, and it's a bit of an understated looking car, this GCA. There's a bit of an indicator there. There's no livery, there's no fancy stuff, no big wings, but this was going to be a 57.23.
It's got Peter Holst running up the hill in the Golf Type R. So this is a repairable write-off. He had an Audi TT before this, which is similar architecture. And then he picked up this thing, I reckon it was $3,500. I reckon it's had a lot more spent on it since. Automatic transmission, so it takes a bit of work to, make it all work. But yeah, pretty brisk machine.
Yeah, the Golf R's great platform for this.
Got a lot of tyre on it.
These cars, little turbocharged 2-litre, I believe. Pretty good little automatic gearbox for what they are, and very rapid. That's a 56.4.
Yeah,
Peter Holst. Here's Dougie Johnson.
Yeah, so Dougie's on a run now. He's just coming into the bus stop.
Doug wants to go sub 50 today. That's what he's told me before. The track right now is as good as it's going to get. Looking pretty tidy through the bus stop. Looking pretty aggressive there is Doug Johnson. Car dipping and behaving. He's pretty well onto it here. So that's going to be the quickest we've seen from him. 52.09, that's second outright for Doug Johnson.
Still a fair bit to go and find another 2 seconds.
Doug wants to go sub 50 today.
They've been putting the tyres out in the sun every run.
All the old tricks. Doug Johnson. Car dipping. Now we're going to be seeing another one of our big players really soon. We've got Barton Radford. So we've got Tabby Langcake on the line, heading up the top of here through the bus stop. One of our fastest ladies.
In Bandit, a car that she's had for many years. She got some fresh tyres from SA Motorsport Tyres, I believe, and so because she's heading to Ararat next weekend.
So many great motorsport venues all over, Western Victoria and South Australia.
She's got the Tarmac Rally car launching off the line.
Martin Radford, Mitsubishi Evo 7. Wow, that thing sounds angry. So this is Russell McKenzie.
And the baby Godzilla.
Yeah, this is this car wants to grow up and be your car, Green Dog, one day.
Yeah, it's the SR20 4-wheel drive GTIR. We didn't get that in Australia.
Yeah, we can see on our split screen here on the start line is the poster boy. Time to come up by the fence because Dan Day will be coming up really soon. Have a look at the S&J 1000.
Got the nitrous cooler on the front there.
That's a pretty rapid start.
They've got all the Bosch and Motec Motorsport gear on that, managing the acceleration and the braking. A lot of stuff that they can fiddle with on this car.
Very tight in on the arm coat. That's the bravery tester. He'll be flat now. This car hitting 220 something k's an hour up this hill. Dan Day, he's told me he wants to reset the record today.
handbraking at the bus stop. Look at the sparks coming off that. The sparks. And nice rotation. Beautiful. So Graham will be happy with that. He's probably annoyed that he's not on the microphone.
That was pretty tidy, Dan Day.
Nearly as good as his brother.
That was pretty tidy. That's going to be a 49.93 from Dan. And I'm interested with them. Both Dan and Sean have been trying these handbrake turns, Green Dog. Thoughts?
So Sean had a go, did he?
He did, in the Cup car.
Yeah, okay. Well, I didn't know the Cup car had a handbrake in it, so there you go. Nice rotation. Yeah, so S&J Automotive, they've gone and put a handbrake in a Cup car. There you go. So Kevin Weeks did try putting they put a handbrake in his Lambo, and they did measure out the bus stop a number of years ago at the car park at the Levi's factory, and a mate of mine showed him how to do it. They pegged it all out, had all the air off the car, and they got the car doing it quite well. But once you see the concrete, Kevin just didn't have the courage to go and pull it on such a wide car. And let's be honest, it isn't necessarily that much faster.
And that's...
But it looks fantastic.
It looks really cool, and I'm a sucker for a handbrake turn. They're very fun, but be interested to know what the difference is on a car like that. If we had some split times, I reckon a well-placed camera there would be really interesting.
WRX.
Now I'm going to hand back off to Graham because we're getting pretty close to my run again pretty soon. So we'll hand off and leave you with Graham and Green Dog.
So this is, in the early days, it was kind of the sister car to the SJ1000, the wide body Willall WRX, fully forged engine, trick heads, all the gear. It doesn't use the handbrake there, maybe a little bit. It's got the wipers on. Does that mean we're going to see a couple of drops of rain?
Yeah, I felt a few drops of rain out here, and we're getting a few little drops. Currently landing on our front windscreen. So it's a little bit ominous.
So 55.1 from Kurt Wilson.
Now, talking about handbraking or not handbraking up in the bus stop, what I'd like to see one year, and it may happen, is we put a motor counter timing beam across the bus stop so we get an in-out time, which would only be a mere few seconds, of course.
I'd be up for that.
You'd be up for that. That'd be an interesting exercise. Someone can sit back and analyse it later.
Yep, so we'll send a memo to Kevy to get an extra timing beam put in.
Yep. Just need someone there to sit there and man it all day and make sure the buttons get pressed. We're going to have a bus stop award.
So this thing's got a Datsun 1600 engine in it. Poked under that lump in the front.
It's a strange looking car, isn't it?
That's a polite way of putting it. Oh, he's kicked it out. Nice.
We've never seen that up here before, but...
No, he's come over from Victoria.
And Thomas Inkster's stopped the clock at a 59.57.
So this thing's got a Datsun 1600. That's pretty quick for a 1600.
Yeah, just seeing the replay over there.
Oh, he's kicked it out.
Bit of a slapper coming out of the bus stop, but other than that, a pretty smooth run. Nice to be sharing the box with you, Nathan. I see you were getting a little excited earlier when all the XLs were belting around, and
oh yeah, who doesn't love a Korean demon?
So you're still well involved with the whole XL circuit movement?
Yeah, to an extent, not as much as I was. I've handed it on to other people. Now here we go. The handbrake in the Porsche. How good is that? Swing the weight around at the back. You know about that. You should have a go, because this is basically the same as your car.
I did, and I had 5 goes on Thursday.
Okay.
I was one of the privileged group that had 5 dry runs on Thursday, so had an absolute ball.
So 55.2 for Sean Day. We're going to see him do this again. I reckon he could have gone a little bit wider, but I guess he was tight on the pin.
Yeah, he went in deep to start with, but he's managed to recover it and snap it around nicely.
I say this thing is the same architecture as your car, so you should be able to jump in that and do similar times.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, I think I'd find that easier than driving Frank Kelly's car, and I took Merv for a spin up the hill earlier. I hope you were giving me a wave. I'm going to post photos and tell lots of lies about that later, but anyway.
He's on the brands, and in a non-turbo Subaru, he's really pedaling this thing, gets it to rotate nicely.
I think this one's still missing its front drive shafts. I think it's just a rear-wheel drive, this one, which they sort of doctored a little bit for the young kids to learn to drive in. Not a bad idea.
So we've got Dave and Bob in the BMWs. Gotta love the old green and yellow flakes. There's Bob at the top. Nice wide entry.
That's just the car that's called Bob.
Yeah, I believe it's just the car that's called Bob.
If we're talking about Bob, he's the one with the ironing board on the back. He doesn't like me talking about his ironing board too much. He thinks we're just taking the proverbial. He could be right, but I promised I wouldn't give him a hard time this year. He was one of our inductees to the Hall of Fame on Thursday, so one of many that made it to the A-list.
The sister car, Dave. E36, good budget platform. One of the last of the budget rear-wheel drive cars you can get on the market these days. Eligible for Club Rego, of course, being a 90s car. Down the line, we've got the Junior Polner. Had a bit of a moment this morning and clipped a tyre bundle and maybe took out 5 permapine posts, which was pretty spectacular.
They're not going to charge him for them, are they?
No, only for the 5th post, I think.
Charlie Evans stopped the clock at 57.1. He's been pedalling really well all weekend.
No, Charlie's going to go places. He's been doing really well in anything that he drives, and 57 in a 2-wheel drive Commodore is pretty stellar.
Yep. There's a fair bit of rivalry amongst the Evans family.
Yeah, 3 entries this weekend. So here's Polner, taking out a few bollards. I haven't taken out that many bollards. I've taken out that many T-tops, I reckon, in 2012.
Was that 2012? That was the year you made the highlight reel for backing it through the bus stop entry?
Yes,
That's the one. That was pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody noticed, but Oliver Taylor in his RS3 Audi did pretty much exactly the same trick yesterday on his last run of the day.
He did indeed. I think the live stream might have missed it. Now we've got an in-car here with the in-car's not
that's Henry Sims.
So it's Henry Sims, and we can also see the Lancer on the screen.
Here we go. He's giving it a rub.
I've never seen a sleeker get this sideways other than Mr. Bates back in the 80s, I reckon.
Yes, we went from left to right to left to right, and he's just gently nosed it into the Armco. We're sending the rescue crew up there and see if he can
get him a pair of underwear.
Yeah, maybe. Well, see if the car's drivable. But he certainly didn't give it a big crunch or anything.
Yeah, it looked like a light contact.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was an accident that was a long time in the making.
So it took a while to happen.
So the Carl and Gazard WRX is heading up the hill to go and check the course.
We've sent the tow truck up. It might be a towback job.
Right.
And the doctor's gone for a little spin as well, just because he likes to go for a spin. But
he gets more runs than anyone. He's only gone in lightly, so that should be right.
Yeah, Andrew Booker, the doctor, he's having a good time.
He's the guy that you want running behind you on a rally.
Yes.
If you're doing a tarmac rally and he's seated behind you, you're in a good place.
Or if he's seated behind you, they're suggesting maybe you're a dodgy driver. You're probably the one at most risk of having an accident. Well, he certainly hasn't pushed the arm code. I don't think. I'm looking at the overhead drone footage at the moment, and it certainly doesn't look like there's too much damage to the car. Just the lad's pride. Has a bit of a look-see. Oh dear, that's a bit unfortunate. Wouldn't surprise me if they. He's got the bonnet up. Not too sure. Maybe he had trouble getting it restarted.
Yeah.
But
knock the battery terminal off or something.
Maybe something simple, but they're still backing up the tow truck, and they're going to get ready to haul the thing back onto the tray top. And
they're doing a cracking job with these recoveries.
Going back to the Oliver Taylor incident yesterday, I kind of feel a bit responsible because I got in his driver's window sort of 4 cars before he was about to go, and I'm giving him a bit of a rev and telling him how good the conditions are, and here's the window of opportunity. So he's gone and given it an absolute red hot dip, and he did your trick.
Yeah.
And he sent me the in-car footage of it later, and it was pretty much exactly the same.
He promptly told me about the advice that you gave him,
yes.
And then I educated him and showed you how it's done, and he does believe that I probably did it a little bit more spectacular.
I think maybe so, but I did suggest maybe Oliver might have made it to the highlight reel if there's going to be one there this year, but we need to get some out-of-car or drone footage of what happened there. I just saw the in-car and, it looked like a wild ride.
But that RS3 is a monster. Like the way that it fries the tyres off the start line, like the front tyres, it's halfway up the straight here.
Well, yesterday he had all 4 smoking, and I'd never seen that before, and I haven't seen it since. He's just done it the once, but man, did he absolutely send it. Now, of course, for those of you that go back a long, long time, the old S1 Audi, Group A rally cars and 600 odd horsepower turbocharged monsters, and basically this thing's the same with a nice new body on it. It's the 5-cylinder engine with a big turbo on it.
5 cylinders sounds fantastic.
They're the sweetest sounding
just
motor.
Like the Volvo. That's why I bought it, you know. And it doesn't have an exhaust on it, but you just hear the rumble in the cabin.
Yeah. If they were to line up the whole range of Audis and say, you can pick one out, I'll be going the 5-cylinder every day of the week. No, it's a seriously exciting car. That's why they banned them from rallying. They were just too fast. They killed too many spectators back in the day.
Yeah, there's a few people losing fingers as they were sort of reaching out to touch the cars, and
but they treated them as badges of honour.
Yeah.
Oh look, I lost a finger to whoever was driving.
Yeah, but I think the co-driver get to the end of stage and be like, oh, that was a 2-finger stage.
Yes, and then they'd have to go off and get counselling. Well, thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get things back underway. This is a pretty minor incident, but it's just going to take a couple of minutes to clean it all up and get back to racing conditions.
So we just had a few of the previous winners up on screen, and so we saw earlier in the day we saw one of our previous winners who haven't seen for a couple of years.
He was out here on Thursday and gave us quite an address, and of course he was involved from very early days. He worked together with Lionel Stingers, and they had the police and the council down here, and Peter Gazzard was the first one to cut laps up the hill, and at that stage they didn't have the bus stop in place, so terminal speed up the hill at the T-junction was pretty frightening and considered way too dangerous, so they put the chicane in up the top, and we've never looked back from that, and it's a great thing. We've got a little grandstand up there, I hope there's a few people sitting in there today. It's certainly great viewing.
Yeah, so Peter Gazzard from Carlin Gazzard, great sponsors, long-time sponsors of this event.
Right from the word go.
And a lot
yeah,
of racing pedigree from Gazard as well. You know, he's raced in supercars, done a number of Bathursts.
Yep. Big, long history of motor racing there. And of course things changed family priority-wise a few years ago, and he's sort of eased his way out of it a bit. But he still loves coming out here from time to time as a special guest, and he did a few runs on Thursday. And it was great to see him out here, and one day we're quietly hopeful that we'll see him back on the formal entry list again, and we'll see him giving it a red hot go.
There's a number of talented drivers that come out of the southeast. You know, more recently we've seen Brad Gartner doing really well in TA2.
Kai Allen.
Kai Allen, obviously.
And of course we had Kai Allen down here as a special guest quite a few years ago with his motorbike, cutting a few demo laps up and down, and we had a bit of a chat to him here in the commentary box, and now we see him right up at the pointy end of the supercars, and it's great to see.
They breed them well down here because there is actually a lot of motorsport that happens in the southeast, you know, with the off-road racing that they do, with the carnacrosses that they do, with the motorcars that they do, which I know that you frequent.
I have been known to do a few, but we've got the speedway here, we've got go-karts here, we've got all sorts of motorsport here.
And also we see a lot of people from the southeast, you know, take the extra effort to make the journey up to the Bend or even Adelaide, Collingrove, etc., to go and compete regularly, which is fantastic.
Well, the Wilson family are fairly predominant around the place, and we see Damo doing a fair bit of running around, competing here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, usually you find Damo sort of parked in the van out the front of a venue when you rock up. He's
camping overnight, waiting to get in the morning. And in the last 5-6 weeks, he's done 3 national events. One of them being the Australian Hillclimb Championship, which we ran out at the Bend. Quite a successful event, and he went on to do the Australian Carnacross Championship, which was over in Bendigo and Bagshot Car Club. And then what was the third one now? Oh, the Australian Motorcar Championship, which was held in the sale yards just on the outskirts of Mount Gambier here. So, you know, this got to take my hat off to him. He's probably the only bloke that actually did all those 3 events.
Alright, so we're back underway with car 69, VT Commodore, roaring LS.
Must be Max Vitalen, is it?
So you have a couple of drops of water on his windscreen.
We're starting to get a few spits down here again now. This place has its own climate and weather system here, and it can be raining at the top and dry down here, vice versa. We can have three different seasons all happening at the same time.
Well, that's right. If you don't like the weather, just wait.
Now, if you want to come downstairs, we've just got a handful of cars before the buses are taking off down there, so you've got about 3 minutes to get yourself onto a bus. We've got catering, and we've got a little bit of rain down here too, and we've got lots of cars to see.
Oh, nice line there. Flies the tyres right to the wall, almost a wall slide. So we've got the S&J WRX coming up the hill.
We're looking at up here, Chloe Krickoff.
Yeah, nicely presented S&J WRX wagon.
Car she's sharing with her father. And we have a lot of that going on in the entry list. Father and sons, and fathers and daughters, and you know, lots of family members all together. What we've got here, we've got Kylie Howard driving the 99 Commodore.
And then halfway up the truck we've got Adam
DiBiase,
yes, in the S13, white as a blaze.
Actually, no, it's not Adam, it's Graham Fenton, who's actually the owner of the car. Wrong page there. Nathan,
I'm on the wrong page. It's the right
71.
car. So Graham Fenton, who's the owner, so yeah, he'll be respectfully going slower because I think Adam does sort of hose him in this.
Yeah.
But pretty serious car. Runs second-hand tyres that he gets from S&J, and it goes pretty well for a two-wheel drive.
As we've discussed before, it's always quicker to be driving in someone else's car than your own.
So Sandra Branham in that car. This WRX. Oh, here we go. We're back to
Miko.
This
Sorry,
is Kylie.
Wrong page again. Yeah.
Nick's in my group. So Kylie and that well-presented Commodore.
Yeah, Mick's been driving that one as well this weekend. We're looking at Brendan Wegener in the mighty Magna.
It's an interesting snout on that one.
It's a little bit different. So it's got headlights that aren't really headlights, and a grill that doesn't quite look at the right angle.
So Sandra Branham, she's in this Australian Rally Championship gravel car, which has been converted to tarmac. Really well prepared car, and it's the ECU in it has in Texter Crocker written on it apparently. So Cody Crocker's had a go at this one.
Now we're just about at the end of the bracket. You need to be going down and getting yourself on the bus. We've got a couple of the boys here from Bosch Motorsport Australia. They're going to come in and join us in the box here and have a little bit of a chat about their support for the sport and some of the products they have on offer.
Well, I'm going to go out there and check the weather go for a bit of a ride up in the mighty Jaguar up the hill.
The Jaguar. Oh. Be brave.
Built for speed, one-wheel drive. Look at those wipers. What joy.
Dear. Things are starting to look a little bit ugly here. Starting to look pretty misty out here. This place does have its own weather system. We're looking at Joshua Munn in the Mazda RX-8. This is sporting a Barra motor. They've managed to squeeze that in under the bonnet.
The Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
We hear that? Yeah, we're going to count it down. Going to go 3, 2, 1. Yep, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're going to have a bit more of a pit walk from inside the commentary box at the moment. I've got a couple of extra special guests here. They've come up from Melbourne. They've come from Bosch Motorsport Australia, and they've been around here and walking around the pits and checking things out over the course of the weekend. We've got Adrian Conda and James Crocker. Give them a wave. Okay, and they're living the dream and lapping up a good dose of motorsport for the weekend, and they're going to tell us a little bit about what Bosch Motorsport can do for competitors here, and of course they're fairly heavily involved with the S&J 1000 and Dan Day, of course, who's running a fair bit of their equipment. What do they actually got in their cars?
Well, they've got a big range of Bosch products in SJ1000. They've got fuel pumps, fuel injectors, dual-stage fuel injectors actually, and a big range of sensors throughout the car to make sure that they're logging all of that data, making sure that the engine's staying at the right temperature, monitoring everything there to keep that car going as fast as it does up the hill. And one of the really special products in that car is the Motorsport ABS. That product really helps Dan into the section before the bus stop chicane. We were standing there earlier today and yesterday. Just the speed he's able to carry through that section, slam on the brakes, still maintain steering control into the corner, and then head into the bus stop section is where it really sets him apart from a lot of the other competitors. You can just see how much more speed he carries through that section.
So how many seconds of advantage do you think you're giving these guys? What's it worth to them?
Oh, I'd have to guess maybe a second or two. He's into the ABS in a number of sections. He's able to get up to about 210 clicks through the fastest section of the track and be able to carry that speed through the section and slam on the brakes and not lock up, not sail through the bus stop section it's a real game changer for him.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's a few other guys that have sailed on backwards past the entrance to the bus stop. You could probably do with that sort of equipment. We've had Oliver Taylor in the RS3 Audi yesterday. He managed to back it right through there in a rather spectacular fashion, and I guess your ABS system is going to put a stop to that.
I would certainly think so.
Keep it in a nice straight line as you're pulling it up.
It basically works miracles.
Yes, it does. And of course, over the years, in very recent times, we've seen the record time for this track plummet to a 48.05. We're all sort of hoping that we might get into a 47. And as much as we might dream, I don't think the weather's quite going to let us do that this weekend, as much as Dan's pushing and trying. And but of course, it's not just limited to Subarus. You know, it doesn't matter what sort of car you got. You can these guys will be able to help you out.
Absolutely. Bosch Motorsport's been involved for more than 120 years in the motorsport scene, and all of that experience has been applied to a range of vehicles, and particularly the fuel pumps, fuel injectors, sensors range is broadly applicable, and we've seen it in a lot of the cars this weekend running this course.
So you've obviously had a good look around the pits at various other cars as well. Have you been enjoying the event so far?
Oh, it's
we
amazing.
won't talk about the weather.
That's easy conversation, bait. It's been amazing. Everyone here, it's what motorsport's about. Like, it's just an amazing event. Everyone's here, you know, not just to compete, but just to enjoy themselves. And, you know, the competition side of things obviously has been impacted by the weather, but you wouldn't see a frown on anyone's face here. This is what motorsport's about, and I think this is what the top level of motorsport is missing. It's that there's people here who just enjoy what they want to be doing here. So yeah, it's been awesome.
It really is a fantastic community we have down here, and they keep coming back every year. It's so popular that the entry list was filled in less than 10 minutes this year. Absolute phenomenon in my book. That was 200 entries in 10 minutes. It's just I've never seen or heard of anything like that ever before. But then we don't have too many events around the world even where you actually get to race out of a crater. So the whole atmosphere and the acoustics of a place like this really lends itself to some good times. And I'm glad you've been having a good time.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Well, we've been chatting to competitors throughout the weekend and just heard how much they value the community, having fun, being able to catch up with friends, especially in a place like Mount Gambier and the surrounding communities, being able to come together, bond over cars and have a great weekend up this really special track. It's there's no other hill climb in Australia like it, and that's why we come here. That's why we're here to tell the story and support the community as much as possible.
So have I take it you've been taking a little bit of notice of our rally driver from Ireland in the mighty Baby Blue Escort, and he makes all the right noises and puts on a really good show. So how do you find that sort of entertainment?
Oh, it is unreal having Frank here, seeing him up through the final corner of the track doing donuts and just giving the crowd a good time. It's been fantastic, and all of the passenger rides he's been doing too. It's a service to the community.
It really is, and just as a little side point on that, Frank only does, while he does rallying, that's basically all he does. He does one hill climb. That's here. Once 8 years ago, and again this weekend. It's the only hill climb in the world that he does, so it really is some testament to the calibre of this sort of an event. Yep. So, right, we might just wrap things up, unless you've got something else you want to throw in there.
Oh, thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Coming along and showing your support for the event. I hope you get to catch up with a few people. Oliver Taylor might be worth having a chat to. I think he might need a bit of your help there.
We'll go over it.
That's a pretty well turned out RS3.
Very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive bit of kit. I've never seen one actually smoke all four wheels off the start line until yesterday. It was mighty impressive indeed. So, thanks Dylan. Thanks for coming along and having a bit of a chit chat. And enjoy the rest of the weekend. We'll carry on with. We might be ready for some more motor racing fairly shortly now that everyone's come back down. So. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dylan.
Alright, we're back underway here at Legends. We've got Joshua Swan making his way to the top of the mountain now in his Subaru Impreza. And just see Oliver Taylor taking off the line there in his Audi RS3. Looking at the drone footage from the South Aussie Hotel. Just making his way through the S's there. Josh Swan has stopped the clock at a 105.9 in the Subaru as Ollie Taylor now makes his way into the hairpin.
Yes, we were just having a bit of a talk about him. At least he's made it safely into the bus stop today, unlike yesterday where he sailed through backwards. I think the Bosch Motorsport Australia boys might be going and having a little quiet talk to him about what they can offer him to stop that sort of thing happening again.
53.96 there for Oliver Taylor.
Yes, we were just having a bit of a talk about him. At least he's... that's a pretty impressive time for a road car, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's a pretty impressive road car, really.
He bolts a race seat into it and he bolts a roll cage into it and he brings it down to the mountain, and the rest of the year it's his daily driver. What a daily driver, then.
Yeah, it'd be a good bit of fun.
Blimey.
Fun and comfortable.
Of course, that's his own company down the side of the car, so it's obviously an advertising billboard.
Yep. Got Lindsay Bear now making his way over the finish line. Stops the clock there at a 101.1.
It's good to have the Bosch boys down here. It's great to see how they support all forms of motorsport. Lots of products on offer there.
Just looking at that Alex Bonner Mustang now making its way around the hairpin. Late model Mustang. Haven't had a good chance to go have a look at this car yet. I'm not sure if it's a V8 one or a 4-cylinder one.
Oh no, it's got the GT on the back. Yes.
Oh, then it's a 5 litre one.
That's a 5 litre. I'm not seeing 5.0 on the front guard, however. Maybe I'm just not looking hard enough.
It's done a 118.11. As we see one of the XR8 Falcons of Dominic Burns make its way around the hairpin now.
And so that definitely looks like one of those Burns boys from the Upper Snuggery group.
Yeah, there's a couple of these XR8s here from there.
Bit of family rivalry.
A 108 flat there for Dominic. Just looking down at the start line now. We've got Peter Burns' AU there, waiting to go.
This looks like an Andrew Campbell on the line. Am I right? The Nissan GDR.
Yep.
It's his interim car between his old rocket ship that he's now no longer a whole car. It's all been pulled to bits. He's building a new time attack car and spending mega bucks on that. And we may see him out here with that, but not too sure. Andrew's been supporting this event for many years. Well renowned for being a hard charger.
Peter Burns now making his way around the hairpin. Push it over the finish line and stop the clock there at a time of 109.70.
I thought that car would have been capable of a quicker time than that, but there you go, that's what it is. Andrew Campbell meantime is charging up the hill, past Devil's Punch Bowl, tipping it into the... You're going to use a bit of handbrake. There's a little bit of handbrake action there to initiate the slide. I reckon I can just about smell a sub 1 minute time coming up here, and it's a 59.8, so that was close. Charging up the hill, past Devil's Punch Bowl, tipping it into there's a little bit of handbrake action there to initiate the slide.
Darren Chambers in his HSV now. Oh no, sorry, got it wrong. We're looking at Wade Simpson actually in the
Ford Focus.
Ford Focus.
It's not a Ford Mustang.
No. It's done a 104.76. But I think Darren Chambers is on course, making his way to the top. HSV. It's actually Chris Roberts.
Yeah, no, Wade Simpson's already stopped the clock at 104.76.
Yeah, and Chris Roberts has just done a 105.1.
With Andrew Campbell in the little Polo, 1.8 litre turboed Polo, and Andrew Campbell, sorry, Glen Campbell. No, he's not going to sing us a song at the end.
Mark Rowley just went through the time at a 103.09. There's the HSV.
Now, a bit of a shout out to all those upstairs. I hope you're supporting the local caterers up there. We've got the baseball club doing a baseball club?
BMX club.
BMX club, sorry. The BMX club are running a barbecue up there, so please give them a little bit of support.
Goes back to a good cause.
Absolutely, everything goes to a good cause around here.
Yep, 103.8 there for Glen Campbell in the polo.
We've got some good catering down here as well, so if you're coming down on the bus, you're certainly not going to go hungry.
Definitely not. I just had a Euros for lunch.
Oh, you didn't? Where'd you get that from?
I had a trailer over there.
Oh, that one. Well, that's Ben's trailer.
I don't know. It was bloody good though. I can tell you that much.
Right.
It's one of the best Euroses I've had.
Serious?
Yeah, it was really good.
I don't believe you.
No, it was good.
I'm going to have to try one myself.
Good chunky meat, not that shaved rubbish.
Okay.
Like most Euroses are. Craig Day just stopped the clock there at a 109.86 in his 31 Skyline.
What did Nathan Green do? No, Nathan's still negotiating the bus stop. Are we seeing him? No, he's going to stop the clock there at a 105.6 in the mighty little Hyundai Excel. Nice to see Mr. Green Dog down here for the weekend. Pleasure to have him in commentary for a short stint. Chris Hortop crossing the line in the wife's Porsche at 102.63. In the meantime, it looks like Joe Scanlon on the line here in his LJ Tirana XU1. Another one of the Upper Snuggery boys. Been campaigning the XU1 for quite a long time up here. Has to be at least a decade or more. Of course, his event started 20 odd years ago. And 20 odd years ago, a 54-second run up here would have won the event. That's how things have changed. The track really hasn't changed too much. It's just people have stepped up and got faster and faster as the years gone by. The quickest time that Gazard won it with was let me have a look here, 50.77, which of course a very quick time back in the day. We don't set records every year, but last year it was a walloping. Dan Day took 1.8 seconds out of his previous best record and bashed it down to a 48.05, so we're on the cusp of a 47-second time here, but all the stars have got to be pretty well aligned, and we need just the right weather conditions and track conditions and temperatures and everything to be absolutely just right, because that is right on the edge of on the limit of adhesion to pull a time like that. Dave Ruddham's just taking off from the start line, heading through turn one, and after disappearing in a cloud of smoke. That car certainly desperately needs some freshening up and spicing up, and that's going to happen over the Christmas break. So meantime, we're looking at car 104, which is Dale Prover in the Mazda Miata MX-5. And he stopped the clock in a time of 1 minute 10.64. Oh, Dave Ruddham picked up an inside wheel nicely, turning it into the bus stop. Looking like he's got the bit between his teeth here. He's, whoa! The inside wheel was nearly a foot off the ground coming out of the bus stop. We don't see that too often. But he stopped the clock at a 1:07.39 in what was a rather spectacular run. So good on you, Dave. Steve Grinstead just taking off the line as we're watching the Chris Bennett in the little Suzuki GTI. He's slipping and sliding through to the final turn, and he's going to cross the line and stop the clock at a 1:07.3. Steve Grinstead, meantime, is heading up the hill. He's about to approach the bus stop at probably in the order of 160-70 kilometres an hour. Throw the anchor out at the last minute, tip it in, and keep it tidy. Make sure you get in and out of the bus stop. One day, I'd like to see a motor car timing beam across that bus stop, and have a bit of a separate competition for a bus stop award for the quickest in and out, which will only be a few seconds, mind you. But it might dispel the differences between those that want a handbrake and those that don't, and give us a way of measuring what the difference is, because it's a bit of a subjective thing. Be good to get a measure of it. We were watching the little Ford Laser Sport in the hands of Warren Heath, getting out of the bus stop and crossing the finish line, stopping the clock at a mighty impressive 59.14. What a little rocket ship that is. Got Lloyd de Croft heading off from the start in the 180SX 1990 model. We're at the start of our sports cars over 2 litre. Meantime, we've got Rowan Payne negotiating the top end. Mr. Paintball Park. He's going to get a time of 58.99, not hanging around there. Now we've got Wayne Fitzpatrick just taking off from the start. Got a bit of active tyre warming going on out here from our illustrious from Irish rally driver, none other than the great Frank Kelly, of course. Now we've got a bit of in-car camera inside Wayne Fitzpatrick's car, the Nissan 180SX. Great view here. This is organised by Bosch Motorsport Australia with onboard cameras, and they've been moving it from one car to another. Oh, go Frank. If you're standing down here by the start line when Frank takes off, you can feel the earwax sort of rattling loose. So certainly makes all the right noises. 330 odd horsepower at the rear wheels of this little Escort. Millington 4-cylinder. Simplicity at its finest. 4 big trumpets, 4 big exhaust pipes. No forced induction. And 360 horses at the flywheel. Just phenomenal. And they're made in Wales. Made in quite a workshop out on a farm somewhere, and they do all their own casting, all their own CNC machining, and basically have a little production line there, making motors for all over the world. I did have a look on their site some months ago, and they had a few lined up there that were heading down under, which I thought was just fantastic. But of course, down under for them doesn't necessarily mean Australia. It could well have been New Zealand as well, because there's some serious hotshot rally drivers, off-road drivers, and a lot of motorsport competitors over in New Zealand, of course. Even though we do try and adopt some of them from time to time, there's quite a lot of Kiwis at the pointy end of a lot of motorsport. Supercars, for instance. We got Mick the Goose Goosey using his little Toyota NR2, just taking off from the line. Meantime, are we seeing at the top here? It looks like a Nick Galliford. Certainly is. Not sure where Mike Holland is here. He's gone missing in action, maybe. Or have we seen Mike Holland? No, Mike Holland's still yet to run. Seems like he might be a little bit out of order. Where's Mike Holland? I think he's gone missing in action. Should have seen him run by now. McGooson peddling a little MR2 out of the chicane. Oh, he's got a little bit of a sideways coming out of the chicane. Last corner, heading for the finish. Wringing its neck out on a 106.4. Sean Williamson, the little baby grand miniature. Interesting little motor cars, these things. A bit of an oversized go-kart with a body on it. Great little race cars. Good to see them when there was a whole gaggle of them on the track racing each other side by side. But Sean's been bringing this thing out here for umpteen number of years and keeps peddling it up here year after year and having a great time. Matt Frith just taking off from the start. Ooh, Shane Williamson, just Sean Williamson, suffering a bit of a rocky ride there. Fairly set up, fairly stiff on the suspension, this car. And he stops the clock at a 58.11, so it's a right little pocket rocket. No two ways about it. Matt Frith in the meantime. And Nissan Sylvia, just past Earl's punch bowl. Tips it in nicely. No handbrake there. It was a nice little drifty out of the last corner and heads over the finish line to stop the clock at a pretty impressive 55.94. Now once we get to the end of this packet, we'll be able to give you a bit of an update on outright placings, and we'll be launching the 8th and final run for the day. Hopefully we'll get the shootout out of the way and ready for presentations soon after 3:30 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah, we didn't quite see Mark Gain go over the finish line there, but he stopped the clock at a 1:02.57. Got Murray Height in the Corona with an SR20. Not quite all it seems, this car, so he's been a steady peddler and getting more and more out of this car, and he's probably not going to be happy with a 103.55. I think he's capable of better than that. Now we are in sports sedans at the moment, so the rules are in sports sedans that there's no rules. We've got quite a few of them. We're in the 2 litre to 4 litre bracket at the moment. This is Adam Stoddard. We're seeing across the finish line in the little Leyland Clubman GT Turbo, and he stopped the clock at a 1:02 dead. Must have Jake Venable out there. Obviously a spelling mistake on that. I reckon it's Jake Venables. And I've put an A on the end instead of an S. I'll confirm that with the Casitas stopped for a cuppa at the back of the bus stop there. Not sure what he was thinking there. Might have missed a downshift. But he stopped the clock at a 1:15.6. Yeah, that did cost him a fair bit of time. Oh, it's rotor time. It's rotor time indeed. We've got Glenn Ladder in the RX-7. Away he goes. We've got we've got an in-car camera with none other than Damien Malazani at the moment. Now this is all back to front, folks, so it's really strange. I don't know what they've done here, but the first corner's a right-hander, and Damo's sitting on the left, so don't believe everything you see. Oh no, they've turned it around. Here we go. It is a left-hander after all, and he is sitting on the right side of the car. He's pushing it hard. He's on the limit. This is great to see from the in-car. Thanks to the guys from Bosch Motorsport Australia for getting all this hooked up. Terrific coverage. And we're seeing a bit of drone footage as well as the in-car. What an absolute highlight of the coverage for the weekend for me, that's for sure. I've had a little bit to do with this car, making suspension bits, but Dano's a good lad. He's been in the gym every day for the last 12 months. No more Schlivovitz for him. He's given it a red hot 52. No, this is not going to be the result that he wanted. It's a 54.32. He's been chasing a 52 all weekend, but really conditions haven't been quite conducive to such a good time as that. Bernardo stopped the clock at a 59.59. So yeah, Damo's well and truly leading two-wheel drive at the moment, and well and truly into the top 10. So he'll be stepping up for a bit of silverware later today. Nice to have a chat to him on the media on the pit walk earlier. Had a bit of a look under the bonnet, see what he had in there, and all pretty simple basic stuff. There was plenty of room to fit more in there. Yeah, did we have a Reese Molden in there, or is he gone? No, there he is. He's pulled a time of 58.72. Things are happening pretty quick here. Certainly keeping us on our toes in the commentary box here. Two cars on the track at a time. Hope you're all enjoying the show at the top of the hill. Hope you're giving all the cars a good wave, and I'm sure you have. I've heard some great reports from up the top there of drivers and spectators all waving on the down track, so terrific atmosphere. Don't forget we've got the BMX club, they're running a barbecue up there, so please give them some support. There's some other catering going on up there as well as Joanne's. She'll do your tea or coffee up there. Now Jeff Arden just launches it off the start line. A little Honda powered Datsun 1200. Now Danny Moore stopped the clock at a 104.30, and James Pawley recorded a 103.81. So conditions are a little strange here at the moment. We're quite overcast and a bit blustery, and feels like it wants to get damp, moist, whatever. But I think we've still got predominantly a dry track out here, and grip levels are up. Jeff Varden's just launching it up to the T-junction. Getting across the line, he's going to be well and truly sub 1 minute, so that'll be a 57.7. Trevor Pyatt launching the 929 coupe off the line, sporting a V8 under the bonnet. Not too sure what size. We've had Sean Stingers take his the yellow Escort up the hill, and he's about to stop the clock at a 1 minute 1.64. He's having a good weekend. Nice to see his family out here this weekend, and his young lad was handing out the trophies on Friday afternoon. Great to see. They're all still keen as on their motorsport. I wonder if he's still got the Lotus Europa in the garage ready to go, because he did bring that out a few years ago for a few demos, I think. Now we must have Trevor Pyatt up there somewhere, and the clock's still running on him, and he's doing a Trevor Pyatt. Okay, Trevor's got a 59.67. Happy days. We've got Rob Butler at the moment in the RX-7, the silver machine, car 132, and he records a time of 1:02 dead. So here comes Matty Evans. Meantime, we're watching Damien Wilson, the hoonigan from the south, pushing the little S13 Sylvia hard as it can. Can he break the minute? No! 1 minute 0.27. Still elusive. Now Matty Evans negotiating the chicane, Homestyle Bakery right here in New Gambia. Right, so Evans has stopped the clock at a 58.7. We must have Norm Goodall flashing his Porsche up the hill there, tipping it in, pulling it up, spinning it around. Norm needs to work on his handbrake work, I think, or maybe not. Jury's out. Here's a little car that's not all it seems to be. David Munn Mazda R8. I've managed to shoehorn a barrow motor into this. We figure out whether it's got a turbo or not. Not too sure. It's alright, we'll have to go and do a bit of investigating on that one. The boy lifted the bonnet on me earlier today and explained that no, it wasn't a rotary. They'd managed to get a barrow in there, and my goodness, it was a tight fit. But of course, turbos don't sit on the top of these things, so it was a bit hard to see what was underneath there. Oh dear, it looks like a buy. I'm having a bit of a challenging time in the back of the bus stop in his E36. Didn't quite manage to pull her up and pull the handbrake, and languished for a second or so while he gathered his momentum. Okay, now we've got Mr. Grand Auto Wreckers himself, Anthony Norris in the 200SX, and no, he's not the fastest two-wheel drive here, as much as you'd like to think he was. Damo Malazani's definitely got the wood on him. So he needs to pull a finger out and rip out a 53 second here, and I don't see that's going to happen. Dylan Young, he's pulled a time of 104 dead. Norris is looking really tidy at the top end here. He's got good pace coming onto the finish straight and stops the clock at 56.64. That would have to go close to his fastest time for the weekend. Now we're watching Nick Argoon flying up the hill at the moment, showing off a bit of his flamboyant driving style. No, he's keeping it nice and tidy here. He's out for a good time. I know he likes to come out and have a little bit of fun and get a bit sideways from time to time, but looks like he's going for a red hot serious run here, and he's pulled a 57.8 in the car that he's sharing with Kylie Howard. Now Martin Farkas, we're watching from the drone view, looking overhead. This is wonderful stuff. Great, big thanks, shout out to Dion up there at Clutch Life Media, who's organising all this live stream for us and organising the drone and all the cameras, and absolutely amazing. Some of this drone footage is just out of this world. Literally watching Martin Farkas in replay here. And of course Hayden McMahon did a little bit of a pit walk with him earlier, and we all got to have a bit of a look to see what's crammed in under his bonnet other than just a V8. Now Martin Farkas just pulled out a time of 55.37, mighty impressive that one. As we see Mark Povey push the little stanza across and stop the clock at a 101.09. Well, just looking at that, Martin Farkas, a 55.37, that really is quite a seriously impressive time. Yep, 20 odd years ago, a time like 55s like that probably would have put you in second place for the day. However, the bar's been raised and keeps getting raised and keeps getting raised, and now we've got it to a point where not too many people can reach it anymore. We've got Adam DiBiase, the faster of the driver, because he's the one that doesn't own it, and he stopped the clock at here we go, 56.67, pretty impressive time. Not as much fun watching as one of his Volkswagen Beetles, however. Michelle Wagner in the meantime took the Magna to a 107.70. Mark Povey had a 101.09. So we're up to car 148, which is Karen Hamilton, of course, in the mighty Falcon. He's across the line at 58.54. Now there's only less than a handful of cars to come through, where the buses will be coming back down the hill. And if you want to come down here and have a good look around, the sun's starting to come out. A little bit breezy, we've got plenty of catering down here, plenty to see and do down here. You can get quite a few steps up just walking around the pits here, if you're into that sort of thing. Like counting steps, I mean. And, if you want to come down here and Michael Krikoff just stopped the clock at 57.50. Karen Hamilton, in case I missed it, was a 58.54. Just walking around the pits here. Zachary Byam negotiating the bus stop in, you wouldn't believe it, but a BMW. That's all they've got in the Byam family is BMWs. Emma Branham, oh, that's a mighty hot little WRX there. She's whipping up the hill. Who have we got here in the Commodore? Oh, this is a strange one. We've got car 64. It's running way majorly out of order. They're calling that one a media run at 57.51. Who's driving that one? One of those Evans boys. Yet to be confirmed. We've got car 151, Emma Branham. And we're watching Mark Lacey taking off in the little Ford Laser, rounding out the end of the field. Are we going to see Frank Kelly come for another run? We've got him on the program here. He's no, not running this time. We've got the doctor, Andrew Booker, sitting on the start line with his mighty little Skyline. Thankfully, he's had nothing to do all weekend other than have joyrides up and down the hill. Had an empty seat in there, Sam. I've missed my opportunity there. I sort of had it teed up and booked with him, but hey, life gets in the way. I'll get to go for a ride at some stage, and I've already been for a drive in Frank Kelly's car with Merv Heemskerk, so it doesn't get much better than that, really. You wait till I post a photo up on the Trident page. Okay, we're rounding things out. The doctor's flying up the hill. Mark Lacey stopped the clock at a 105.8. Oh, I'm going to have to give him a bit of a ribbing over that. That's way slow. We're about to send all the course cars up the hill, I would presume, and I'm going to take a little bit of a short break and stretch my legs, and we'll be back into it again.
Tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Takes us about half an hour to get everybody together. Most importantly, we need to get all the officials down from the top of the hill. And we have all the...
It's true. Tyres can affect your vehicle's safety and performance. And you're pretty much throwing away money with the wrong tyre choice. Generally, you'll need a new set of tyres about every 40,000 kilometres. But which ones are the right fit for your truck, passenger vehicle or motorbike? The answer is Trident. Their experts will assess your vehicle and driving style, pairing you with the best tyres for safety, efficiency and ride comfort from reputable brands you can trust. Trident Tyre Centres, keeping you safe on the road.
Really important aspect of this. We've had people leave early in the past, and I've been most displeased by that, and I've had things to say to people about it, and it's just not on. So this is all about legends, folks. This is not sheep stations. This is all done in the spirit of legends, and I think as a big motorsport community and family, we all look out for each other and we support each other, and it's a great place to be because that's how we roll. Now we're going to go to a short break, and we're going to keep you informed as best we can. I'm going to go down and have a bit of a chat to Mr. Raydell and see what the plans are for the rest of the afternoon, and we'll keep you informed the best we can. Thanks for your patience and attendance.
All right, we're back on track. Just seen Andy Burt go through the hairpin at the top there, missing the turn, unfortunately. Got Luke Day in the station wagon just crossing the line at a 57.8 there. See the Neil Jamison entry little escort now making its way to the top of the mountain. Neil's going to stop the clock there at a 102.80. See the James McGough Holden Commodore Ute now making his way to the finish line. He's done a 105.20 for James McGough there. Peter Rogers now making his way to the top of the mountain in the 1600 Datsun. Just about to enter the hairpin here. Nice entry there by Peter. Peter Rogers is going to stop the clock there at a 105.67. We see Aaron Thompson run through the line there at a 58.1 in the Verada. We see Carl Ward's Datsun Sunny now making his way into the hairpin. This thing's absolutely flying. Pretty well presented little car, this one. Carl Ward's going to stop the clock there at a 59.46. Got Richard Diprose now making his way through the hairpin in his VS Ute. Dipro stops the clock there at a 101.1. Just watching the South Aussie Hotel drone footage at the moment. Chasing the car of James Hinderhaw up the mountain. And he stops the clock there at a minute .79. And drone's just having a look over the paddock now. As you can see, a little mini takeoff from the line down here. That'd be Tony Wallace in the improved production vehicle. Brian Telford at the top of the mountain in his Holden Commodore. Brian Telford stops the clock there at a 106.8. We're looking for Tony Wallace again. in the Mini. Tony Wallace is going to stop the clock there at a time of 57.78. As we see the Steve Goss Puma Clubman making its way up the mountain now. The weather's just come really good down here at the lakes now, so should be able to see some really good times if the track stays the way it is. Steve Goss now taking his Puma to the finish line. He's going to stop the clock there at a 104.4. Got one of the big Futura XY Falcons on track now, James Crimson. Muscling it around the hairpin. Crimson stops the clock there at a 103.73. Looking at the Saline Mustang now of Anthony Day. He's indicating around the hairpin. Following his road rules. Running the Saline over the line, stops the clock there at a 115.90. You see the Grant Stevens Ford Escort now, making its way around the hairpin. William Davis's Escort actually, and that's just on a 109.21. As we look at the little Mini now of Craig Goss, I think it is.
Okay, Sam, nice to be back here. I've just been down speaking with the hierarchy and trying to get an understanding of what the format is for the rest of the day, and this is our fourth and final run for the day. Yep. We're going to run through the entire field, and that'll be in two packages, and we're going to pull out about the top 12 cars, and we will run them one car at a time as a third and final package, and we're going to be running the Bosch Motorsport Australia Shootout. We'll just call it a shootout.
Yep.
We're missing one of our top 10 guys who wasn't able to be with us here today due to work commitments, and let me go through the list here with you. We've got Dan Day still sitting on top. The latest results. So he's just so we've got Dan Day with a 49.36. We've got Doug Johnson with a 52.09. Mirko Gribic with a 52.59. Damien Brand a 53.58. Nathan Robbins with a 53.95. He won't be joining us for this for today at all, really. And we've got Oliver Taylor in sixth place with a 53.96. Got Gavin Farley in the Mitsubishi Evo 7 with a 54.21. Damien Malazani, the only two-wheel drive in the top dozen. and with the Mazda RX-7, of course, with a time of 54.32. Martin Farkas in his E46 BMW. His best was a 54.76, and rounding out top 10 is Kurt Wilson in the STI WRX with a 55.14. We're also including Simon Field in a WRX Subaru. His best was a 55.23, and I think rounding out the shootout's going to be Sean Day in the mighty GT3 RSR Porsche. He's at a time of 55.29. So there's some pretty small gaps in between drivers down at this end of the field, or a lot of people in the 55 second bracket. We're also including
Cam's just done a 55.6.
WRX Subaru. His best was 55.23. That still wouldn't have got him in the top 10.
Yeah, but impressive drive. Muscling that big car around here.
It's always an impressive drive. Man, oh man, we got some vibrations going on around here. Sounds like one of these hot rod Commodores right behind us here in the pits. So we're still going to be here for another 2 hours or so, folks. And of course, the highlight of the day, we're going to have slowest to fastest in the Bosch Motorsport Australia Shootout. So some pretty exciting times coming. Weather conditions are nice. We're pulling some nice quick times. The track's nice and dry. The sun's trying to break through. It's a little bit of a breeze down here, so conditions are pretty good for good times. Don't know if we're going to see a record 47-second time. We'll see what Dan pulls out for his final run. You never know with this lot. They've always got a little bit up their sleeve and managed to just extract that little bit extra out of the car. Of course, they can change their boost settings and their horsepower, the amount of horsey powers they can use, and all of that. So it's a matter of striking a fine balance between getting traction and keeping control. Good thing. So enjoy the show, folks. Still not too late to come down to the bottom. And of course, about half an hour after the final run of the Bosch Motorsport Australia Shootout, it was just to give us some time to get all the officials down from the top of the hill. We like to have absolutely everybody here for presentations. In fact, a couple of years ago, we had more people here at presentations than what we had at drivers' briefing. That's what I want to see. That's what I'm expecting to see. And unless you've got one heck of a good reason, there is no reason to be leaving early. This is should be part of the plan for the weekend.
Ashley Blanchard now just running across the line at a 1 minute .17. As we see Brenton Byfield now taking that Subaru wagon over the line. Going to stop the clock there at a 55.95. Marvin Folgera now making his way around the hairpin in the WRX hatchback one. Going to stop the clock there at a time of 59 seconds flat. There. See David Harris now tipping it into the hairpin. Rather quick around there. David's been pretty consistent all weekend in the low 50s to mid. It's no different here. It's done a 56.1.
No, his best time for the weekend's been a 55.61, so he's a little bit off his own pace there. Just going to see if I can keep up with some of their previous fastest times to see if times are still falling here on the last run. Conditions seem to be pretty good.
Just looking at Patrick Hitchcock now make his way around the hairpin and up to the finish line. He's going to stop the clock there at a time of 56.8 for Hitchcock.
.8. Well, that's about half a second quicker than his fastest time for the whole weekend. So times are coming down, folks. Conditions are on the improve. Got a nice dry track.
Peter Holst now is going over the line at a 57.4.
Yeah, he's about a second off his own pace there.
Tanya Langcake on screen at the moment, making her way around the hairpin. Shooting that WRX to the finish line, and it's going to stop the clock there at a 59.44 for Tanya.
Oh, that's nearly a second quicker than her fastest. She's finally cracked that elusive 1 minute mark.
She'll be very happy with that.
Great work there. Just going to see how many people have been saving their best till last year.
We see the Russell Mackenzie Nissan GTR Pulsar making its way around the hairpin now.
Madly shuffling paperwork here to see if we can manage to keep up with all of this. Russell Mackenzie, he was a 103.77 best time. He's
done a 104.4, so a bit behind his pace there.
Yep.
Unfortunately. As we see Martin Radford now take his Evo over the line at a 57.8. I think we've got the Ronald Rutt entry on screen now, the Holden VT Commodore. We're actually looking downfield at the moment at the starting line on camera. We're looking at the Pratt Holden Special. Ronald Rutt is running at the top of the mountain at the moment.
So Martin Radford, as we said, pulled a 57.9, which is a good over half a second quicker than his fastest for the weekend. So a lot of people are saving their best till the end of the day, and this is not an uncommon thing for Legends. We generally see some of our quickest times if conditions are right on Sunday afternoon.
Ronald Rutty's going to stop the clock there at a 102.7 in the Commodore.
And of course we've rearranged the field slightly so that we will be saving the very best to the last, and we'll be running the shootout in reverse order. We're going to see, as Dan Day is sitting on top of the pops at the moment, he'll be the last man running, so we're definitely saving the best to the last, and we'll see if he's got an extra rabbit to drag out of the hat there.
Jeff Walsh is going over the line now to 104.97 in that Brad Holden special.
No, he's a little off his own best pace there by a good second or so.
We've got another one of these Clubman type cars making its way around the track now. This one being the car of Thomas Inkster. He's going to stop the clock there at a 58.2.
Well, once again, well over half a second quicker than his fastest so far. So, seems to be a bit of a common trend here, Sam, that they're saving the best to the last. That's what we do here. That's how we roll down at the Legends. Fantastic place and a fantastic event, and fantastic support from all the local businesses, from all our sponsors. Trident Tyres, of course, top of the list. We've got great support from Bosch Motorsport Australia also.
Saw John Evans cross the line there at a 107.5. We've got one of the brand cars making its way up the mountain now. It would be Marcus Brand.
So John Evans,
juniors here this weekend.
John Evans did a 107.5, so he's a second off his best time. He didn't run yesterday, so his best for the weekend is a 106.3.
A 111.86 there for Marcus Brand.
Nice little bit of handbrake work from Marcus.
We've got one of the Byam entries now making its way around the hairpin. I think it might be, no, it's Alexander Byam.
So Marcus is a good teacher, of course, and he managed to do a nice little handbrake here, and I think he's a two-wheel drive Subaru, front drive shafts removed, of course.
It's 108.1 for Alexander Byam. Lucas Byam now making his way around the hairpin.
Driving, you guessed it, BMW. Has he got names on all these cars? We've got Dave and Bob and...
Yep, cars have got to have names.
Got to have names, yep.
Lucas has done a 111.7 as well. I think that's pretty well on par with what Alexander just did. Alexander did a 108.14. Not much in it between these guys. As we see Charlie Evans now in the Commodore. This thing's been flying all weekend. And he's done a 57.3 for Charlie Evans there. Probably one of our quickest juniors. Looking at Braden Radell now, down at the bottom of the hill. Oliver Polner now at the top of the hill, making his way into the hairpin. Nicely done there by Ollie. He's got Subaru Liberty. Sending it to the finish line, and he's going to stop the clock there at a time of 1:09 flat. As we see Braden Radell making his climb.
Is that your old car, Sam?
The Braden Radell one, yeah, that's my wife's old car.
Nice to see it's gone to a good home.
Yeah, better than sitting out the back, just getting eaten by rats.
Rotting away.
It had been laid up for a year or two out in the paddock, and it was time to get rid of it. Braden Rodell's going to stop the clock here at a time of 110.6. Not too bad there for young Braden. As we see Harrison Bliss, another junior, making his way around the hairpin towards the finish line. Harrison's going to stop the clock there at a 58.99. He's going to be very happy with that time. Quite a good time. Max Vittinen now making his way around the hairpin in the 6-litre powered Commodore. Oh, sideways there in the last corner. Pushes it over the line at a 58.13. Quite respectable times here by these juniors. I think under a minute is very impressive. As we look at Chloe Krikoff make her way around the hairpin towards the top of the mountain, takes that final corner, puts the foot flat to the floor, stops the clock at a time of 103.7 for Chloe. Got the Graham Fenton car now making its way around the hairpin. Just had Kylie Howard take off from the start line, but we are looking at Graham Fenton.
Now, just a little heads up to all those that are up the top. It's one of your final chances to come down and enjoy the show from this end of town. If you haven't had the opportunity to come down, the buses will be heading down in a mere few minutes, so if you want to get keen, get on a bus. You can come down and join us down the bottom. Still lots of food left available, and still lots to see and do. And of course, in probably just over an hour or so, we're going to be looking at the Bosch Motorsport Australia Shootout, and we're going to see us save the best till very, very last on that. There'll be one car on the course at the time for the shootout, and it's going to be a sight to see. Thanks, of course, to Bosch Motorsport Australia for once again supporting the event, sending a couple of their guys up from Melbourne. Lovely to have a chat to them in the box here a little bit earlier, and they're there and available. They've got a good range of products to make people go a whole lot faster. Just ask Dan Day. I reckon he's probably worth a second or two just because of the Bosch equipment that he's got on board. Fantastic quality stuff. Bosch, of course, well-renowned name for quality. Been around for a long, long time. Quality and reliability. And we've got Brendan Wegner at the top in the Mitsubishi, the mighty Magna. They've been making Magnas here in Australia for 40 years. I went down to Tonsley Park a few weeks ago, and we had a bit of a party down there to celebrate its 40th birthday. Terrific to see. Great to catch up with a lot of old faces I haven't seen for a while. Now, of course, we've got the star of the show on the start line, Mr. Frank Kelly. away from Ireland. He's having a great time there. He's been putting on a show that only a professional like Frank is capable of. He's got lots of horsepower, beautifully turned out car, lovely family to back him up, and he knows where the accelerator pedal is. There's no doubt about that. He's ripping it up the hill. Give him a big cheer, folks. He's probably doing a good 100 mile an hour here, and he's fast approaching the bus stop. He's going to dip it and tip it, and lovely work, Frank, on the one, spins it around, carries it out, smooth as. Oh, I think this might be a red hot go at a decent time, I tell you what. It's a 57, yes indeed. 57.74 there, that would put him in the top 30. And of course his flamboyant style sometimes holds him back from getting a really seriously quick time. Now, who have we got on the start line here? I think we might have a young Chris Clayson sitting in the seat of Jeff Wilson's Magna. It's an automatic. Yes, it certainly is. Love you, Chris. Love to be able to give you some support in your time of need. And thanks to everybody this morning that chipped in to help out, because that's what we do as a motorsport community. Just looking at the RX-8 with the barrel motor in it. It's over-rotated at the end of the bus stop. There's Josh Mann, of course. Now, that just about brings up the end of the bracket. Oh no, I've missed my opportunity here. There's a spare seat in the doctor's seat, and I had it all organised, and I've missed the boat. And I don't think they're going to hold him up. Oh, there you go, Sam. There goes my ride. Missed the bus.
Oh, well. Maybe next year. You've drove up here a few times anyway.
Yeah, I've had my jollies this weekend. I had a really good time here Thursday.
That's it.
And it was quite the privilege to be in with such good company.
And you drove Frank's car up earlier.
Yeah,
I took it for a drive.
Yeah, that too. I'm still trying to figure out how to post a photo of it on the Legends page. But I'll get there. I'll get one up there sometime.
That's it. So, yeah, we're just going to have a little break now. Just about to bring the cars back down the hill. We'll shout out to some of our sponsors while we're bringing those cars down the hill. JB Customs, Joanne's Espresso, JSM Carports and Verandas, Kangaroo Island Luxury Accommodation, Cub Power, L&H Electrical, MGS Towing, Motorsport Service Solutions, Mount Gambier Mechanical Auto and Electrical, Mount Gambier Sawworks, MSS Safety, Nataro Landscapes, OFO, OGR, Paintrol Coatings, PCB Independent Land Rover Specialist, PMD Race Products, Precision Opal, PumpX, Repco Auto Care, Rural IT Solutions, SE Fire Extinguishers Services, S&J Automotive, Sage Automation, SA Motorsport Tyres and Shannon's Insurance. We really thank you guys for your ongoing support over the years. Really can't put on this event without our sponsors. But yeah, we'll just have a short break and be back for the last half.
Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Just like your car, tyres need regular maintenance too. Tyres that aren't maintained will wear more rapidly, cause your vehicle to use more fuel and may compromise your braking and handling ability. For all your tyre and mechanical needs, call Trident Tyre Centres.
of the Lakes. We've got car 77 online, the Ford Focus of Mark Dixon. Now if you're down the bottom, the Shootout's going to be on at the end of this bracket. I'm sure everyone's going to be gathering around the S&J big screen there to watch that down the bottom.
That'll be the Bosch Motorsport Australia Shootout. So
Yep.
it's going to be pretty exciting. We're only going to have one car on the track at a time for that. So
Everyone's going to wind up their car and try and get everything they can out of it to get their best time, to get the try and take home the crown, but this weather looks like it's going to make it difficult.
Yes, there's one thing that's going to get in the way of any new records, I think, and that's a little bit of precipitation and
Mother Nature.
bit of added slipperiness to the surface. Always makes things a somewhat more challenging.
Mark Dixon now just making his way around the hairpin in the little Focus.
Oh, he made a bit of a meal of that, went in too deep. He's just about got into the armco.
Yeah, not his smoothest run there.
No, definitely not.
Definitely trying to get his best time, pushing that car to its limit. And Mark's going to stop the clock there at a 101.76.
Mark's well off his fastest time for the weekend, so maybe it's a little bit of an indication, although his driving skill lacked a little bit at the back of the bus stop. That cost him a second or two.
Yeah, see Stuart Bates now just exiting the hairpin, pointing it to the finish line in the little Rex. Going to stop the clock there at a 108.3. Just down the starting line here, you can see the mist blowing across the track.
It's starting to get pretty miserable, cold and wet out there, seeing?
Yeah, not good at all.
I've just had to duck in here just to keep myself dry and warm, actually.
Yeah, another good spot to duck in is to Race HQ, and you can just sit back and watch the S&J big screen in the warmth and dry.
Oh, I don't know about warmth, but at least it'll be dry.
That's right.
There's no heaters in there.
We just saw Hayden McMahon.
Mr. Pitwalk himself with a 104.21.
Yeah, he's had a good weekend here. Enjoyed himself. Helped us out a few times in commentary and gone around and interviewed a few people.
Oh, he lent me his cameraman, and I had a bit of a crack at it too. And I was,
yeah, he did a good job.
I was pretty stoked about that.
Had a chat to Damien Malzani and Damien Brand.
Yeah, I picked out the demos.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Both good blokes.
Yeah, indeed they were, and I've had a good chat with the two young lads, Adrian and James from Bosch Motorsport Australia, come over from Melbourne for the weekend to support the event, and they'll be here to help out with presentation of trophies at the end.
We just saw the Dave Riley skyline cross the finish line there at a 119.35. As we see the Adam Zemkus WRX making its way around the hairpin towards the finish line now.
That's a chook. He's a Zemchuk.
A Zemchuk, sorry. He's just done a 105.6. Yeah, I think the times are going to get a bit slower actually, unfortunately, now, because this rain has settled in a bit.
We're not going to see a lot of rain, but it's just enough to have made the track a bit greasy. And
yeah, well, they're not getting very good traction off the start line here.
Definitely
at the moment.
not.
It's very greasy down here.
Even when it's dry, it's a little bit challenging off the start line, but we're seeing some mist actually coming off the track here down here at the moment.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a worry.
Joshua Swan now making his way to the finish line. He's going to stop the clock in his WRX at the time of 108.3. So we're looking at this Mustang now. I can't see any 5 litre badge. Oh yes, it does have a 5 litre badge on the side. Just a different one than
That's right. And it hasn't got a pony on the boot, so it's got to be the 5 litre V8 or more. or not? Be a 5 litre.
Yeah, you'd say 5 litre. As we watch Lindsay Bear now exiting the hairpin. I think Lindsay's enjoyed himself this weekend.
Oh, he's always enjoying himself when he's behind the steering wheel of something with a little bit of horsepower, and he's got quite a few horsey powers under the bonnet of this thing.
Done a 108.27 there. So it should be Alex Bonner at the top there in the Mustang. It's a late model Mustang, this one. I think it's an FN or an F. I think that's their model code, FN. Something like that. Going to push it over the line in a time of 1:22.53. I reckon that car might have a bit more in it than that.
When the stars are aligned and the conditions are right, I'm sure you're right there, Sam, but yeah, a lot of variables involved.
That's it. You'll see one of the upper snuggery guys now making his way around the hairpin. That'd be Dominic Burns in the AUXR8.
Yeah, it has to be one of them Burns boys. Must be an interesting conversation around the table of a night time.
It's done a 1:10.4.
This looks like an Andrew Campbell on the line, number 92 in the Nissan GTR. He's been giving it a red hot crack all weekend.
Now I think at the top of the mountain we should see Peter Burns, also in the AUXR8. Another one of the upper snuggery guys. Those guys have been campaigning pretty hard this weekend. We'll probably just have a battle between themselves for bragging rights. And Peter's going to take the AU across the line in a time of 1:13.4. Andrew Campbell now should be approaching the bus stop.
There I have found him. His best time for the weekend has been a sub 1 minute. It's a 59.72.
Well, he's well over that this time.
Oh, my word, he is. And it just goes to show how much a little bit of water on the track can affect the times.
That's a 105.7 there for Andrew.
It's 6 seconds off his best time.
Yeah, well, looking at the screen now, it's looking rather heavy. The rain is at the top of the mountain.
Oh, my word, it is, yes. Oh, that's getting really heavy on the camera lenses up there. That's not nice.
No, so not going to see any records, unfortunately.
No, it's a matter of survival till the end here at the moment.
So it is going to be a big challenge for anyone to knock Dan off the top of the rankings now.
Well, or even change their own positions for that matter.
That's right.
I think we're just about set in stone for the top. Well, for the whole field, really.
You never know, though. Someone could pull out some magic.
It would have to be magic. There'd have to be an awful big wand involved.
Yeah. Frank Kelly might be able to pull out his best time. I heard that he likes it wet.
I know he likes it wet, but no,
I think it just makes it easier to do more skids.
This is just silly, and he doesn't need it to be wet to do skids. He can do perfectly good skids in the dry.
Yeah, saves the tyres a bit.
I guess so.
As we see Chris Roberts now making his way towards the finish line.
I don't know how much tyre Frank's got left with him, but I figured, is he ever going to stop doing runs, or is he going to just keep on going until he runs out of rubber?
Yeah, that's it. Well, why would you, though? It'd be a lot of fun doing that.
Absolutely.
107.40 there for Chris. Yeah, the times are definitely slowed up a bit.
Yeah.
All you can do is drive to the conditions, unfortunately.
Safety is paramount.
Yeah,
No one
Last run of the weekend, you don't want to bin your car now.
No one wants to cart a bent car home with them, with the prospect of spending ages fixing up the damage you've created just by being a little foolish when it got wet.
Mark Rowley there in the HSV did a 106.9. Craig Day Nissan R31 Skyline now making his way into the hairpin. Slowly out of it there.
Things really are slowing down up there. Oh, have a look at it from the top. Man, oh man, is it looking wet.
Starting to getting loose, these cars.
Give me some grip, give me some grip.
It's a 111.1 there for Craig Day.
What have we had happen here? We've got a course car coming out here. Chris Hortop's just been pulled back off the start line. It seemed that we may have a little bit of an incident up there somewhere.
Who was out on track? Was it Nathan Green? I'm not real sure. Yeah, it was Nathan Green out on track.
Nathan Green. Oh no, he wasn't trying to crack into the highlight reel again, was he?
In the little XL, not 100% sure.
I just see Mick Green hopping into the back of the fire truck, and I think he's hitching a lift up there to help out.
Yeah, so we'll have a little break while these guys sort out the track up the top there and recover that vehicle. But yeah, I'll shout out to our sponsors while we're waiting to see what's going on. We're up to She's Apples, Sims Engineering, South Aussie Hotel, South Coast Marine, Southern Gas Services, Southern Koala Rescue, Southern Star Mechanical, Spray and Colour, Sunbury Auto and Tyre Service, Time Fleet, Tonkins, Tony Day, Top Spot Auto Dismantlers, Trimmed Speed and Marine, UHF Chemists, Upper Snuggery Racing, Warren Heath Performance, Will All, and of course Trident Tyre Centre is the naming sponsors of here. Also a big shout out to Bosch Motorsport for their
Bosch Motorsport Australia.
Bosch Motorsport Australia for their
ongoing support
with the in-car footage, and then we've got the South Aussie Hotel for drone footage, and S&J Motorsport for the big screen. It's been great. People have been loving it down here.
Yep, we've had a pretty good run of that most of the weekend. Had a little bit of a trouble with it on Friday, but the tech guys got involved and got their little glitches sorted out, and we've been running pretty smoothly on with that for the last day.
It's just a very hard location to get everything working right with internet and stuff down here. But once the tech guys got involved and sussed it all out, it's been problem-free all weekend. It's been great.
Brilliant.
Love having it down here. All right, so yeah, we'll just have a little break and listen to some tunes, and we'll be back with you soon.
Very, very soon, I hope. Yep.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
Have you checked out the latest from Mount Gambier Off-Road Centre? We've got even more gear to get you out there. Accessories, protection and recovery equipment, the complete ARB 4x4 range, and ARB touring with awesome rooftop tents, swags and awnings. We've brought together the very best in four-wheel drive, all chosen for its quality, reliability and practicality. And we expertly fit it here too. So come on, your four-wheel drive adventure awaits at Mount Gambier Off-Road Centre, 308 Commercial Street West.
20th anniversary running of the Trident Tyre Legends of the Lakes Hillclimb. Things are starting to, I'm not sure what the weather's doing at the moment. We've had a bit of a mizzle and a bit of a drizzle and a bit of extra moisture on the track. We've had steam coming off the track down here by the start line. Nathan Green's just returned to the pits with his car on the back of the tray top, looking a little second hand on the front right corner. Don't know what excuse they're going to use for that one, but it was obviously not his fault. we'll have to have a little chat to him later and have a little chat about his post-traumatic stress disorder. But I think everything's quite fixable. And Nathan's up and about. We've got Chris Hortop getting things going again, car number 100, driving the wife's little Porsche. That's always a good thing. Meantime, we've got Jared McRobbie. He should be pulling up to the line. Yes, there he is, and a nicely turned out Black Skyline R33. Long-term campaigner here. He's here every year. This boy, always keen as mustard to rip out of the best time he possibly can. And off he goes. Good start there. It's a bit hard to tell whether it's dry or wet here. Top of the track, doesn't seem to be too much rain on the lens up there. Maybe things are drying out a little bit. Don't forget, after this package we'll be starting the Bosch Motorsport Australia Shootout. We're going to have about a dozen cars on having a red hot last dip for the weekend. Will be one car at a time, so slowest to fastest. It's shaping up to be an exciting finish. Don't know whether we're going to see a new record set this weekend, but conditions and the stars aren't quite aligning at the moment, so I think we'll be just aiming to keep it straight and tidy and take a straight car back home again. Jared McRobbie's crossing the line and stopping the clock at a 59.2. Good finish for the weekend for him. And he's got a straight car to take home. That's an added bonus.
It must be drying up a little bit up there to be getting a time like that.
It seems to be. Chris Hortop had a time of a 103.07.
Nicely done there. We've got Joseph Scanlon now making his way into the bus stop in the LJ Tirana. He's an LJ, isn't it?
Yep, it's a little XU1. Rather rare and sought after car nowadays. So I think those that have got them in good condition, they know what they're worth. They know what they've got.
Just some Holden trash.
Yes, it's still just a Holden. Don't look at me like that, Brendan. Give us a wave. Go on, good boy.
Joe put that Tirana across the line in a 109.03.
Brendan, of course, knows how to drive Tonsley's finest, so yeah, great times. Go to Magna.
We've got Dale Proven now making his way around the hairpin in the MX-5. Mighty Miata.
Have another shout out to the Wagners today with SA Hillclimb, Michelle and Brendan Wagner. Thanks to them very much for the first class accommodation here on the start line. Heck of a lot more comfortable than some rotten little horse float. I'll give you the tip. We've got room to move. We've got all our screens and sound gear in here, and it's pretty comfortable.
So it's Dale Proven there, just done a 112.85.
Okay, there's a microphone over there, Nathan. Please explain yourself. You can have your spot. I'm just welcome to the commentary box, Nathan Green, Mr. Green Dog himself. He's just had the poor little Hyundai dragged back here unceremoniously on the back of a tray top with a little bit of front corner damage. What happened, Nathan?
So young bloke, cold tyres, buggered up.
Right.
So yeah, just got it's just starting to spit, and yeah, got a little bit taily through the S's there.
Right. So it's a rain thing.
Oh yeah, I'll schedule excuses. I'll go to part rain.
Part rain?
Part rain.
And part mechanical?
Part mechanical.
What,
yeah.
wheel fell off? No?
Yeah, no, the wheel didn't fall off.
No,
the thing's good. Like the thing will drive. It's actually an electrical failure.
It's electrical.
Right? So if it didn't lose electrics, I would have been able to reverse out and wouldn't have delayed things for people. But I think it's actually dried up a bit. So
you couldn't get it started.
I couldn't get it started. Yeah. And I was like, and there's everyone come up, and there's such a malarkey, and I got a lovely ride in the van, and they checked my blood pressure, and my blood pressure is mint. Yeah.
What were the numbers?
145, I think.
Well, it's a little on the high side.
Yeah, but not bad for a bloke of my stature. So, I got a little bit taily through the S's there, and just front wheel drive. What do you got to do? You got to keep your boot into it.
Absolutely.
And it was just going casually towards the Armco. And then it just grabbed, and the tyre went under the Armco, and and it's peeled the front guard. The front guard was actually up against the door, so it's done a nice job.
Well, I'm glad you're here and in good spirits and able to tell us about it.
Yeah, if I can get some electrons back into it, then I'll be able to drive it straight back on the trailer, and it'll be good for junior development program.
So how's you going to explain that one to young Tim Possingham, the owner of the car, of course?
Interestingly, on the paperwork that I had to fill out, they had the name as Possingham. I was like, oh, you better change that. You haven't got his license number? They're like, no. I was like, yeah, no, don't do that, because I don't want you calling his next of kin.
Oh, okay.
So, anyway, I'll leave you guys to it. I thought I'd just come and tell you that I'm okay.
We were hoping to hear from you shortly, so thanks very much for coming down for a chat.
I got to catch up with more of the staff than I wanted to, so thank you very much to all the volunteers.
I hope the PTSD sort of goes well for you.
Yeah, no, it should be fine.
Thank you.
Probably a bit out there, but...
Well?
Probably a bit out there, but yeah.
Oh no, thanks for coming in for a chat. Great to have an explanation for a bloke that's more than fit and happy to tell us all about it. So, happy endings. And of course, it's just a bit of car damage. It's anything, I don't think it'll quite buff out, but it's certainly fixable. Anyway, we're well back in action here. We've got Wayne Fitzpatrick heading for the finish line. He's going to stop the clock in a sub 1 minute. It's a 58.41. Happy times. We've got Mick Goosey Goosen on the line at the moment in the all black MR2.
Well, if the weather holds out for the rest of this run, we might actually get to see a decent shootout.
It could well be.
Because the track has dried up significantly.
God, you just about flip a coin down here to see what sort of conditions you're going to get for your run.
Oh, the skyline's loose at the top there.
That's why it's so important. So why it's so important when you're down here, when the conditions are just right, you've got to take the opportunity and make the absolute most of it.
That's right.
Because you never know what it's going to be like in 10 minutes' time.
Nope. Nick Galliford there at 58.24. Skyline. Looking down now at the little MR2, making his way to the top of the mountain. That's Mick Goosen. Mick Goosen now just taking the last corner. He's going to put the foot flat to the floor and break the timing beam and stop the clock at a time of 107.72.
Just hope for the best. That's definitely not his quickest time for the weekend. Okay, we've got John Parker in the mighty Shamira. He's tipping it into the bus stop and
making his way around the hairpin now. Yep. We've also got the South Australian Hotel drone footage showing the miniature Grand there making its way up the mountain.
Yeah, it's been some great drone footage today from all sorts of different angles and from all ends of the park here.
I love it. The split screen too, that's
brilliant. Leaving nothing behind there.
John Parker stopped the clock there in the Chimera at 105.63. Little baby Grand seems to be bunny hopping out of the hairpin.
Oh, that's not
looking good.
No, that is not happy.
He's going to get it over the finish line, hopefully.
Hopefully we'll get out of the way. We don't see a red flag situation here, but
it looks like he's going to make it.
He's got there.
a 104.46 there, but definitely struggling up the last part of the hill there.
Not a happy finish there for the young lad.
We've got one of the Sylvias on screen now. This one here is the car of, I think it's Frith.
Yeah, Matty Frith and the Sylvia.
And Matty's done a 59.04. Got the Tirana on screen now. Earl Panels car.
Okay, I hope we're going to see Damo Malazzani in his car pretty soon. You ain't got a lot of time before your next run there, buddy. Oh, hang on, I just forgot. He's in the shootout. Good work. Give us a wave. Good boy.
Mark Gain now making his way around the hairpin.
I might add the only two-wheel drive in the Bosch Motorsport Australia shootout, so it's a pretty fair effort.
Mark Gain is going to stop the clock there at a 104.63.
Yeah, it's got to remember that they've taken the shootout guys out of the field here at the moment, so there's a few names missing. Damo just being one of them.
This is Murray Height now making his way into the hairpin.
Okay, looks like Sean Day's going to be missing this rotation as well and joining in with the shootout contenders. Thanks again to Bosch Motorsport Australia for supporting all of this and for supplying the in-car cameras. Good chance we might have an in-car on at least one or two of the shootouts.
105.03 there for Murray Height. Got the Cressida on track now, getting chased by the drone.
Oh, we've just had a bit of an incident here coming into the chicane. We're going to see a red flag here. There's a bit of
debris on the track there.
Bit of panel damage. We're going to have to do a little bit of a clean up here. The cars continue to...
That was Jake Vanderblay.
Here we go.
There's going to be a replay here.
Here's the replay. Let's have a look at the screens here.
We know he's alright. He's kept driving on, so that's always good.
He's under brakes. He's had a bit of a lock up into the arm co.
Nothing too major, just
scraped a bit of paint off.
Yeah, unfortunate there.
There we go. Anyway, he'll manage to continue on to the top, but there's going to be a little bit of time involved here and a little bit of work for our officials up there at the chicane to clear the debris off the track and put the bollards back in place and restore it back to ready for racing. So this could take a few minutes. I'd encourage you just to be patient.
Yeah, I'll just shout out to our sponsors again while we wait, I suppose. So Trident Tyre Centre, City of Mount Gambier, Acorn Stair Lifts, Adelaide General Plumbing, Adelaide Hills Conveyances, All Panels Classic Car Restoration, Ample Auto, ASP, Avis, Baker's Delight, Badnock's Deli, Bike Works, Billy Bram Wines, Blue Lake Cranes, Blue Lake Holiday Park, Bosch Motorsport, Bright Legal, CNR Motors, Husqvarna, Cullen and Gazzard, CCM 4x4, Clutch Life Media, Cocky's Automark, Compton Refrigeration, Cooper Subaru Hamilton, Crumpet Garage, D&D Mechanical and Full Drive. Thanks to all you guys for sponsoring us again this year. Can't do it without you. Also a big shout out to S&J for bringing down the big screen. That's been awesome. People loving it. Been able to sit in the paddock and watch their team run up the hill. It's always great to have that here. But yeah,
so from down here on the start line, they can see the cars starting off. We've got the big screen to show them what the top is, so you're really not missing out on too much in between. It's fantastic spectating. Probably one of the best spectating events around, really. But that was Jake Venables that had a little bit of a moment. And gave it a bit of a scratch and knocked a few things around up there, but nothing that can't be fixed quite quickly. We'll be underway again in just a few minutes. Please be patient. We'll throw a bit of music to keep you all entertained.
For Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Glenn Ladder in his Mazda RX-7 taking off from the line down here.
Good work by the boys up there to clean the mess off the track. I think that was the biggest issue for the hold-up, was just cleaning the shrapnel.
Yeah, I think the car was still getting around under its own power, so I don't think that's an issue. I don't think they needed the tow truck there. Glenn Ladder now making his way up past the punch bowl. At the top of the mountain, you'll see him very shortly tip it into the hairpin.
It's rotor time. Oh, to be frank, Mr. Kelly, there he goes again.
Yep, your ride earlier today.
My drive.
That's what I mean.
It was my drive.
Yeah, Glenn.
Wait till you see the photos and the lies.
Glenn's going to stop the clock there at a 102.53. So if you're at the top of the mountain there, you're in for a treat. Frank's just on his way up there. He always puts on a show for the crowd up there. Sideways or donuts. Get a bit of everything. Unless he's actually trying to bust out a decent time. Well, you'll soon know by the show he puts on here. Oh, I think he might be going for a good time.
Yeah, I'm thinking he might be trying to bust out a good one. He said he was going to really go for a good time here, and he's travelling on his own. This is going to be a cracker.
It's a 58.2.
I think he's been quicker than that.
Still not bad. Well, the show he puts on here.
The replay here of Frank. Yeah, stepped it out there nicely.
Good time here, and he's
I'm not seeing anyone in the passenger seat there. This is going to be a cracker. So for Frank, it's not just about putting on a good show and taking people for joyrides. He's still pretty keen to bust out a good time as well. So
yeah, Reece Molden now making his way to the top of the mountain in his 1600 Datsun.
We need to give him a bit of hardware to take home with him. Put on the mantelpiece. Next to the last one he got here 8 years ago.
Yep. Reece just making his way around the hairpin now. Sending that 1600 Datsun over the finish line and stopping the clock at a 102 flat. There's a race face if you've ever seen one there.
Oh my word, yep. On the line, behind the wheel of the little Mini.
Maybe James Pauly.
First of the Pauly Minis. Got a little Cooper S on the line, waiting to chase him up there. In the meantime, we've got Danny Moore negotiating the last couple of corners there, and he's going to stop the clock at a 104.67.
Very nice.
Here he goes, he's looking serious. Be Steve Pauly and the little Morris Cooper S.
Yeah, James Pauly should be just making his way around towards the finish line now. James is going to stop the clock there at a time of 104.15 as we have a look downfield at Steve Pauly, also in a Mini, the Morris Cooper S here. Very well done there by Steve. Original Cooper S, this one. I was having a chat to him earlier. It's a matching numbers car. It's done a 101.3. Only bored out to a 1310, so just a good size little motor in that. Had a Weber on it, I noticed. Weber 45 side draft. Oh, couple of stingers nearly gone into the barrier there at the top. Just missed it. Recovered nicely.
Is everyone trying a little bit extra hard here for the last run?
I think so.
Trying to wring the last few tenths out of their best times for the weekend.
And Sean's done a 101.76.
Which wouldn't be far off his best time for the weekend. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and grab my helmet. I'm going to go for a whiz down to the start line. And I'm going to go and hop in with the doctor and go for a bit of a thrash up the hill.
Well, aren't you lucky?
Aren't I the lucky one? So I will get a ride up there one way or another.
Fair enough. We're looking at Damien Wilson now, just making his way to the finish line.
And then I'll be back down here hopefully in time to get started on the
shootout,
the Bosch Motorsport Australia Top 10 Shootout. So looking forward to that. So leave you with it for a little while there, Sam, and I'll...
No worries. Damien Wilson just stops the clock there at a minute .46. See the Munn entry now making its way around the hairpin. This one's driven by David Munn, the RX-8. It's got the Barra in it this weekend. And he's going to stop the clock there at a 105.59. Nicely done. Looking at Ian Watson now, making his way to the top of the mountain. In the Polo. Stops the clock at a 101.93. Has just left the start line in a world of tyre spin sideways. Dylan Young now at the top of the mountain in his Nissan Pulsar. Dylan's just done a 104.22. Looking at the South Aussie Hotel drone, we're chasing Mick Argoon up the mountain. I reckon Mick's going to put a bit of a show on up the top here just by the way he took off down the bottom here. We'll see what's going on. Oh no, a little tail whip. Keeping it relatively straight. Oh, I spoke too soon there. Yep, Mick lighting up the tyres as usual, having a good time. Kylie wants him to keep that in one piece. She's still got a run to go. That's 103.57 there for Mick. He took off down the bottom here. We'll see what's going on. Oh no, a little tail whip. Keeping it relatively straight. Oh, here we go. I spoke too soon there. We got Povey now making his way into the hairpin. Little stanza of Mark Povey. Good rally car, this one. Only just been freshly rebuilt. Going to stop the clock there at a 101.38. Michelle Wagner now. Making her way into the bus stop chicane. And Michelle's pointing it to the finish line now. She's going to stop the clock at a time of 1 minute 13.9. Got Colin Hamilton on screen there in the MT Rules Falcon. Leave on the line. Further up track though, we've got Adam DeBassi. Oh no, we don't. We've got one of the Biome entries, sorry. Running a little bit out of order here. Thinking that's Dave Bynum in the E36 BMW. Held up there at the top of the chicane, but back underway. Colin Hamilton making his way around the hairpin now. Dave Bynum stops the clock at a 1:25.41. Colin rather sideways leaving the hairpin there. Keeping it off the wall. And Colin's going to stop the clock there at a time of 1:96 for Colin. We've got Michael Krivkov now making his way around the hairpin in the S&J sponsored Subaru WRX. Shared car this weekend. Going to stop the clock there at a time of 1:48. 1:48. Making his way up to the hairpin. Zachary Bynum about to cross the line. Stop the clock in a time of 1:14.4. It's down further down track. We've got Emma Brunham in the WRX STI, 2001 model. This one out of the box rally car pretty well. Emma's going to stop the clock there at a 1:02.78. Now we've got Graham. Big close-up of Graham here at the start line in the doctor's car. Ready for the ride of his life. It's just a media run, just taking some of our supporters and helpers out for a ride this weekend. Looking at Mark Lacey now taking his TX3 laser around the hairpin. Lacey's going to stop the clock there at a 1:08.72. So we will see the Doctor and Graham making their way to the top of the mountain now. Looking quick here. Throwing it into the hairpin. Nicely done there by the Doctor. So Graham will be enjoying his time there. He's done a 1:04.8 there. So that's the Doctor and Graham. Now Graham's going to come back down with a big smile on his face and tell us all about it when he gets down here. But yeah, very shortly we're going to get underway for the Bosch Motorsport Shootout, starting very soon, as soon as the cars return back down from the top of the hill.
Don't think he's needing a change of underwear.
Graham? Nah. I think the Doctor was looking after him.
Yeah, it's a pretty smooth run.
Yeah, that one was, yeah. Graham's not far off that time in his bug. I think he done a 1:06 or something like that in his bug. So
yeah, I think he enjoyed that.
Yeah, He'll tell us all about it when he gets down here, no doubt about it.
No doubt, no doubt.
So yeah, just not long now, guys, and we will have a winner of the 2025 20th anniversary Legends of the Lake Hillclimb. To keep an eye on the big screen down here, proudly brought to you by S&J. That'll be where you want to be, sitting in front of that to watch the shootout. We'll be covering all the action. But right now we'll just have a break and we'll be back with you in about 5.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Checked out the latest from Mount Gambier Off-Road Centre? We've got even more gear to get you out there. Accessories, protection and recovery equipment, the complete ARB 4x4 range, and ARB touring with awesome rooftop tents, swags and awnings. We've brought together the very best in four-wheel drive, all chosen for its quality, reliability and practicality. And we expertly fit it here too. So come on, your four-wheel drive adventure awaits at Mount Gambier Off-Road Centre, 308 Commercial Street West.
The Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high-horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
And welcome back to the Bosch Motorsport live stream here at the 2025 Legends of the Lakes Hillclimb. We are just in time for our Bosch Motorsport Top 10 shootout. Going to the track at the moment, we can see Sean Day. Behind me, we've got Mirko Gerbic. We have Damien Brand. We have Martin Farkas. We've got Dan Day waiting in line. Ollie Taylor is lining up now. And let's just come over here, Dylan. Let's have a look at what's going on here. So it looks like they're getting a little bit of a warm-up going. We've got Damien Malazani coming through here with his Mazda RX-7 as well. And they're doing a bit of a stretch the legs moment, so we might chill here, I reckon, Dylan. And we'll see what's going on. So there's Damien Malazani with the FC RX-7. We had Graham give him a bit of an interview before, which was cool. Here comes Mirko Gerbic. So he, last time I checked, was third outright behind Dan Day and Douglas Johnson. Gavin Farley. And they're just doing a bit of a pass-through by the looks of things. Damien Brand coming through now. Martin Farkas in the beautiful V8 BMW M3 E46. Really, really special car, that one. Damien Malazani. And this beautifully prepared V8 WRX STI as well. So, by the looks of things, that's going to be our top 10 shootout. We'll be going live with that really, really soon. Thanks again for joining us throughout the weekend for the Bosch Motorsport Australia live stream here from the 2025 Legend of the Lakes Hillclimb.
Okay, and here we are again. We've got some vision happening. We've got the cars coming rolling back here. And we're about to get to the exciting part of the whole weekend, which of course is the Bosch
track is feeling the best it's felt all weekend. It's nice and warm, it's actually dry, and we're going to see these guys probably go quicker than any of them have so far this weekend. So Dan Day is out here to try to break a record. Douglas Johnson's out here to try to break 50 seconds. And Mirko Gerbic is out here trying to grab some good silverware. We haven't seen Damien Brand at his full potential as yet. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get him out here as well.
Tell me, Martin Farkas is only a two-wheel drive, yeah? In the BMW? Is that a two-wheel drive? Right, they've just been up for a quick run up the hill and back down again just to get everything warmed up so that they're all on maximum attack here. And I'd like to put in a special shout out to Andrew Booker, the doctor here in his little Skyline. I just went for a belt up there, and that was absolutely sensational. However, I've just been told what time we did up there, and it was about a 1:04.5 apparently, which is the same speed as I do it in a Beetle. It certainly felt it was a lot quicker. But yeah, no, great ride, great driver. Never felt in danger at any point in time there. He had things absolutely, totally under control. So fantastic. Thanks again, Doc. The only problem I had was getting in and out of the thing through the roll cage. It was a bit of a struggle street to get my leg out to actually get out of the car again at the end. But well worth it. Kind of made my day, really.
Yeah, just having a look through the pits now at the top 10 cars, the shootout cars, the Bosch Motorsport shootout cars. Getting a bit up close and personal with them.
Yeah, we've got Mr. Pitwalk, Hayden McMahon, wandering around in the pits there. Now we've got Kylie Howard on the start line at the moment, and she's there. She's doing a rerun, so this is not part of the shootout at all. So we'll get this one out of the way first.
Unless she somehow pulls out a miracle here, she might
I don't think so.
Might be coming down for the shootout. She's going to give it everything it's got anyway.
Now this is, we'll get a little buggy on the line from Mr. Whitehead. He's, oh Hayden, you're in here. I thought you were going to be out on the track side. Right. So
Kylie's just making her way up there through the S's now, going up past the punch bowl.
Got one of our local off-roading guys here. What's his first name? John Whitehead. You know, looks like a bit of an oversized remote control buggy.
Yeah, he built it himself.
Yeah, all homemade. Great stuff.
Kylie just stops the clock there at a minute .97 for Kylie Howard. She'll be very happy with that time.
On and Dylan, I'm coming down. I'm going to commentate him off the start line. Dylan's going to hold the shot for as long as possible, and then the commentators will take over.
Okay, we've just got a little demo run here. Spicy little buggy, that one.
Yeah, out at South Park, it's always up the top end of the order.
There's a regular runner at Carnacross and Autocross and Rallycross and all of that. I can imagine on dirt on its home turf there it would be.
It's pretty hard to keep up with.
It'd be a pretty spirited ride, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Be like a duck out of water here though. So got some fairly chunky off-road tyres on the thing, and we're running on bitumen. That's so he's got limited grip levels there, and he's driving it accordingly. Certainly wouldn't be driving it flat out. Keeping it nice and tidy. It's looks a bit awkward, a fair bit of body roll happening there, a lot of suspension movement.
Yeah, Johnny's just going to run the little buggy over the line now.
Here we go.
Doesn't look
the
like
Bosch Motorsport Top 10 Shootout. Our very first car on track is going to be Sean Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2025.
Sean's been really quick this weekend. He's been playing with the handbrake. I never thought I'd see a handbrake turn in a cup car. Let's follow this car all the way up the hill. He'll be out to set a good time. The track feels really good. Sean is absolutely onto it. He's watching for that green light. Here we go.
Okay, Sean Day's launched the mighty Porsche off the line, sitting in 10th place, obviously.
So yeah, just one car on the field at the moment at a time, so we can keep track of them.
Now, Sean Day's quickest time so far for the weekend has been a 55.29. Let's see if he can save his best to last and pull one out of the hat.
It's probably dialed up this car for this last run, I'd say.
Oh, nice work in the back of the bus stop there.
A little bit slow on the exit, I reckon, compared to the earlier runs.
I think he pitched it out a little wide there and probably didn't continue it through as well as he could have.
Great sounding Porsche, that one.
We're looking at a 54.22. So he's taken a second out of his best time, ladies and gentlemen. This is
car number 2. This is Simon Phil. Great strong launch from Simon. Disappearing into the first corner, looking pretty good.
You know, this is going to be the last run of the day. But of course, you've also got to understand that they want to seriously get a straight car back in the trailer to take home with them. And he's certainly done that.
So we're looking at Simon Phil now, making his way up the mountain in his GC8 WRX.
Now he's chasing a 55.23. So Sean Day's jumped a few spots in the field as it currently stands with his 54 second. So this is going to make things interesting. The order of the top 10, 12 is going to change a little bit possibly.
At least the track conditions are good at the moment, so hopefully we do see some record times here. It'd be awesome the way to finish the weekend.
All right, chasing a 55.2. Simon Phil, 54.6.
Next
Another
car on
fast.
track now is our third car for our Bosch Motorsport Shootout.
Wilson on course in the STI WRX. It's got a whole lot of go fast fruit under the bonnet. He's chasing a time of 55.14. And if he doesn't make a big improvement, he's going to slip on down the order a few spots. So let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Obviously, conditions are right for a good time.
Everyone's going to be giving it everything they've got right now.
Oh yeah.
It's good to see a crowd gathering around the S&J big screen up there.
Oh, just going up the hill there just a few minutes ago. Enjoyed that ride, but it made me realise how many people are up around the top of there, and I hope you're enjoying the show. Kurt Wilson's a 54.3. Once again, where is he? 54.3. My goodness, that's 8/10 out of his fastest time. They're pulling some cracking times here, Sam, I'll tell you what.
It's awesome.
Got Martin Farkas just leaving the start line in the E46 M3 BMW.
So yeah, this must be another two-wheel drive car. So there is two-wheel drive cars in the top 10 here.
Well, I hadn't realised that. And of course, the next one to roll up is going to be Damien Malazoni in the RX-7. But let's turn our eyes to Martin Farkas.
He's been flying all weekend in this Beamer.
Yeah, getting quicker and quicker all the time.
Looking good coming up through here now.
He started off down up in the 57s. He's managed to get down to a 54.76. And You see how nice and tidy he is. Doesn't throw it away in the bus stop here.
Well, this is where people make and break their runs there in that bus stop. It really, is the challenge of the track.
You can lose more than you can gain up in that little area there, but here we go, 54.75. So he's pretty well matched his fastest time.
You've got your mate on the line now, Damien.
Damien Malazani, the RX-7. So he's going to hold on to his first in two-wheel drive position. Not troubled by Martin Farkas, so excellent work. He's had a 54.32 best time for the weekend. He's chasing after a 53, if not a 52. Yeah, fairly smartly off the line, but I don't think we're going to see a new record set here. We'll see if he can, if he too can pull a PB. Everyone else seems to have been doing it, so let's not stop the rot now.
No, all he's doing now is trying to get up in outright positions higher. He's sealed the two-wheel drive class.
Well and truly. No, brilliant work from Damo all day, all weekend really.
Yeah, great footage here following the cars up with the drone.
Oh, tidy as Damo. Go for it, man. Go for it. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far.
Oh, he might get his best time here.
I tell you what, he's into with a 53.91. So he's pulled half a second out of his best for the weekend. Got a pretty excited family over there. Go Danny, yay. They're all pretty happy mob over there. Terrific.
Yep, looking at Gavin Farley now in the Mitsubishi Evo 7.
Oh, it gets better all the time, doesn't it? No one's writes scripts like this anymore. Now, Gavin's best time so far is a 54.21. Wow. 54.21, so he needs to improve his time, or Damo Malazani's going to pass him on the outright side of things. This is incredible, absolutely incredible. We haven't seen this ever here before. So many PBs on the last run. So he's hauling it all the way up, tipping it into the bus stop, keeping it nice and tidy. A little bit of a wisp of smoke out the back. I think more out of the exhaust than off the tyres, but he's charging hard.
Oh, it's going to be a good time.
Oh, it is. This is going to be sensational, actually.
Oh.
53.7.
Wow. What a shootout we're having so far.
53.7. So he's held on to his outright position and stayed a couple of tenths ahead of Damien Malazani.
One of your favourite cars now off the line here.
Oh, you see that smoking all the way to the first corner, heaven's sakes.
Oliver Taylor in his RS3.
And he's got the in-car Bosch camera in there as well, so...
This is his daily driver too, so this car really puts in for a daily driver.
Oh, he takes it off the road for a few days to bolt a roll cage in and put the race seats in and go, let's go racing, and then when he gets home he's back to daily drive mode, so what a machine. And this is not just a stock standard RS3, it's a bit of a worked over, it's got a fair tune in it.
Absolutely flying up that hill there.
What's he going to pull here now? Oliver Taylor's best time for the weekend's been a 53.96.
I reckon he's going to get that.
Oh, I'm wondering. 54.1. So he's just a mere 0.15 off his quickest time for the day. It's not going to change things too much. I think he was looking at catching a 10.2 Nathan Robbins.
Damien Brand now taking off from the line. Probably the best presented car here this weekend, this one.
Oh, without a doubt.
If we still did that trophy, I'm sure he would have won that.
Yeah, I think maybe we need to bring that back in sometime. I remember back in the day, Rob Vanderkamp won that one, so with the big yellow XY, of course. So now keeping an eye on Damien Brand in this wonderful, beautiful piece of work. A lot of the Brand family are here today, and I'm sure they're all watching on here. Give them a cheer. Come on, Damo.
Legends debut for this car.
Come on, nice handbrake. Yeah. Oh.
A little bit slow out of there for him, unfortunately.
He still hasn't got it mastered as well as he did in his previous car, but he's getting better at it. More practice required.
Still a 53.73 there for Damo, so he'll be happy with that.
A little bit outside his fastest time, only by a mere tenth. So there's certainly no slow times happening here in the Bosch Motorsport Australia Shootout. That's terrific. We've got 3 cars to go here. We've got Mirko Gribic. Oh, he's going to be fronting up to the line shortly.
Did you say we had 3 cars to go? I thought Mirko was coming second as someone tipped him.
No. Dougie Johnson squeezed him out into third.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. So now we're up to top 3.
This will be very interesting here.
Will the places change? Can Mirko Gribic get half a second back on Dougie Johnson to reclaim second spot? Time will tell.
So yeah, just the last few cars here for the Bosch Motorsport Australia Shootout.
All right, we're just making sure everything's clear. At the top, Mirko's still sitting at the back of the tyre cleaning area. So short pause, we'll get things cooking along pretty quickly.
Just remember when the Bosch Motorsport Shootout is done to come down to Race HQ for presentations, because that will get underway pretty well straight away as soon as the cars return down from the top of the mountain.
Well, they're saying that it's probably going to be about half an hour after the last car, because it's not just the cars coming back down to the start. We need to get all the officials right from the very, very, very top of the course. We'll get all the officials back down here, because this is as much about them as everyone else as well. I just want to point out, and I'll point it out again, we have 92 officials signed on for today. Just gives you an indication of how many people have been working tirelessly behind the scenes. And it's not just us here, it's timekeepers, radio people, flag marshals, secretaries, everybody behind the scene, and we're going to give them an opportunity to come down here and appreciate what goes on at the end of the event, because they're all part of it.
And Mirko Gribic flying into the first corner there.
Hello, we've lost him. Don't know why. Got the wrong camera on at the moment. Here he goes, comes back into view. Where is he? There, he's just gone past Browns Lake, hauling it up the hill. Just flying past Devil's Punch Bowl at the moment.
It's looking like it's a little bit slow at the moment.
That's not going well. I think he's got a bit of a car issue here, and that's just limping along.
Yeah, he's probably going to go straight
Very
through.
much. No, he's still going to drive the course, and he's still going to get it. He's still going to get an official time, but it's definitely not a good one.
Bad luck there for Mirko.
So hasn't ended.
It's a bit of a shame, because it would have been a bit exciting to see him not tumble a time there.
Yeah. Well, he's still sitting in third place outright, so I think he'll hold on to that fairly comfortably.
Pressure's off Dougie Johnson a little bit now, though.
Not a happy ending to the day. It's a 1 minute 13.33 for Mirko Gribic.
So we've got the final 2 cars now. This is for the trophy. These 2 cars here are battling it out.
Yeah, we've got Mr. Ample Auto, Dougie Johnson himself. He won Friday outright. He's been campaigning this thing very successfully, and he's on a mission to launch it. Just send it there, Dougie.
Absolutely hammering off the line there.
It's a big tall order. He needs to pick up 2.5 seconds to wrench the title out of Dan Doe's hands, that's for sure.
Just see how much work he's doing there in the in-car footage. It's a hell of a ride up the hill there. What was Dougie's best time of the weekend?
52.09.
He's
which is just over 2.5 seconds behind Dan Day. So he's got a lot of ground to make up. Could be a bit of a tall order here.
He would have wound this car up though to give it everything it's got. He's going to stop it. He's going to beat his time. He's done a 51.5.
Okay, so he's taken 6/10 out of his previous best, but the positions aren't going to change. In the meantime, we've got our 9-time winner Dan Day sitting on the start line, all warmed up and ready to go, waiting for the track to clear.
His 10th time now. He's won it.
That's right.
Now this year could be just for a new record.
Oh no, he's going for a 48, if not a 47 here. Can he pull one out of the bag? It's always after a new record. He's looking pretty solid here so far. Cutting it pretty close here and there, isn't he?
Yeah, this Bosch onboard camera is brilliant, isn't it? Shows you how fast these cars really are going. This climb here, insane.
Yeah, he's a fit boy, this boy, Dan. He spends a lot of time in the gym, and I think you need to be a fit fella to keep a beast like this under control. Oh, nice handbrake action and followed through with it very nicely as well. This is looking good. Skips it out onto the finish straight into the final.
Really good.
How good is this looking? How good is this looking?
48.85.
Sensational.
Bloody brilliant.
All right. So we've got a winner in a 48.85.
Not quite the track record. He was
brilliant.
800th of a second.
What an absolutely brilliant finish to the Bosch Motorsport Australia Shootout, and a great finish to the Trident Tyres Legends of the Lakes Hillclimb, the 20th anniversary edition. It's been one of my best weekends down here ever, and I've been here for a long time, but I had an absolutely fantastic weekend, and I hope all you people up the top here have witnessed a great show here this weekend. It's good times.
Looks like they're going to send Dr. Booker up for one last media run.
Yeah, he's just...
So just remember, everyone that's floating around down the bottom here, that we are going to have presentations very shortly. So if you want to make your way over to Race HQ and stand around a bit.
Not sure if there's any buses heading down, but...
yeah, I'm not
I know there's a heck of a lot of people up at the top of the hill. Big shout out to all of you. Thanks for coming along and supporting the event.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Been a pleasure having you here again, Graham, this year.
Absolutely. Nice working with you, Sam.
Yeah, and guessing we'll be back again next year, most likely.
Oh, of course we are. Where else would you be in the second weekend of November?
That's it.
My whole year's organised around this event, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, because the whole camaraderie, the atmosphere, the just everything. It's magic.
Yeah, so just a big shout out again to all our sponsors and all our drivers and everyone that's come down and had a look this weekend. We really appreciate it, and yeah, we'll see you all again next year.
And you know what else it is? It's the vibe.
It's the vibe.
It's definitely the vibe. It's terrific. We're just looking at drone footage of the top of the hill, the car park up there, which does get rather congested when we've got half the field up there, but just a small group of cars. Dan Day's got his... Oh no, he's just out of the car, checking things over. Probably having a bit of a feel of his tyre temperatures and things like that. So they're on their way back down. Okay.
All right. We'll all see you again next year. Thank you.
Okay, just a little bit of an invitation to next year's Legend of the Lakes, the Trident Tyres Legends of the Lakes, of course. We've got tentative date. You can pencil this into your diary. 13th, 14th and 15th of November 2026. Be here or be square, or be there or be square. But yep, looking forward to your company again next year. And thanks very much for coming out. Please drive safely home. It's not a racetrack out there. This is where the track is. This is where to have you get your fun. So have safe travels, everybody. Checking out for this year, we're going to have presentations on in 20-30 minutes. We're going to get all the officials down from upstairs, and once they're all down here, we'll get things kicked off. Thanks very much again.
And just before we sign off our Bosch Motorsport live stream, Dan Day, 10-time Legend of Lakes champion. How's it feel, mate?
Yeah, it's still sinking in. It was a pretty radical run then, so yeah, still off a high off of that. But yeah, super happy. You know, 10 in a row is a big achievement, and yeah, we've got the right people around us and the right people to sort of make it all happen each year. So very appreciative.
It looked like a hairy one, and you're still stuck with that handbrake. What's the story with the hydro, and do you reckon it's working for you?
I think given the times we're doing this weekend and the grease conditions and everything, I'll have to look closer at the data to see if the handbrake's worth it, but it's a lot more fun anyway, so I'll take that.
Now, before we wrap this stream up, is there anyone you want to thank or anything you want to say about this fantastic event?
Well, definitely Kevin and the team. Obviously put on a fantastic show. All the volunteers, all the Bosch media live stream, to bring it all together, and then all the competitors and our close S&J team and extended friends and family that have made it here. So yeah, very, very grateful.
Awesome. Now, I did see someone in the back corner of my eye here. For the uninitiated, this is Kevin Radell, ladies and gentlemen, Director of Legend of Lakes Hillclimb. We've been trying to interview you for a long time, Kev. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, pretty good. It's a very emotional event, really attached to it. See Dan win 10 times, pretty cool.
A lot's gone into this, a lot of people involved. Before we wrap things up here, mate, anything you want to say?
Maybe one more.
You heard it here first. Thank you, Kev Radell. Thank you, Dan Day. Thank you for watching the Bosch Motorsport Australia live stream from the Trident Tyre Centre 2025 Legend of Lakes Hillclimb. It's been an absolute pleasure. You have a lovely afternoon, and we'll catch you next year.